two shadowy birds cut through the crimson sky, their cries piercing the silence of the aftermath. A colossal crow, eyes burning crimson, plummets towards the scarred earth, a silent predator in the ruins. The battlefield is a graveyard of steel and cloth, a broken sword, a shattered shield, and shredded garments telling tales of a savage clash. Blood and tears streak his face, as he struggles for air, the brutal fight having pushed him to his absolute limit. Slumped amidst the wreckage, his body screams in protest, the sudden silence almost as deafening as the battle itself. His thoughts race, how long had this brutal dance with the Emperor truly gone on? A searing pain rips through his side, forcing a guttural cry as he clutches his ribs. The brutal truth hits him, a few ribs are definitely shattered. But even through the agony, a gasp of relief escapes him, because despite everything, he can still move. He's not out yet. He's left wondering, what about the others? Where are his allies in this absolute mess? The entire landscape is just a brutal, shattered testament to the fight, a desolate wasteland of twisted metal and broken ground. Everywhere he looks, it's just pure devastation. Even the monstrous enemies he just annihilated are nothing but broken husks, their forms shattered and utterly lifeless. He's down in the wreckage, battered and bruised, but he's fighting to get back up. With a raw surge of determination, he forces himself up, and a faint, purple glow starts to pulse around him. He stares at his hand, where that purple energy is just exploding, swirling with raw, vibrant power. The energy just erupts from his palm, a massive burst of light and pure force. That brilliant light just explodes outwards, engulfing everything in its radiant, overwhelming glow. The purple energy from his hand explodes, forming a pulsating, glowing ring of pure, unadulterated power. And from that swirling aura, boom! A dark, armored figure bursts forth, a glowing purple sword in hand, ready to dominate. But wait, a new challenger appears. A figure in a flowing red cape looks up, his eyes locked onto the surging power. The purple energy just keeps on going, a swirling, expanding vortex of pure magical might. Then, a chilling declaration rings out, the Emon King's authority is here. And the Emon King is not playing around, fully armored, his eyes blazing with fierce yellow power as he unsheaths his weapon. Meanwhile, Venlyra's power-up is going into overdrive, the energy around him exploding with intricate symbols and raw, untamed force. Then, from the heart of that explosive purple aura, a shadowy, powerful hand bursts forth, signaling his ultimate transformation. He's done it. Fully realized, Venlyra stands, radiating immense power, his dark armor and glowing sword a testament to his terrifying new form. The Night of the Dead is here. Venlyra's transformation explodes, unleashing a torrent of dark, chaotic energy. And he can only gasp, an undead army, as the horrifying truth dawns. He's a skeletal harbinger of death, standing tall and menacing, his dark cloak swirling with an almost palpable, ominous power. Then, a guttural roar rips from his skeletal jaw, unleashing a devastating torrent of purple energy. But just as that power surges, the Emon King bursts onto the scene, draped in orange and radiating a fierce yellow aura, ready to unleash his own devastating counterattack. The ground explodes as his power erupts, a blinding, crimson impact ripping through everything. The sheer force of the blows sends Venlyra flying, reverting him back to his human form as he screams, "Oh my God," before slamming into the ground, engulfed in small, crackling flames. With the Demon King's yellow energy still blazing, Venlyra can only stare, his mind racing. Is this undead army truly the beginning of the end? The devastating impact leaves behind a scene of absolute carnage, shattered stone structures bearing witness to the raw power unleashed. He's back. A dark, skeletal silhouette explodes into motion, radiating raw, ominous power. Golden particles still shimmer, a ghostly echo of the Emon King's devastating blow. His dark wings beat, propelling him like a phantom across the shattered world, glowing runes blazing a path. A burst of purple energy propels him, diving like a meteor, eyes locked on the chaos unfolding beneath. But from the ravaged earth, a terrifying horde of skeletal warriors claws its way out, each one pulsing with sinister purple energy. They just keep coming. More undead warriors surge forth, their numbers exploding, their purple glow casting an infernal light on the devastation. He slams down onto a rocky outcrop, a dark aura exploding around him as he faces the surging army and roars, "I'll handle the intruders." Venlyra, in his terrifying skeletal form, just goes for it, unleashing a devastating, sweeping attack with raw purple energy exploding from him. Calling the skeletal warrior a hero, as a knight in bright orange armor and a dark cloak watches the chaos unfold. Meanwhile, Venlyra is still going all out, a torrent of dark purple energy exploding from him and just swallowing everything. The raw magical force just keeps expanding, a wave of pure destruction blasting outwards. His attack just keeps surging forward, a relentless, unstoppable tide of dark power. It slams into an unseen target, exploding in a violent, crimson-tinged blast. The impact sends shockwaves ripping through the air, shattering the very ground beneath them. As the dust settles, that orange-haired knight is ready for battle, his sword now blazing with a fierce, white light. Then Lyra goes all out, unleashing a devastating purple energy surge. His form is a total blur as the attack rockets forward, smashing into its target with explosive force and sending shattered debris flying everywhere. But before the dust can even think about settling, a sharp pink energy streak rips through the chaos, followed by another brutal impact. Then, a brilliant orange energy blasts through what looks like a shattering barrier, cracking it into a million pieces. Those fragments scatter like crazy, leaving nothing but a swirling void in their wake. Suddenly, more debris and dark, crimson energy explode from a new impact point, the battle just getting crazier by the second. Right in the middle of all that purple energy and flying debris, a huge, scissors-like object just appears, looking sharp and absolutely menacing. Black streaks of residual energy just rip across the void, a clear sign of the insane power that's been unleashed. And then, the orange-haired knight is finally revealed, eyes absolutely glowing with fierce determination, as a pair of vibrant red energy wings unfurl behind him, ready to jump into the fray. The Demon King just goes off, unleashing a torrent of dark power, with a massive, glowing rune-like symbol screaming above him. The sheer force of that attack just shatters everything. While then Lyra, a blur of orange hair, moves with impossible speed, dodging through the absolute chaos. The whole battlefield is just swirling with purple energy. And the Demon King just keeps on going, a concentrated burst of dark power erupting from his core. Another devastating impact just rips through the space, followed by a thunderous explosion of dark energy, engulfing everything in its wake. Amidst the swirling aftermath, the Demon King stands resolute, a glowing purple orb held firmly in his grasp, controlling all that unleashed power. Residual white energy trails just fade into the darkness, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. The Demon King looms, a vortex of dark power, proclaiming absolute victory. But beneath him, then Lyra, battered and bruised, stares up at the terrifying power of the Demon King. But the Demon King's voice cuts through the chaos, a chilling declaration: there is no end. And to prove it, a blinding wave of purple energy explodes from him, engulfing then Lyra in a devastating impact. The onslaught is relentless, gargantuan tendrils of dark purple energy twisting and devouring everything. His voice, a booming echo through the destruction, declares only continuation. The Demon King's entire being ignites with malevolent purple light, his power unleashed as a swirling vortex of pure destruction. He reaches out a glowing purple hand toward Van Lyra, who, against all odds, questions the Demon King's true intent. Is he trying to absorb him? The colossal, dark purple energy continues its relentless surge, swallowing the very world around them. The Demon King's dark energy attack just keeps coming, absolutely swallowing Van Lyra whole, who can only manage a shocked oi. Trapped in the chaos, Van Lyra, with a look of pure defiance, shouts back at the onslaught, demanding to know what's happening. The sheer power of the blast just keeps hitting him, sending him flying through the air like a purple comet. From high above, the Demon King just watches as his foe gets blasted into the far-off horizon, with wreckage flying everywhere. Then, a massive, blinding explosion just detonates. With a dark, determined look, the Demon King lays down his ultimate challenge. Still reeling from the Demon King's assault, a pained cry escapes him as the dark energy absolutely engulfs his form, leaving only a lingering groan in its wake. The Demon King's malevolent power continues to swirl, a terrifying vortex of dark purple against the bruised sky, before finally slamming into the ground with a sickening thud, sending shards of energy scattering everywhere. A chilling declaration echoes through the air: Abyss activation. The Demon King is not holding back. The world around him twists and distorts, jagged spires of darkness rising from the crimson landscape, a true hellscape. Van Lyra lies broken amidst the devastation, his body slumped and still, utterly defeated. Yet, even in defeat, a single hand reaches out, a testament to his unyielding will, refusing to give up. The black light consumes him, a chilling question echoing in his mind. A guttural cry of agony rips through the air as reality itself warps into a crimson maelstrom. His very essence is devoured by the encroaching darkness, a desperate struggle against an overwhelming, unseen force. But a defiant spark ignites within him, his eyes blazing with an unnatural purple as he challenges his own crumbling reality. Meanwhile, the Demon King's monstrous form erupts, a jagged silhouette against a blood-soaked backdrop. His presence warps reality itself, radiating an overwhelming, crushing power. Standing before the colossal Demon King, Van Lyra confronts the terrifying culmination of his enemy's power, while the Demon King himself revels in the memory of his divine conquest. But a chilling doubt flickers in his glowing purple eyes, a furious question of whether his reign could truly end in such pathetic defeat. With a terrifying roar of renewed resolve, the Demon King's form explodes with dark and purple energy, his silhouette becoming an absolute harbinger of destruction. The Demon King's power absolutely explodes, his eyes blazing with an ominous purple light. Unleashing a cataclysmic wave of dark energy, it tears through reality with a thunderous crash. His terrifying aura just keeps growing, a monstrous force radiating outwards. Finally coalescing around him, his glowing purple eyes are locked onto something shocking. He's still alive, he roars, pure disbelief in his voice as Van Lyra's bloodied, but now purple-eyed, face is revealed. Then does that mean he has it too? The Demon King demands, his dark power now actively devouring the world around them. The entire city is being ripped apart by this monstrous force, swallowed whole by the encroaching darkness. And Van Lyra is fighting for his life, every muscle screaming, yet those same purple eyes now blaze within him. The Demon King stares at his own hand, a chilling realization dawning, the worthiness of receiving the abyss power. A sudden, overwhelming force erupts, demanding immediate attention, screaming for action. From the chaos, a red-haired figure bursts forth, radiating a powerful yellow light, a stunning manifestation of the authority of light. Another, with vibrant yellow hair, joins the dazzling display, both figures embodying the same radiant, awe-inspiring power. Meanwhile, the very ground shatters under an immense, unseen pressure, dark energy seeping from the newly formed, terrifying fissures. Amidst the escalating chaos, Van Lyra's eyes glow with an ominous purple light, the abyss power now fully manifesting within him, a terrifying transformation. With grim determination, he prepares for battle, drawing his holy sword to annihilate the encroaching evil, a true hero's resolve. But a new, monstrous entity emerges, its armored form radiating dark purple energy, revealing itself as the terrifying Kalen. His massive, shadowy presence looms, a formidable new threat in the escalating, epic conflict. The impact is insane, shattering the ground and sending shockwaves of destruction everywhere. A thunderous roar of power rips through the air. Meanwhile, a young woman in orange and white robes is already on the scene, kneeling in the wreckage, urgently checking on her companions. The yellow-haired guy, still reeling, can only gape at the destruction, totally overwhelmed by the raw power they just faced. But the red-haired guy is down, his body absolutely wrecked and bleeding from that insane hit. The young woman carefully supports his head, her face a mask of concern and resolve. Even with those injuries, the red-haired guy's eyes blaze with yellow light as he speaks, his mind laser-focused on the one responsible, Rogue SSI's body. But then, his wounds start visibly closing up, and he shouts in pure shock, realizing he can just regenerate. Did you get the blessing? The question hangs in the air, as the yellow-haired Authority of Light member kneels before Van Lyra on the desolate, snow-dusted peak, the tension palpable. The Demon King, its massive form racked with pain, can barely believe its defeat, grumbling, I was a bit flustered but that should do. Meanwhile, the kneeling figure stays laser-focused. Offering reassurance to the hero, don't worry, hero. The Demon King's body starts to glow with a sickly pink light. Its very essence unraveling, as it acknowledges its demise, my body is collapsing, and at its end. The Authority member confirms the victory, stating simply, you won. The Demon King's monstrous form finally dissolves into shimmering particles, its reign brought to an epic end. The Demon King's monstrous form violently shatters, a guttural cry escaping him. As his disembodied voice declares this his final message. And that his story ends here. As the monstrous form continues to disintegrate into glowing particles, Van Lyra reaches out towards the fading essence. The Demon King's voice continues, passing the mantle of responsibility. His glowing eyes fixing on Van Lyra as he warns of countless evils and deeper despair to come. Even if the weight of this new responsibility crushes him. A brief, serene moment of clear sky. The Demon King lets out a final, agonizing roar as his form completely dissolves in a blinding flash of pink and purple energy. Just as the Demon King's power vanishes, a flashback hits, revealing a younger Van Lyra trekking through snow with a wise, white-haired mentor, who drops some serious wisdom, keep moving forward. But the Demon King's voice isn't done yet, dropping one last, bone-chilling line. His shadowy, dissolving form, eyes still glowing purple, keeps dropping truth bombs, comparing his grim end to the empty me and the foolish us. With his final words fading into nothing, the heavens themselves seem to respond, clearing to a brilliant blue. But hold up. Dark, ominous clouds, streaked with purple and pink, still hang heavy, a chilling reminder of the insane power that just disappeared. Back on the ground, the earth itself can't handle it, cracking and shattering beneath Van Lyra's feet, a massive tremor signaling the Demon King's total wipeout. The ground just keeps on breaking, the sound of crumbling rock ripping through the desolate scene, as if the whole world is reeling from the sheer power that just vanished. And then, the last piece, a tiny, pink, crystalline shard, the Demon King's core, just floats away into the horizon, leaving Van Lyra utterly alone in the massive, empty wasteland. The epic, world-shattering showdown against the Demon King was finally over. Leaving our hero and his most trusted ally to gaze out at the radically transformed world from a towering peak. A new era dawned, painting the sky with the promise of a world forever changed by their monumental struggle. Yeah, that's right, the legendary clash between the hero and the Demon King, the one that decided everything, was officially over. But hold up, the adventure wasn't even close to finished. He kept pushing forward on his own path. always reaching for that elusive something just out of reach. Until, finally, he wasn't alone anymore. A whole new squad of diverse allies rallied around him, ready to take on whatever the future threw their way. The world, now glowing with a fresh, gentle light, was just waiting for their next epic move. The dust settled, the war was over, and the world finally breathed a sigh of relief, celebrating its hard-won freedom. But as the confetti fell, time itself seemed to warp, and every hero had to forge their own destiny. The young mage, probably still buzzing from the action, got yanked right back to magic school by the headmaster, no rest for the powerful. And the mysterious elf, ever the lone wolf, began his long trek home, leaving the chaos behind. Then, the priestess, with that calm, knowing gaze, took a moment of silent reflection. With a final, solemn goodbye, she ascended, leaving the mortal realm behind, mission accomplished. But what about our hero, Benlyra? Bathed in an almost divine glow, he stood, lost in deep contemplation. He was clearly wrestling with something big, the echoes of his past battles still ringing in his mind. But then, a spark ignited. He lifted his head, staff in hand, absolutely ready to conquer whatever came next. He was back where he belonged, and with the darkness vanquished, evil itself just faded away. Life exploded back into existence under the sun, and just like that, fear vanished from their everyday lives. And just like that, a long era of peace began, a period of calm that would stretch for ages. Fast a century and a half later, the world was unrecognizable, but the shadows of history still clung to the ancient woods. A new era was here, with fresh roads carving their way out of the darkness. Still here, after all this time, he remains a silent sentinel against the ancient trees. But even after centuries, a bizarre feeling grips him. Could the immortal hero be catching a cold? The world itself has been utterly reshaped. Mountains that once touched the sky are now nothing but dust. Sprawling plains have been scorched, turning into barren, endless deserts. Is he truly the last immortal standing? Even the once lush forests have been utterly transformed. Under the vast, star-dusted canvas of the night, time marches on, unstoppable. A heavy sigh escapes him as he traverses this unrecognizable world. He stares at his own skeletal hand, a stark reminder of the profound change he's undergone. This eternal existence, a twisted gift from the Demon King before his final breath, now feels like an inescapable, agonizing curse. His hand clenches, a skeletal fist now, as the crushing weight of his eternal existence bears down, a curse that just won't quit. Huddled in the darkness, he's left to wonder, what's the point of this endless immortality? If he can't just vanish, if he's stuck just existing. What's the meaning in this desolate world? If he's gotta be alone forever. His form streaks across the night sky, a literal falling star in the vast expanse. His hollow eyes stare out from a bone-white skull. As distant voices wonder if it's a shooting star, or maybe, just maybe, a skeleton. Out of the inky blackness, 3 blazing lights tear through the heavens, hurtling towards the world below. Meanwhile, deep within a silent forest, a blonde-haired youth lies utterly motionless, their fate unknown. But then, from an eternity of stillness, Benlyra's skeletal frame jolts to life, his hollow eyes drawn upwards. An ancient power surges, exploding within him, as a searing purple light erupts from his eye, a primal scream tearing through the silence. Snapping awake, the blonde youth scrambles upright, only to lock eyes with the terrifying, glowing stare of the skeletal being now sitting right in front of them. Pure, unadulterated terror floods his wide, pale eye, as the horrifying truth of this encounter slams into him. It was like time itself had just frozen, those falling lights a fading echo as the blonde youth lay out cold, the entire world warped beyond recognition. Now, in a desolate, shattered wasteland, Benlyra sits in stark solitude, as the blonde youth stands over him, their face etched with a grim, silent understanding. And just like that, after an eternity of stillness, time itself roared back to life. Deep in the Empire's forgotten lands, where jagged peaks pierce the sky, stands Spear Tower Village. But the real mystery begins in the treacherous mountains beyond. Amidst the freezing desolation, an impossible encounter unfolds between 2 lone souls. A young girl, her face a mask of pure shock, can't believe her eyes, muttering, "This late." Suddenly, a skeletal form, shrouded in darkness, speaks through a glowing skull, demanding, "A kid? What's he doing out here?" The eerie skull pulses with light, casting an unsettling glow on the terrified girl. Her jaw drops as the chilling truth hits her, it's a talking skull. Wait. This is not normal. A blood-curdling scream tears through the silence as the skull's eyes blaze with malevolent purple energy. And she can only shriek, "Stop." The blonde girl, unfazed, points out that she's seen plenty of lost kids in these mountains, but this skeletal dude? He's on a whole other level. The glowing skull, however, isn't impressed, firing back with a chilling question, "Didn't anyone teach you to run from things that aren't human?" But the girl just smirks, declaring she was taught not to judge a book by its cover. The skull lets out an exasperated TSK, muttering about finally feeling something after ages, only to run into this weird kid. Suddenly, her eyes lock onto his bizarre sword, and she excitedly asks, "Whoa, cool sword. Are you, like, a knight or something?" But the skeletal figure is no ordinary knight, he's a herald, a messenger of the emperor himself, on a crucial mission across the land, now guarding this mountain with a cursed sword. Still curious, the girl leans in. "So, the emperor's words, do they make you super strong?" "Oh, he's strong all right. Even the top brass of the empire's army calls him that." And with a powerful burst of purple energy, it's revealed he's also a master of high-level magic, like necromancy. Kwang. Still kneeling before the skeletal figure, the blonde girl is absolutely blown away by his power, shouting about his insane strength, but Van Lyra is already shutting her down. Her face twists in pure shock, as she stares up, completely caught off guard by his sudden dismissal. The skeleton lets out a weary sigh, his hollow gaze radiating pure boredom, complaining about being sick of the same old grind. With a dismissive flick of his hand, he just casually drops that he's lazy. Out of nowhere, an invisible blast sends the girl flying, slamming her to the ground, and she's still wondering if this brutal move means he's finally taking her on as a disciple. Still on the ground, she's absolutely fuming inside, mentally ripping into him, calling him a stink fool, a blood-soaked bag of bones, and a heartless skull. But even after getting tossed around and knowing things won't be easy, she bounces right back up, a powerful purple aura flaring around her, and screams with pure excitement as she charges after him. Still hot on his heels, the blonde girl hears Van Lyra's blunt question, asking if she's ever going home. Telling her to get home fast before her parents freak out. He even jokes that his skeletal look could totally get him pegged as a kidnapper. But the girl, gripping her trusty stick, just brushes off his worries, telling him straight up he doesn't need to sweat it. Her words hit different, as a fiery vision of her home, burned to ashes, flashes in her mind. A brutal reminder of her lost family. Van Lyra, seeing her fierce determination, remembers his own mom's wisdom, a silent echo about standing tall and being tough. The blonde girl, eyes burning with resolve, doubles down on her mission, shouting that this is exactly why she has to get stronger. Fueled by her past, she keeps pushing on, marching forward with an unshakable resolve. Her sheer determination paid off. Van Lyra, the skeletal figure, is shrouded in shadow, a faint purple energy pulsing around him. The shadows around him intensify, then dramatically pull back. He turns, his voice laced with a surprising resignation. In the sun-drenched forest, Van Lyra faces the determined blonde girl, who's wielding a mere stick like a mighty sword. He finally gives in, admitting it's just not right for a hero to keep turning down a kid's heartfelt plea. Then, with an unexpected surge of energy, Van Lyra throws his arms up, practically cheering for her tenacity. Now armed with a bow and quiver, the girl boldly states her goal to train herself for independence, even using a super formal address for him. Van Lyra starts to leave, but she's right behind him, doubling down on her vow of self-sufficiency. A glowing purple symbol flares to life, as Van Lyra's inner thoughts reveal his deep regret for not listening to her sooner. Unleashing her newfound resolve, the blonde girl brings her axe down with a furious strike, only for Van Lyra to parry with a jarring clang that echoes through the air. After the intense sparring session, they find a moment of peace under the massive tree, Van Lyra casually holding a lollipop like it's the most normal thing in the world. Suddenly, a terrifying vision rips through his mind, a desolate scene where a grotesque, skull-faced monster, pulsating with raw purple energy, towers over him, the glowing lollipop clutched in his hand a stark contrast to the impending doom. The nightmare escalates, revealing his utter defeat, the monster and its vile minions closing in on his helpless body, as the blonde girl witnesses the horror, her silent shriek echoing the despair of the moment. He jolts back to the present, still sprawled on the dirt, the blonde girl staring down with a bewildered expression, then, in a softer moment, he extends the glowing lollipop to her, a silent offering that transcends words. The haunting vision recedes, and they're back under the tree, the lollipop a small, tangible anchor in the wake of his internal storm. Sometime later, both of them are found completely passed out, an older man discovering their unconscious bodies, his gaze heavy with concern. Once they've regained consciousness, it's back to their tree, both looking utterly drained, the lollipop a silent witness to their ordeal. His hand tightens into a fist, a raw, visceral display of the struggle raging inside. He's just chilling with her, both of them zoned out, like the whole world just went on mute. Then, out of nowhere, a massive clang just rips through the quiet. And the blonde girl's face just twists into this insane grimace, already mid-action, launching herself into an absolute blur of a fight. Her sword's a streak of light, slamming into a skull-faced enemy with those creepy glowing purple eyes. She's practically flying, a total blur of pure, unadulterated aggression. She's just going off, a lightning-fast combo of sword swings against the monster's shadowy figure, every hit screaming pure, raw determination. But then the monster hits back with this huge, glowing purple weapon, and it's a brutal clash against her sword. The hit makes her dig in, her face all twisted in pain and effort, just trying to stay on her feet. Her eyes, sharp and totally locked in, snap upwards, ready for whatever's coming next. A fierce blonde warrior, blade ready, locks eyes with a dark-skinned mentor, who simply states his next move. Fast forward 11 years, and a solitary figure now gazes upon a peaceful lake, the world having moved on. But some moments are timeless, as the blonde girl and her companion find themselves in a familiar scene, his simple words resonating once more. A gentle smile plays on her face, a rare moment of peace amidst the chaos. Elsewhere, a different blonde, with flowing hair, sends a message of solidarity, vowing to arrive and assist without delay. By the warmth of a campfire, the blonde girl turns to her friend, about to drop a bombshell. Sitting side by side, she steels herself, bracing to deliver some heavy news. Her unexpected declaration leaves the skull-faced messenger stunned, demanding to know why she's suddenly so serious. She starts, her voice barely a whisper, "The village I grew up in. It just vanished." The skull-faced figure cuts in, revealing the grim truth: monsters surged, everyone fled, and the Empire? They just abandoned the whole remote village. His hollow gaze seems to pierce through the very air. The young woman looks up, a quiet determination in her voice as she says, "You know, mister. I've gotten pretty strong myself." He pivots, his voice a deep rumble, challenging her, "You want to become a warrior?" The skull-faced mentor presses on, a knowing tone in his voice, "I've trained you for 11 years. I can read your thoughts like an open book." She casts her gaze downward, a troubled expression on her face, recalling how others had dismissed him as unqualified, even mocked him, but her conviction remained. Then, with unwavering conviction, she declares, "There are no qualifications to save a life." Her eyes snap up, burning with an unshakable resolve. Benrira, the Emperor's mouth, was sending his greatest disciple, the hero, into the abnormal, to battle monsters and claim untold treasures. He gave her a final, powerful blessing, praying she'd use her strength for good, and only good. Facing her mentor, the blonde girl absorbed every word, her focus absolute. Their hands met in a powerful, final clasp as he commanded her to save the world, and to come back alive. He swore he'd be waiting for her right there, no matter what. With a fierce, determined smile, she threw up a final salute, ready to conquer anything. Alone beneath the ancient tree, Benrira gazed skyward, a single, heavy question echoing in his mind: how many years would pass? She plunges into the unknown, a mission stretching years, maybe even a decade, ahead of her. Back home, a lone figure waits. Benrira, umbrella in hand, stares out, a silent vow echoing, he will protect this world, her world, for however long it takes. His watch never ends, a silent sentinel mirroring his resolve, he just has to wait. Footsteps echo in the silence, marking the relentless march of time. Benrira stands, a lone shadow beneath his umbrella, swallowed by an even deeper, suffocating darkness. Then, a voice shatters the silence, a question hanging in the air: "Lost, mister?" A mysterious figure with light hair confronts the kneeling man, dropping a bombshell: "I told you, I'm not a monster." She then adds, "And how it's been a while, I told you that once." Then, she spins around, revealing her blonde hair and a mischievous grin, hitting him with a playful but loaded question: "What's up, mister?" Benrira, still on his knees, clutches a skull, as she doubles down, almost mocking him: "It's been a while, mister." The blonde girl, a fierce glint in her eyes and a battle scar on her face, is clearly deep in thought, reminiscing about her wild journey. Her hand reaching out to touch Benrira's leg, a gesture of shared experience. Then, a sudden burst of laughter escapes her, as she proudly declares, "I was really an awesome adventurer." But her demeanor shifts, a serious look replacing her smile as she talks about the Empire's mouth, confessing it really surpassed my expectations. She then reveals the sheer scope of her journey: "No matter where I went, there were people I'd never seen before and a whole world of new things to do." Yet, she quickly clarifies, "But there were tons of monsters, too. You know, it was so frustrating. So, I helped the people I met and they taught me to." With a small, exasperated sigh, she wraps up her incredible story: "And so, I was called a hero. I was the Empire's mouth, a name I'd never even heard in my life. An ordeal prepared for my death, saying I was the last hope of the falling clan." She barely manages a soft apology, confessing to a sudden wave of dizziness. Suddenly, she pulls him into a tight embrace, her voice filled with concern, asking if he's been okay and if her leaving was because he stayed. Their hands remain intertwined, a powerful, unspoken bond. His voice, a deep, resonant echo, finally cuts through the quiet, demanding she continue, demanding her story. He stands alone, his eyes fixed on the ground, as a chilling skull symbol manifests. The very world around him shatters, swallowed whole by an all-consuming, inky blackness. His silhouette, a lone figure, is almost lost within the terrifying, deepening void. The inky black void explodes away, revealing him utterly surrounded by heavily armored knights, weapons already drawn. One of them snarls, furious that rogue SSI didn't just vanish in the mountains, especially with their search in full swing. Another knight roars, demanding to know what kind of monster he is, reminding him of their sacred duty to the mountain. But as their threats echo, a cataclysmic energy bursts from Venlyra, the very air shattering with the sound of splintering wood. Then, a chilling, disembodied voice cuts through the chaos, asking if anyone can still grasp what's happening. And then, the true terror is unleashed, a skeletal figure, eyes blazing with an infernal purple, standing tall and unbreakable as a mountain. The purple light ignites, swirling like a cosmic storm within his eye, radiating absolute, untamed power. With a blindingly fast, devastating strike, the skeletal warrior shatters the armor of a knight with his staff. Out of the abyssal void, an army of shadowy skeletal figures erupts, their eyes blazing with an unholy purple light. Then, a primal, earth-shattering roar tears through the silence, as the leader of this skeletal horde unleashes its fury. And the skeletal warriors just keep coming, their shadowy forms a terrifying sight, each one a harbinger of destruction. But this isn't just a battleground, it's a graveyard, where guts were torn, skulls shattered, and bodies were mercilessly butchered. Piles of bodies became the soil, a forest of death grew from the carnage, and this is the horrifying result. For ages, this cursed land has been under constant surveillance, haunted by the terrifying specter of necromancers. But amidst the chaos, Venlyra, now a terrifying skeletal messenger, feels a chilling, unnatural power surging through his very bones. His eyes, glowing with an intense purple, reveal a mix of raw power and utter confusion, as he stares down his new, terrifying existence. Then, with a powerful gesture of his staff, he barks orders to his new skeletal legion, demanding they calm down and get into formation. A lone knight, his blood-soaked armor a testament to the brutal fight, ponders the absolute limits of necromancers, convinced they can only command so many undead. Even with an endless supply of corpses, concluding that if they just hold out a little longer, victory might still be within reach. But before him, a shadowy, hooded figure stands, confronting an impossible sea of skeletal faces, their eyes burning with an unholy purple glow. As a chilling chorus of desperate pleas screams in his very soul, begging for release. Venlyra, now fully transformed into the skeleton messenger, stands at the epicenter of this terrifying legion, a power so immense it can summon an entire army of the undead, their endless ranks stretching into the crimson abyss. He strides forward, his very being now intertwined with their spectral advance. His burning purple eyes betraying a deep, unsettling confusion as he grapples with his new reality. What in the world are you? The question hangs heavy, a desperate cry for answers. Who am I? Yet, despite the chaos raging within, Venlyra stands unyielding, a raw, powerful purple aura erupting from him as he clutches his weapon, poised to command his terrifying new army. A tattered cloak whips around him. As a fundamental question rips through his very being. Who am I? The silence is deafening. Then, the skeleton messenger emerges, a terrifying silhouette of bone and shadow, gripping a colossal, pulsating purple sword. The answer explodes from within, a chilling, absolute decree, I am the Emperor's mouth. The Empire's voice. His blade crackles with raw, destructive energy. And his empty sockets blaze with an unholy, violet fire, a testament to his terrifying new power. He plunges downward with unstoppable force, shattering the very earth upon impact. Venlyra absolutely plummeted into the gaping chasm, his entire being engulfed in a terrifying purple aura, ready to unleash the Empire's fury. Because he is the Empire's voice, and everyone better listen to what the Herald has to say. Meanwhile, some random dude was peeking out a window, absolutely freaking out, barely able to choke out a single word. Then, a massive burst of pure energy just exploded out of the chasm. A crowd of terrified people could only gape upwards, totally bewildered by the chaos unfolding before them. The Herald's voice boomed out, a terrifying declaration, warning what would happen if the Empire ever dared to deviate from the Emperor's path. Even the ancient buildings around the chasm started to crack and pulse with this insane energy, like the whole world was bowing to his power. He just kept on descending, a swirling vortex of dark and purple power, a truly terrifying display of his new, ultimate form. Then, with absolute, chilling conviction, the Herald declared, the nobles and loyal servants better get their act together and fix things. The descent was relentless, and the very air around him warped into a maelstrom of dark energy, with glowing purple orbs swirling in the abyss. Tendrils of raw power lashed out, painting the darkness with streaks of vibrant, chaotic purple. Revealing the monstrous, shadowy form of the skeleton messenger, his eyes burning with an infernal glow and his maw filled with razor-sharp teeth, ready to devour all. A voice, deep and resonant, echoed through the void, lamenting his former homeland, a chilling declaration. The image of a weeping skull, stark white against the black, materialized as a grim omen, a symbol of impending doom. As the voice delivered its final, chilling warning, to fear the consequence of tyranny, for judgment was at hand. Venlyra's pushing his limits, every stride a desperate gasp for air as he tears across the landscape. Barreling towards a village beneath a sky that's bleeding an ominous red. He finally skids to a halt, a fleeting moment of peace as he whispers to himself, he's made it to safety. But that calm shatters instantly, his gaze hardens, and a furious red energy explodes around him as he gears up for battle. It's go time. Pure power surges through the air. And then, the horrifying truth, shadowy, monstrous undead, their eyes burning with pure evil. They're swarming forward, some wielding brutal spears, their horde growing by the second. Across the land, a battle-hardened commander gets the chilling intel, undead are swarming the village's south edge. His eye blazes with a furious red glow as he roars the command, "Knights, assemble." A monstrous, glowing eye with jagged teeth bursts from the shadows, its malevolent energy pulsing with a deep, resonant boom. An explosive impact follows, sending debris flying as the horde of dark figures absolutely surges forward. Before them stretches a vast, terrifying legion of purple-glowing undead, their skeletal forms an endless wave of pure destruction. As the monstrous tide approaches, Van Lyra stands firm, a fierce red aura flares around him, ready to face whatever comes. Meanwhile, a line of armored figures charges forward, their silhouettes stark against the light of the approaching threat. The armored commander watches the endless wave of purple-eyed horrors, a grim realization dawning on him, this is no mere skirmish, but a whole damn legion. The undead continue their relentless march, their glowing eyes fixed on their prey. With a powerful red glow now surrounding him, the commander turns to his knights, his voice ringing out with a single, urgent command, everyone. Move. As the battle lines draw closer, Van Lyra prepares his weapon, his entire form enveloped in a vibrant, crimson aura, ready to unleash his power. He's a blur of motion, white energy exploding from his strikes as he absolutely shreds through the encroaching darkness. With a resounding chuck, a fierce purple aura erupts around him, supercharging his relentless assault. Shadowy forms just shatter under his relentless blows, this is the brutal reality of the wolf hunt playing out. His eyes are locked on, laser-focused, jaw clenched in pure, unyielding determination. But the fight isn't just his. Another warrior is tearing through the shadowy horde, his blade a dark, lethal blur against the chaos. This is none other than Imperial Knight Escher Soma, his powerful frame armored up, a grim, unyielding expression on his face. A monstrous, shadowy face with burning red eyes snarls from the gloom, a prime target for the knight's relentless assault. Escher Soma takes in the unfolding chaos, a chilling realization dawning on him, so it's him. The battlefield is a total nightmare, shadowy monsters tearing through the blood-red skies. Their glowing eyes burning through the darkness as they charge. But then, a terrifying new player enters the game, the Necromancer, a shadowy figure with glowing purple eyes, commanding an entire undead army. He's literally holding a skeleton, showing off his dark power. But wait, someone's watching, and they're totally confused, like, why is this Necromancer, who should be chilling in the back, actually fighting on the front lines? Imperial Knight Escher Soma, ever vigilant, stands ready with his weapon. The Necromancer's army is no joke, massive purple-skinned humanoids with glowing eyes and deadly weapons, pushing forward like an unstoppable wave of pure destruction. Then, with a sudden, powerful move, the Necromancer shouts a command, his whole body sparking with dark energy, ready to unleash something huge. A colossal, glowing purple entity, a wolf cloud, just materializes, radiating pure menace. No time to waste, Van Lyra unleashes a devastating strike, slamming into the wolf cloud with incredible force. The relentless assault keeps coming, and the wolf cloud just shatters, unable to withstand the sheer power. But just as it falls, two more shadowy, purple-glowing figures pop up, ready to join the fray. Out of nowhere, the Necromancer pulls off an insane, impossibly angled slash, a total sneak attack. And just like that, the hit connects, slamming into Van Lyra's leg with a brutal shockwave. Behind that creepy skull mask, the Necromancer's voice cuts through the noise, asking, "Is it you?" That eye just flares with an intense purple glow, a clear sign of his power surging. And the battle's just tearing everything apart, with a building collapsing and debris raining down everywhere. The Necromancer's shadowy form streaks forward. A blur of dark energy, his skull-like face appearing with menacing purple eyes. Van Lyra braces himself, muscles tensing for the inevitable clash. As the sheer force of their battle causes the very buildings of the town to groan and crumble under the strain. With a deafening impact, the Necromancer's glowing purple blade slams against Van Lyra's sword, pushing him back with immense power. Cook! Van Lyra grunts in effort, struggling to hold his ground. As the Necromancer's relentless assault continues. His skull-like visage blurring with speed. Another powerful strike lands, sending Van Lyra recoiling from the impact. The Necromancer's glowing purple blade slams into Van Lyra's defense, absolutely blasting him backward with every single hit. He's getting completely overwhelmed, skidding across the ground. Until one brutal strike takes him down, a desperate cry about his leg escaping him. The Necromancer stands over him, sword raised for the kill. His terrifying skull face glowing with dark power. Van Lyra can only stare up in agony. As the Necromancer's grip tightens. And then, the final, crushing blow comes down. The necromancer's ultimate attack connects, a blinding clash of blades and raw power. The force rips through him, his face twisting in agony. A bone-chilling, skeletal grin stretches across the necromancer's face, reveling in his triumph. But he's not down. He stands firm, a fierce red aura exploding around him, sword still held high. Mid-battle, a mysterious figure just strolls away on the cobblestones, their steps almost silent, making the injured hero yell, "Who the hell are you?" Gasping for air, blood dripping from his lips, he curses the monster. He clenches his gauntlet fist, muttering about old grudges and the four knights. The necromancer's skeletal face, now officially the Ghost Avenger, pulses with pure evil. Gasping, he decides to buy more time, ready to push the terrifying Ghost Avenger even harder. Still defiant after that brutal hit, he just laughs it off, taunting the necromancer. Ghost Avenger. Heh. Idiot, whose revenge? But the shadowy necromancer just turns his back, walking away like it's already over. Venlyra is coughing up a storm, the necromancy draining him fast. Yet, he's not giving up. A faint glow appears in his hand as he shouts, "Oi!" Bam! The necromancer's shadowy hand is suddenly there, gripping his face in an instant. A massive blow sends him flying back. And just like that, a terrifying, glowing red wound rips across his chest. But even with that injury, Venlyra still has the guts to yell, "Are you proud of killing people?" The necromancer just glances back, those purple eyes burning, and drops a chilling line, "For stupid shit like that, you kill people." Venlyra, bloodied and defiant, roars his contempt. His jaw clenched, every muscle screaming in protest. Then, in a flash of purple lightning, he explodes forward, his blade a deadly streak. Eyes burning with an unyielding fury. He's a phantom, closing the gap in an instant, his sword a lethal blur. A guttural cry of pure rage escaping him. The orange-haired warrior unleashes his full might, bringing his weapon down on the shadowy necromancer. But the necromancer is faster, stronger, and Venlyra is utterly overwhelmed, blasted back into a mountain of debris. Yet, even crushed and broken, a final, scathing taunt rips from his throat, spitting defiance at his enemy's twisted ambition. The necromancer's face twists into a sinister grin, relishing in his victory, proclaiming Venlyra's end as a necessary death. With a dark red aura swirling around him, he doubles down on the taunts, calling Venlyra's last stand ridiculous and his death a well-deserved prize. Then, a chilling, sarcastic "sorry" echoes, a final, brutal jab at his defeated opponent. But then, from the depths of the shattered earth, Venlyra bursts forth, battered but unbroken, his voice a raw, defiant roar, "But not today." And as he rises, a blinding, electric blue energy explodes from his form, tearing through the shadows. This raw power warps the very fabric of reality, casting an eerie glow across the cavernous, broken landscape. The necromancer, his skull mask a chilling void, observes the escalating blue light, his reaction hidden. The power surges again, a blinding, vertical pillar of pure energy. It consumes everything, a raw, undeniable testament to Venlyra's refusal to yield. Beneath a sky crackling with dark energy, a lone figure surveys the besieged village. Meanwhile, powerful magic relays are being meticulously deployed across every wall, their circuits stabilizing. Soon after, a staggering 155 mana batteries successfully link into the system, powering up the defenses. The anti-undead shield is primed for activation, but Venlyra is still trapped, skeletal hands clawing down at him. Yet, a defiant, blood-stained grin spreads across his face, a clear sign of his unbroken will. The mission is declared a success, and the anti-undead shield roars to life, forming a vibrant green barrier. The green energy expands with incredible speed, enveloping the entire area in an impenetrable protective dome with a thunderous, resonating burst. But then, from within the newly formed shield, a brilliant blue energy erupts, pushing outwards against the green in a shocking display. Unleashing a devastating blow, a vibrant green fist smashes through the enemy ranks. Two monstrous, purple blobs, their glowing eyes flickering, start to break apart. Even a massive, humanoid monstrosity, cloaked in dark energy, can't withstand the assault. With a sickening thud, the giant undead vanishes into purple mist, leaving the armored soldiers standing strong. The spectral army crumbles with echoing thuds, their forms dissolving around the unyielding soldiers. An armored hand clenches a chain, absorbing the impact of the vanishing horde. The green barrier above them remains unyielding. A confident smirk plays on Venlyra's lips as he announces, "Your undead army completely wiped out." He presses on, his voice dripping with defiance, "Yeah, your undead army is gone. But let's be real, you won't last much longer either." As the red debris crumbles and a sharp, metallic clang rips through the air. The necromancer's thoughts cut through the silence, a grudging acknowledgement of his opponent's skill. "I know that. That fool was oddly meticulous, like a craftsman." With his white hair cascading from beneath a wide-brimmed hat, the necromancer's face is a mask of cold calculation. But a momentary flicker of surprise betrays him as he surveys the utter devastation, a silent, chilling question hanging in the air. His dark hair now wild and disheveled, he dismisses the monumental loss with a chilling, arrogant wave. I don't care about the army. I can make it again anytime. But the indifference quickly morphs into something far more sinister as he speaks of his creations. You created those who'll fight beside me. As shadowy figures with glowing eyes materialize around him, he delivers his ominous declaration, the people you exploited. His very form contorts into a glowing skeletal apparition, wreathed in tendrils of dark energy. As he unleashes his chilling promise, they'll rise for revenge. The very fabric of reality crackles with his dark magic as his final, chilling threat echoes into the void. You better be ready. Together, we will. From the swirling darkness, his terrifying form takes shape. The necromancer's eyes blaze with purple power, a chilling declaration echoing, ITSEND. His voice, a chilling promise of destruction, carries the final, epic command, bring the Empire to legend. There were days, long ago, when they had to take from others, all in the name of protection. He truly believed those dark days were finally over. But that illusion, that fragile hope, it shattered. Leaving him to walk alone upon the broken, jagged remnants of his past. All of it, every single promise, in the end, had been a lie. What had they truly accomplished with all that effort? And did all this endless conflict only breed another kind of future, another cycle of despair, forever? He simply didn't know, the answer lost in the countless fragments of his broken reality. Standing utterly alone on a desolate, barren plain, he gazed towards a distant, uncertain light, wondering what lay ahead. The necromancer is still reeling, questioning everything. How can he even go on feeling this weak? And who was he even fighting for back then? He keeps moving, but his mind is a whirlwind of doubt, completely lost without that one person. Where is he even going? His thoughts just hanging there, unanswered. Fast forward about 4 days, and we're in a whole new place, the northern continent's adventurers' village, a vibrant hub tucked away in the snowy peaks. Inside, a hand with a map pops up, and a voice cuts through the air, asking, "Yo, quick question." The person presses on, explaining, "Look, I just rolled into town. Can you point me in the right direction?" The hand points to the map, clearly needing some help navigating this busy adventurers' guild. And a guy with dark, spiky hair shoots back with a sigh, "Whoa, hold up. This isn't a tourist info booth, it's an adventurers' guild." The mysterious hooded figure, clutching a paper bag, cuts straight to the chase, demanding answers with an intense, quiet urgency. But the man facing him, a short-haired powerhouse, isn't having it, immediately calling out the hooded figure's audacious demands. Even a random bystander, a red-haired guy at a table, can't help but comment on the weird vibe. But the necromancer doesn't even flinch, his eyes igniting with a terrifying purple glow as he cuts through the noise, his gaze locking onto the man. "You reek of too much blood. That hits different." Van Lyra's face snaps into a look of shock and dawning horror, his hand still frozen midair. Flashback. It's been a whole week since the northern adventurers' village got wrecked by a mechanized slaughterhouse knight. But Van Lyra's not backing down. His eyes flare with an intense purple, his resolve steeling for the fight. Suddenly, a knife streaks through the air, a blur of deadly precision. Boom. It connects, exploding on impact. Van Lyra locks onto his hand, a jolt of realization hitting him after that explosive attack. But across the way, the necromancer's purple eyes blaze, a chilling roar tearing from him as he screams about the undead. His voice dripping with pure rage, he unleashes a furious, "Bastards." The necromancer's fury just keeps building, his hand rising as he warns them about, "Watching you mess with, his territory." Then, with a thunderous impact, Van Lyra slams into the ground, kicking up a massive dust cloud, his voice dripping with contempt for little kids. He's down but not out, sitting amidst the shattered earth, his eyes already scanning for the next move. His gaze sharpens, locking onto a distant point, a calculating look settling on his features. The necromancer just stands there, ominously quiet, and check it out, a creepy, dog-like creature with glowing red eyes has appeared right by his side. Van Lyra's mind races, seeing the new creature and realizing, did he sense our presence? The trap is blown, and he knows it. Well, the trap has failed, so it can't be helped. From the shadows, the necromancer's voice booms, a chilling order to his unseen forces, "Kill him." But Van Lyra, caught in the crosshairs, can only scoff, "I definitely only asked to be shown the way." The necromancer, eyes blazing with sinister purple light, cuts him off, proclaiming, "From this point on, everything that happens is your own fault." Plummeting through the air, his eyes flash with a determined purple light, the rogue bracing for impact. He hits the ground, instantly clashing with the necromancer's red-eyed beast, his twin blades a blur. The beast reels from the hit, staggering back as the necromancer observes, unmoving. But the creature is lightning fast, retaliating with a savage claw strike, its red eyes burning with malice. He dodges, a blur of motion, the creature's missed blow tearing through the ground. With a primal scream, he charges again, his blades ready to finish the fight. He explodes into action, a lightning-fast strike closing the distance to the creature in a blink. A devastating punch lands, rocking the shadowy creature and sending it reeling. But just as he thinks he has the upper hand, a blinding counterattack slams into him, leaving him stunned and gasping. The impact sends him flying, a helpless projectile launched across the battlefield. He slams into a stone wall with a cataclysmic explosion, the entire structure groaning under the sheer force. The necromancer's creature stands perfectly still, its dark form watching the chaos subside. Its skeletal gaze remains locked on the crumbling structure, a chilling display of its overwhelming might. The necromancer's creature looms victorious over the downed Venlyra, who's still on the cold ground, as another mysterious cloaked figure watches it all unfold. But then, out of nowhere, the cloaked figure strikes. A glinting blade flashes, aimed right at the creature. He lands a precise hit, completely throwing off the creature's moment of triumph. Both Venlyra and his sudden ally are caught off guard, a flicker of surprise crossing their faces. But the necromancer's creature just unleashes a terrifying roar, transforming into an even more monstrous, skull-faced beast. Smoke and dust explode everywhere, and as it clears, Venlyra pushes himself up, desperately searching the now empty area. He disappeared, he shouts, pure disbelief in his voice. A fierce, grim determination hardens his expression. And then, his eyes ignite with a powerful, purple glow. Venlyra, fueled by pure adrenaline, absolutely slams into the creature, his attack a blur of motion. The creature's eye, once a beacon of dark energy, immediately starts to flicker and dissolve, the force of the blow already tearing it apart. But Venlyra isn't done. He tightens his grip, eyes locked on his target, because the real damage is still loading. That first hit? Just a warm-up. A total feint, setting up the creature for the main event. He locks eyes with the viewer, a silent declaration, the real thrust is coming from this side. And just like that, with a single, decisive motion, his blade eviscerates the creature, leaving nothing but fading particles. The creature's last, desperate gasp is cut short, as it completely vanishes from reality. And just like that, the monster is gone, leaving only a smoking crater, with Venlyra standing tall, the undisputed victor. But the show isn't over. High above, two mysterious masked figures watch the whole thing unfold. He's strong, one comments, while the other adds, yeah, but he's still just a human. Venlyra is down, battered and bloodied amidst the rubble. The sheer power of the captain, who took him out in just one strike, is absolutely insane. But elsewhere, a mysterious cloaked figure is just walking away from all that chaos, like it's just another Tuesday. The masked figure, with their worried buddy right there, just utters a single, chilling word, who? Suddenly, their eyes blaze with an ominous purple light, a dark aura exploding around them as they ponder their next terrifying move, what's next? And just like that, a terrifying skull-faced creature with glowing purple eyes appears, a harbinger of pure dread. Meanwhile, some poor blonde guy is absolutely freaking out, begging, just stop. I'll give you anything. Back at the guild, two guys are totally stunned by some crazy news, their jaws practically on the floor. And then, the master himself, Dong-hoon, drops a bombshell. He reveals the necromancer who crushed their guild was just a kid, and he's the one who took him in. Meet Thor Vinland, the guildmaster of the northernmost guild, flashing a knowing smirk as he dives into a story. He coolly suggests, let's take this conversation somewhere more private. The scene shifts to the guildmaster's office. Inside, he continues his wild tale about a skeleton that hunts adventurers near Tower Village, a legend even the toughest adventurers whisper about. He recounts taking on a request to deal with this skeleton, only to get completely played, the creature they fought turning out to be nothing more than a cheap trick. A chilling skeletal figure, eyes burning with purple energy, flashes in his mind, as he gasps, unbelievable, you actually exist. His easy smile vanishes, replaced by a grimace, the reality of his predicament hitting hard. With a tight fist, he confesses, Guildmaster, I'm in a serious bind. The necromancer, now in a human guise with chilling purple eyes, cuts him off with an unnerving calm, spit it out. What do you want? The air crackles with unspoken tension as the guildmaster, Thor Vinland, weighs their desperate plea. With a flick of his wrist, he emphasizes the villagers' plight under the Empire's iron fist, admitting their prolonged hesitation. A spark ignites his cigarette, mirroring the harsh truth, entire villages abandoned, survivors crushed by taxes, clinging to existence on the frontier. A sharp retort cuts through the air, as he bristles at the suggestion of mockery or cowardice in the face of the Empire. Then, a spectral skull with glowing purple eyes materializes, its voice a cold, undeniable truth, if you do nothing, nothing happens. He exhales a plume of smoke, his eyes distant, pushing back against the accusation, insisting they weren't just sitting idle. But the words die on his lips, a stark confession of their crushing limitations. As he grapples with this, the world outside crumbles, security lines shatter, monsters surge, and other guilds, blinded by their frontier focus, remain utterly helpless. The necromancer's chilling voice cuts through the silence, demanding to know why the guilds failed to unite against the Empire. But a blonde-haired man, coolly exhaling smoke from his pipe, scoffs at the idea, declaring that this isn't just about bravery, it's full-blown war. He makes it crystal clear, mere courage won't cut it in this fight. The necromancer, a chilling skull in the shadows, repeats courage, then delivers a crushing blow about its ultimate futility. He recalls their desperate struggle, clinging to life, just waiting for a miracle, for any sign of hope. A glowing red thread, a fragile lifeline, wraps around a hand, a stark image of the desperate hope they once grasped. And then, a radiant blonde woman, a true hero, bursts into the memory, a blinding beacon of light. A surge of warm hope lifted them from the depths of despair, convinced that maybe, just maybe, she was their last chance to be saved. But ultimately, the necromancer's voice drops, revealing they had clung to nothing but a futile, crushing hope. He's still reeling, asking himself where it all went sideways, wondering if it was some false hope or a stubborn attachment that doomed them. But now, in this moment, he finally gets it. A man with blazing yellow eyes just stares, his voice chilling as he drops the bomb. It was pure hatred, a power so intense it would survive even if the world ended. Shrouded in darkness, the necromancer embraces this brutal reality, realizing his original body is irrelevant, because if he can just kill, a body is just extra baggage. That's the whole point of war. Then, the blonde man makes his move, offering a commission. He turns his back, totally confident that soon, no one will even remember the guilds, and he'll bring all the glory back to the Empire. A single, glowing purple eye snaps open, the necromancer's determination burning as he vows that vengeful spirits, demons, or whatever else he can get his hands on, he'll use it all. With the Empire Herald making his exit, the necromancer is ready to jump into their war. Van Lyra's mind raced, a profound realization hitting him, a normal life was never in the cards. He wasn't even sure he was human anymore. 2 centuries. That's how long it had been since the Empire fell, and now, a cryptic commission was on the table. He stared, a single, stunned word escaping him. A Ruby-class adventurer invitation, issued during a period of intense chaos. Restore the Empire's glory. He pondered, what in the world could that even mean? No need to worry, the necromancer's shadowy form declared, revealing himself as nothing more than a wretched spirit from a vile past. Decision made. He accepted the quest, ready to journey to the continent's largest and most dangerous mountain range, where the snow never stops. Skull mask on, fur cloak flowing, Van Lyra is officially on the move. His bandaged fists are ready for whatever the journey throws at him. His epic quest takes him straight to the northern mountain range, a frozen wasteland. The map shows his route, a treacherous path past Polar Bear Village and along the northern continent's coast. The icy winds howled through the treacherous, snow-covered mountains, and a voice cut through the silence, asking the burning question, how long had they been gone from the villages? The hooded figure, his face a mystery behind goggles and a mask, dropped the bombshell. It was already the 5th day. He laid out their strategy, using the mountain path for maximum stealth, and then added, almost impressed, that they were moving pretty fast for a covert operation. With a fierce look, the hero doubled down on their pace, declaring they absolutely couldn't afford to waste any time. A beat of silence, then the companion pushed, so, what's next? Spotting a suspicious camp in the snowy distance, the hero growled, who the hell are those guys? A hulking armored knight stood sentinel in the camp, and the hero's gut feeling screamed they were definitely not friendly survivors. Speaking into his comms, he quickly pieced it together, these were raiders, gearing up to hit the capital after pillaging other villages. Braving the brutal cold, Van Lyra presses on, questioning his mysterious companion about the path ahead, which is revealed to be Muron Camp. The necromancer, finally revealing his name, boldly declares Van Lyra his master, a chilling reminder of their dark past and shared allegiance to the church. Below, small camps lie vulnerable, and Van Lyra grimly predicts they'll be plundered for resources. He reveals the shocking truth, Imperial Knights are the ones behind these brutal raids. This horrific routine, he explains, began with the new Emperor's ruthless takeover. With a chilling resolve, the necromancer declares, I should kill them. Van Lyra, utterly stunned, can only stammer, what did you just? His face contorts in pure disbelief and shock. Then, a massive, earth-shattering explosion rips through the distant landscape. That massive explosion just rocked the mountains, and now these armored guards are totally freaking out, wondering what the heck just happened. But then, the necromancer, with those terrifying glowing purple eyes, just casually drops the bomb, a simple, yeah, confirming he's the source of all that chaos. No doubt about it, this is a full-blown enemy assault. Back with Van Lyra, he's totally freaking out, yelling at some kid if he's got a death wish, then realizes the guy's already a goner, just a chilling, haha, as he processes the grim reality. Words out fast, there's an intruder by the cliff, and get this, they're using the exact same magic that wrecked Spear Tower Village. The necromancer's purple aura just explodes, his eyes burning with raw, dark power, he's about to go all out. He just launches into the fight, a purple energy blur, absolutely wrecking multiple armored guys with insane power. Even surrounded, the necromancer just keeps on going, a non-stop, brutal assault, every move a kill shot. Then, bam. A single, crushing blow just shatters an enemy's helmet, you can practically hear the crunch. The necromancer, a terrifying blur of dark energy, absolutely explodes into the fray, his skull mask a harbinger of pure, unadulterated doom. Meanwhile, a knight, mounted and armored, lets out an ear-splitting scream of terror, desperately pleading for help as retreat becomes utterly impossible. Another, desperately trying to rally his crumbling forces, screams that there's only one enemy, urging his comrades to strike him down before it's too late. But the necromancer is just too fast, his devastating purple magic already slamming into one of them, the knight's face contorting in pure agony as his eyes begin to glow with an unnatural, terrifying violet light. He observes the absolute chaos he's unleashed, a single, utterly dismissive thought echoing in his mind, just one. The knight's eyes, now completely consumed by that terrifying purple glow, are clearly under his absolute control, a mere, pathetic tool for his dark, overwhelming power. With an explosive surge of dark energy, the necromancer unleashes a terrifying horde of spectral faces, their ghastly forms erupting from the shadows. These spectral entities then absolutely shred through the remaining armored figures, overwhelming them in a torrent of purple light and utter despair. The necromancer's glowing purple gaze locks onto the scene, a silent judgment, as a knight below him can only wonder if the enemy's power has truly surpassed their wildest fears. Then, a monstrous, purple glowing horror just explodes onto the scene, its blood-curdling scream tearing through the silence. And just like that, the knight from earlier is swallowed by that same dark energy, his body contorting as purple light takes him over. The skeletal necromancer, now in his terrifying true form, watches his dark magic unfold, finally revealing himself as none other than the legendary ghost of the Spear Tower village. Fully corrupted and radiating malevolent purple energy, the transformed knight unleashes a brutal assault on his own silver-armored ally. His face a twisted mask of pure rage and agony, that purple energy just explodes around him. From a vantage point, Venlyra and a mysterious white-clad figure watch the horrifying scene unfold, the hero declaring it's almost done and it's time to go. The white-clad figure simply agrees, as the necromancer's spectral, clawed feet finally hit the dirt. Now riding a terrifying spectral horse, the necromancer, the ghost of the Spear Tower village, surges forward, his dark power absolutely unleashed. The tide has turned, and the necromancer's chilling declaration rings out, his corrupted legions absolutely dominating the battlefield, victory within their grasp. A monstrous, purple-eyed abomination lets out a terrifying roar, its shadowy form a chilling testament to the sheer, unbridled dark power now unleashed. Amidst the absolute chaos, the necromancer, cloaked and skull-masked, moves with terrifying precision, driving his spear straight into a knight who lets out a blood-curdling scream. A devastating burst of purple energy explodes from the impact, the knight's defenses absolutely shattered. Without a single pause, the skull-masked figure lunges again, a relentless, unstoppable force of pure destruction. Another knight falls victim to his brutal assault, a blinding flash of yellow-orange energy marking the absolutely fatal blow. The impact was so immense that the knight's head simply explodes, a golden medallion flying free from his collapsing, lifeless form. The medallion, a symbol of unwavering loyalty, lies discarded in the snow, a grim, chilling reminder of the fallen. Watching the carnage unfold from afar, Venlyra, alongside a tall, white-haired figure with piercing red eyes, feels a growing, undeniable unease. He just can't shake the absolutely terrible feeling settling deep in his gut. A mysterious skull-masked figure, a father, extends a charm, revealing his daughter crafted it for adventurers. Venlyra looks away, unable to take the charm. He quickly apologizes, but the father dismisses it, saying they're all alike. Suddenly, Venlyra is with an old man, pondering how everyone bears their own burdens. He remembers the old man's words, a stark warning against a life consumed by vengeance. Then, the necromancer's terrifying skull face appears, his voice chillingly reminding him that everyone has someone waiting. Venlyra is suddenly falling into a snowy void, screaming as he confronts the necromancer's haunting image. He keeps falling, the icy landscape a blur. The necromancer watches from above, purple eyes blazing, his sinister laugh echoing as Venlyra drops. Still caught in the nightmare, he's impaled. The necromancer's staff skewers him, lifting him helplessly into the freezing void. A ghostly whisper escapes him, "I'm sorry." The nightmare twists, a bloodied face gasping, "Michelle's." The necromancer looms, a dark victor over the lifeless forms of Michelle and him, their bodies sprawled on the frozen wasteland. His glowing purple eyes scan the devastation, a chilling display of his absolute power. Suddenly, a blinding white streak rips through the air. Crashing into the necromancer with explosive force, a skeletal warrior bursts from the snow, delivering a shocking counterattack. The warrior lets out a primal growl, its arms still poised from the devastating blow. Mr. Skull, the skeletal warrior, stands ready as Venlyra gives him props for a job well done, even joking about his hatred for the undead. With the immediate threat handled, then Lyra tells him to chill out, promising to handle the rest of the mess. But wait, a bald observer is watching the whole fiery spectacle from afar, wondering what kind of weirdo would do something like this. Back at the pyre, then Lyra is all like, who needs these undead anyway, and then asks if they should just burn them all. He stands before the towering inferno, a silent, epic monument to the total annihilation of the undead. The bald observer is still glued to the raging flames, his thoughts getting totally fried by the intense heat. Mr. Skull, seeing Van Lyra's super intense vibe, can't help but wonder who he's doing all this for, because he looks absolutely furious. The bald observer is still totally mesmerized by the fire, completely oblivious to the terrifying presence creeping up behind him. A shadowy, skeletal hand shoots out, and the necromancer's voice booms with chilling confidence, declaring, "See? I told you. It's your turn." He delivers a chilling prophecy, "You'll be forced to confront impossible choices." Plunging into an abyss of despair, but this is merely the prologue, your true role hasn't even begun. A dark command rips through the air, "Shut it." The shadowy entity asserts, "You're just at the socket, so stay in your place." Manic, echoing laughter erupts from the void. Then, turning to a tiny, floating skull, the necromancer challenges, "Do you honestly think you can escape your fate like that?" He proclaims that when it all ends, a despair beyond your wildest nightmares awaits. The sinister voice taunts, "Run from your fate, do your absolute best." From a desolate overlook, the necromancer and his eerie skull companion gaze upon a city ablaze in the distance. Its ancient structures consumed by a cataclysmic inferno. The necromancer lets out a chilling cackle, a tiny skeletal familiar hovering close, as they feast their eyes on a city consumed by roaring flames. The scent of the burning metropolis is intoxicating, a spectacle so grand it makes them want to dance. A wide, menacing grin splits their face, sharp teeth glinting, as they scream their love for the smell of the burning. Next to a towering, armored behemoth, the red-haired menace casually waves a hand, declaring they're out of this, as the armored giant asks for their opinion. They then express profound disappointment, hand over mouth, lamenting that this kingdom, once destined for the empire, fell way too fast. The armored figure nods in agreement, having also anticipated a tougher fight, while the necromancer clutches a glowing orange orb, scoffing at the idea of such a resilient kingdom. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing sound rips through the air. The announcement blares, declaring the arrival of War Knight Fry and her army, revealing urgent imperial orders about an undead horde spotted at the northern wall. The imposing War Knight stands resolute, clutching a massive, tattered red banner emblazoned with a sinister symbol. The necromancer unleashes a chilling, high-pitched cackle, as the command rings out, "Hunt the necromancer leading that undead army." The necromancer's face twists into a sinister grin, those glowing eyes locked onto an unseen target, a dark chuckle rumbling from deep within. But across the land, the very earth shakes as legions of troops begin to mobilize, a massive force gathering for the coming storm. War Knight Fry, a colossal force in dark armor, watches the swelling tide of soldiers, a fierce thrill coursing through the night, ready to unleash chaos. The necromancer's gaze intensifies, those glowing eyes now blazing with an unyielding determination. And with a terrifying roar, the command rings out, "To war." The vast, snow-covered peaks stretch endlessly under a cloudy sky. Two figures stand atop one such desolate summit, their eyes scanning the silent, frozen expanse. A chilling quiet descends upon Van Lyra, prompting him to voice his unease, "It's so quiet." He turns to his companion, the necromancer, a hint of frustration in his tone, noting that after 2 weeks of relentless trekking, the necromancer hasn't uttered a single word, feeling as though he's been walking with a corpse. But the necromancer cuts him off, his gaze locked onto a skeletal warrior hovering impossibly in the air before them, stating, "That's not exactly wrong," he clarifies, a deeper mystery unfolding. How does its head float in the air in the first place? Van Lyra can only manage a bewildered, "Well." As the necromancer's mind flashes to a dusty, abandoned interior, revealing the skeleton's grim origin, an undead from the infamous Spear Tower village. He grimly deduces it's one of the fallen warriors, a chilling connection to his own past, as that very village was where he himself met his end in childhood. Van Lyra's mind races, could their new allies' fighting stance actually be a weakness? Michelle, deep in thought, recognizes the warrior's familiar stance, believing them to be a good person, an ally concerned about a common foe. Still, he can't shake the uncertainty, confessing he has no idea what this warrior plans for the Northern Empire, but at least they're not an enemy. Yet, a crucial question hangs in the air, will this warrior truly commit to bringing down the Empire? An unseen voice cuts through the tension, directly ordering Fry, the sword warrior, and the magician, "You two are on the same path, aren't you? Clear the way." The red-haired mage, eyes blazing with yellow light, recognizes the chaos ahead, wondering if their unpredictable actions will truly align with their goals, then declares, "Don't worry." Van Lyra, lost in contemplation, can only manage a single, profound, "I." A wave of confidence surges through him, ending with a powerful, "I have a good feeling." A mage with blazing yellow eyes is deep in thought, grappling with a critical decision about where to go next. But elsewhere, a lone, cloaked figure treks through a frozen wasteland, his gaze fixed on a singular, crucial direction. He confirms his target, the legendary Spear Tower village. Just a quick stop, he decides, a momentary pause before the real journey continues. Meanwhile, a blonde child, clutching a mysterious item, looks utterly bewildered, with a bizarre, bag-headed creature right on their heels. Their adventure leads them through a bustling, vibrant village, its ancient buildings reaching for the sky. The child and their strange companion press onward, venturing further into the heart of the village. Suddenly, the child reacts with a jolt, a look of pure shock flashing across their features. Suddenly, a blonde child is seen, completely tied up to a wooden post, looking utterly helpless. And get this, a bizarre, bag-headed figure is just casually firing arrows at a target, totally ignoring the tied-up kid. Talk about cold-blooded practice. Every single shot is a bullseye, absolute precision. But then, a blood-curdling scream rips through the air from the blonde child, their face contorted in pure horror. Fast forward, and now we see the child and the bag-headed figure strolling through a super busy market, a total change of pace from their intense training. The bag-headed creature just keeps on walking, taking everything in. That plain brown sack mask gives absolutely nothing away, a total mystery. And check out this old wooden sign, with a super cool symbol of a tower or spear, definitely marking some important spot in this town. The training grounds are deserted, a single target mocking the silence against a battered wooden wall. Its surface absolutely shredded from countless impacts, as the wooden floorboards stretch out, leading to shelves absolutely packed with forgotten equipment and debris. A silent testament to past efforts and present, utter neglect. The air hangs heavy with an eerie stillness, broken only by the faint sounds of the outside world. From somewhere within the eerie quiet, a young voice pipes up, wondering aloud, I thought we were going to be remaining until it's too late. A gloved hand rests on the wooden surface, its owner contemplating the words, a silent pause hanging in the air. Before reaching for a mug of beer and responding with a casual, almost dismissive tone, sorry, but class ended a long time ago. The bag-headed trainer stands over the tied-up blonde child, adding with a hint of challenge, are you not going to train anymore? Two women, one with fiery red hair and another with blonde locks, share a drink, the red-haired woman addressing her companion. Meanwhile, the blonde child, still bound, questions the trainer if he knows the meaning of new beginnings, recalling that he hasn't heard from someone since they left. Without a word, the trainer pours the liquid from the bottle directly into the child's ear. A particular brew known as new beginnings, popular among adventurers. The child then reveals that this bottle is the last one the trainer's student left for him. But the trainer pours the drink onto the ground, stating that he would only drink to the journey if he were to take the child someday. In a memory, the trainer is seen sharing a drink with the red-haired woman, a customary act among adventurers who wish for safety before embarking on their journeys. Later, the blonde child, now wearing a red mask, reflects on the time that has passed since they last saw the trainer. This country is already toast, no matter how you try to rise up, but what you're planning now? That's just messed up. Maybe, just maybe, we could save the people of this land in the end, but is that really what you want, kid? Would I have wanted to look like that? A soft TOK against the scroll as the trainer thinks, no way you would have wanted that. He stares at the drawing of the kid on the scroll, that innocent child. A monstrous image flashes on the page, a dark vision of what the child would become, a little monster. His mind flashes back, mugs clinking as a voice demands, innkeeper, more beer. In the past, Van Lyra tells the mage headmaster, yeah, he left this with me. Said to pass it to you. The scroll shows maps and heroes, a quest for gathering allies and saving people, a total fairy tale about defeating evil. He ponders, remembering the legends, the adventurers of Red Jade, they went through something truly epic. He's thinking about their journey, a real adventure, the kind you only dream of. He sees those legendary figures in his mind's eye, their stories still ringing out, even now. He's deep in thought about what adventure truly means, hoping for a fairy tale ending for the kid. But the harsh truth of their path hits him hard, it's nothing like those innocent dreams. He turns away, a quiet whisper escaping him, I wanted to leave with you. His eyes land on that old scroll, full of secrets and forgotten tales. He sees the child, so young and pure, but then a skull flashes over them, a terrifying glimpse of the darkness that could consume even the brightest future. He puts a hand on the kid's shoulder, a powerful declaration, you can trust your teacher, but I'm the one calling the shots. Lay all your burdens on me. Bandaged hand out, he gives a silent nod, a quick thanks for the drink, before the real talk begins. But the innkeeper's not letting him off easy, hitting him with the direct question, so, where's the next stop? The trainer just stares, that baghead hiding a storm of thoughts, his focus locked on the kid. While the innkeeper pushes, wondering if this is really a fresh start. Elsewhere, a blond man, bathed in a mysterious light, makes a decision, drinks done, time to bounce. A subtle change crosses his face as the thought hits him, you actually wanted to leave. The scene flashes back to the trainer and the kid, their forms glowing, the internal monologue pushing on, and go through it all with him. A map rolls out, hinting at epic quests, and the voice booms, "This is the legend of the skeleton messenger." Jin Woo, the mysterious figure in the red hood, stands with a dark-haired mage student, who notes that he's finally conscious. The mage student confirms their tour is over, declaring they'll take the normal route from here, shrugging off the extreme northern cold with a casual mention of their mana reserves. But Jinwoo's eyes snap open, a flicker of recognition. He knows this mage student. A shadow of doubt crosses Jinwoo's face, as he questions if it's truly finished, a deep unease gnawing at him. The mage student, unfazed, holds up a rolled scroll, its secrets about to be revealed. He then turns, perhaps to Jinwoo, challenging them to explain the High's true purpose for people, before dropping a hint about their powerful guild master. Later, the mage student is spotted amidst a bustling crowd of adventurers, a mix of mages and warriors, all gathered in a vibrant town square. Meanwhile, deep within a dense forest, a lone figure stands, as a game-changing announcement reveals adventurers are now officially ranked into 10 powerful tiers. Alright, so the adventure world just got a major upgrade, a brand new 10-rank system, from Jade all the way up to Diamond. But here's the kicker, you can't just take on any quest you want, you're locked into your rank, and the higher you climb, the more power you're packing. And for the average Joe, the power difference is just insane, they call it the wall of higher ranks for a reason. Once you hit that 8th rank, it's straight into the unknown, exploring dangerous, uncharted territories. Wanna be a legend? You gotta be able to solo the front lines, that's the kind of insane power we're talking about. Or maybe, just maybe, it's all just hype from the lower-ranked adventurers looking up. So, long story short, being an adventurer is all about pushing your limits and leveling up. Then, a massive hit lands, and a monstrous green skin goes flying. One last, epic strike, and the beast is down, with Venlyra standing tall. To absolutely obliterate these things, you gotta be a lower tier, he thinks, sizing up the desolate terrain. And then, out of nowhere, a colossal, one-eyed monster bursts from the forest, absolutely massive, towering over everything. But before it can even blink, Venlyra is already mid-air, sword flashing towards its skull, because the ones who actually kill these things, they're built different. The monster's eye just glows a desperate, furious red, but it's already too late. Venlyra's blade just slams into its skull, a massive crimson explosion sealing its fate. He lands right on its head, the monster's massive body already giving out, realizing that these guys are definitely middle-tier adventurers. Standing victorious over the fallen giant, Venlyra's eyes narrow, his mind already on the real threats out there. A dark, glowing banner, with some cryptic symbol, flashes by, a quick glimpse of the true forces at work. With the monster now just a lifeless heap, Venlyra stands tall, a clear statement of his power, the Empire's #2 hero. He's trying to get their attention, asking if they're even listening, and the skeleton warrior is all like, yeah, totally. Then the skeleton warrior gets straight to it, demanding to know their ranks, and Venlyra, a little surprised, reveals they're both rocking the 8th tier, Topaz. He's even like, whoa, that's pretty high, right? The skeleton warrior just shrugs, muttering about how different the ranking system is now compared to when he was an adventurer. Jinwoo's jaw drops, wait, you were an adventurer? Venlyra just shrugs, yeah, but I had to quit. Honestly, I'm totally out of touch with everything now. Then he's like, Ruby, huh? The name just rings a bell, but he can't quite place it. Jinwoo absolutely loses it, cracking up, shouting that a rank like that is pure fantasy. Meanwhile, the skeleton warrior is just stunned, a female warrior, you say? Jin was freaking out, saying he thought he saw something shrink right in front of him, just as this ominous purple energy, glowing with a weird symbol, explodes into existence. Venlyra just lets out a thoughtful, as that intense purple energy starts tearing across the ground, fast. Then, with a monstrous EOAKKKK, a colossal purple explosion detonates, and right in the middle, the shadowy, terrifying necromancer emerges, eyes burning with evil. Blasted by the necromancer's power, Venlyra is down. Horrific pink, multi-limbed monstrosities swarm him, their glowing eyes fixed on their prey. The pink magic fades, but the danger isn't over. Jinwoo and the skeleton warrior are there, but the skeleton warrior's already throwing shade at his downed comrade. Staring down at the defeated hero, the skeleton warrior delivers a brutal assessment. Venlyra's got the guts of a flea for a novice hunter. Those words hit hard, sparking a flashback. He remembers the sheer terror of being swamped by a mountain of defeated monsters, the feeling of utter helplessness. He flashes back to his old crew, a motley band of adventurers, united against the world's dangers. Then, a deeper memory, a younger, blonde-haired him, chilling with the skeleton warrior in a frozen wasteland, a rare moment of peace in a brutal past. Suddenly, a haunting image, a young blonde girl, face twisted in terror, sharp teeth flashing, a raw moment of pure fear. The skeleton warrior's bony hand reaches out, a rare moment of tenderness, his skull even seems to smile, offering solace when it's needed most. Snap back to reality. Jinwoo glares into the pulsating rift, his resolve hardening, he has to get strong. This place is a monster-infested nightmare, and he's done running. This is his moment to step up. Then Lyra, battered but not broken, stares down the aftermath, recognizing the sheer, terrifying power of the necromancer's magic. He flashes back to the necromancer's impenetrable barrier, a wall of pure energy, and the question burns, how did they even get past that? That glowing, pulsating shield, a symbol of their overwhelming might, it was supposed to stop anything. Then Lyra knows the necromancer is leveling up, and if he wants to take down the Emperor, he's got to get seriously powerful, fast. The skeleton warrior, seeing Van Lyra's fire, just gives a knowing nod, yeah. He then remembers a past discussion, a plan involving the northern people and allies, a strategy to unite forces. The skeleton warrior lays it bare, his initial, brutal plan, he wanted to go straight for the Emperor's head. But then, he confesses, his disciple talked him out of it, steering him towards a smarter game plan. Then Lyra, taking it all in and solidifying his own resolve, realizes it's time for strategy, not just chopping people into pieces. The skeleton warrior, ever the strategist, ponders the ultimate challenge, rebuilding a body. Too many bones in one place, he thinks, time to rethink the whole concept. But elsewhere, the action heats up. Jinwoo, sharp as ever, corners a red-haired mage, laying down the law, you failed, you ran, didn't you? He's got no time for excuses, no time for slack. We've got a long way to go, he snarls, so let's get this over with. Bring it on. From the shadows, a mysterious hooded figure watches the chaos, sighing, ugh, so much to do, so little time. But Jin was not done yet. He pivots to face the terrifying, glowing necromancer, who taunts him with a chilling question, feeling brave, are we? With the red-haired mage down for the count, Jinwoo stands tall, announcing to the necromancer, all right, from now on, we're playing a little game. The stakes are high. The hooded figure cackles ominously, a single word echoing, run. And just like that, the necromancer unleashes its true power. Its form explodes into a colossal, amorphous purple monster. But Jinwoo doesn't flinch. He charges headfirst, giving the terrifying beast a mere 10 seconds before he brings the pain. The red-haired mage freaks out, yelling at Jinwoo, what are you even doing? I didn't do anything. He screams for Muron to stop him, convinced Jinwoo has gone totally off the rails. Jinwoo's form just blinks out of existence, and the mage can only gasp, Muron. But Jin was already gone, just a blur, telling Muron, let's just finish this, again. But the necromancer isn't just standing there, its body starts to twist and bloat, screaming in agony as Jinwoo just keeps counting down, 10. 9, 8. 7, 1. The transformation is insane, even Jin was shocked. Then, with a monstrous roar, the necromancer's true, terrifying form bursts forth, a colossal, purple nightmare. And just like that, this massive, purple horror is towering over everything, a sight no one can ignore. Meanwhile, the skeleton warrior stares into a glowing orb, muttering about the hero who's gone but not forgotten. And as the warrior watches, the necromancer's booming voice echoes, you're my second meal. The bag-headed trainer is not holding back, personally overseeing the regimen. He's making sure his student doesn't become a disease among humans. But back to the main event. The necromancer's purple, monstrous form is absolutely gigantic, towering over Jinwoo and Muron, its glowing eyes burning as they stare up at the sheer terror of its new power. Switching gears, the skeleton warrior is having some deep thoughts. He's making a solemn vow, this time, I won't get lost. He's going to protect them no matter what, refusing to be lonely ever again. The skeleton warrior's gaze is intense, even through his empty sockets, his determination burning so he can keep pushing forward. A massive explosion rocks the distant mountains, a clear signal that the world is changing, and from now on, nothing will be the same. The skeleton warrior's bony hand clutches a mysterious, glowing orb, and a curious escapes him as he studies its light. Whoa! Out of nowhere, a fierce new warrior steps onto the scene. A woman with flowing red hair, clad in a sleek red outfit, stands ready, gripping an enormous sword. Her boots are firmly planted on the vibrant green grass, crushing delicate white flowers beneath her powerful stance. Then, a chilling declaration cuts through the silence, I've found you. A colossal, horned demon, its purple skin absolutely crackling with raw power, just explodes into existence. The air itself is practically screaming with energy, as the vast forest below seems utterly dwarfed by the sheer scale of the threat. Then, out of nowhere, a red-haired warrior is just launched through the air, a total blur against the forest. She slams into the ground with brutal force, purple energy just exploding around her as the impact rocks the entire area. Her face just twists in pure pain and terror, a desperate thought screaming in her head, I'm actually going to die. Another massive explosion just rips through the mountainside, a desperate plea escaping her lips as the entire landscape gets absolutely shredded. But despite the absolute onslaught, the warrior forces herself up, sprinting through the forest, with some massive, furry leg of an unknown beast right there in the foreground. Her escape is short-lived, though, as she's immediately thrown through the air again, purple energy just streaking behind her. She lands hard, but immediately grips her massive sword, her expression hardening with grim determination, ready for whatever comes next. The monstrous entity continues its relentless assault, its glowing pink claw sweeping through the air with devastating force. A blinding wave of energy follows, slamming into the warrior with brutal impact. She is sent hurtling through the air, her body twisting helplessly as she cries out in shock. The force lifts her entirely off the ground. Before slamming her down into the earth, the impact sending cracked spiderwebbing across the ground. The very earth shudders, shattering under the immense pressure. A raw scream of pain escapes her lips, her eyes wide with terror. "Hii. This is brutal." But in the next instant, the fear vanishes, replaced by a fierce, unwavering resolve as her gaze hardens. She's not giving up. Amidst the chaos, a voice booms, targeting a massive, bone-clad warrior, shouting, "Mr. Undead." But Fry isn't holding back. With fierce determination, she rockets into the sky, unleashing a devastating, spiral style, on the grotesque purple beast. The impact is immense. Her dragonbone break rips through its defenses, leaving the monster reeling. With the monster momentarily subdued, Fry pivots, her gaze locking onto the skeletal warrior, and repeats, "Mr. Undead." The skeletal warrior replies, a dry wit in his tone, noting, "It's been a while since I've seen a real sword." Taken aback by his unexpected reply, she demands, "Who are you?" With a confident stance, the warrior declares her name, "Nice to meet you, I'm Fry of Changshad village. My name is Fry." Her eyes burning with resolve, she proudly proclaims her full title, one of the Empire's 4 knights, Fry of War. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerges, his eyes glinting in the darkness, whispering, "I've heard of them." The hooded observer, one of the guys the bearded man mentioned, is watching Fry, muttering about being exposed, but then a wild excitement takes over as he asks if he can finally throw down with her. Fry, without a second thought, just explodes forward, a total blur as she instantly closes the gap on that armored creature. With a massive thud, her first hit sends the heavy creature absolutely flying. Her eyes are blazing with a fierce red light and a predatory grin shows off those sharp, elongated teeth as the battlelust takes over. She slams in with a powerful kick, driving the creature even further back with explosive force. Another hit connects, a relentless barrage of blows keeping her opponent totally on the defensive. With a fierce HYH, she unleashes a spinning kick, the impact ripping through the desolate landscape. The creature's armor finally shatters, revealing the skeletal form beneath, still reeling from the absolute beatdown. Fry lands a final, devastating punch, smashing into the skeleton's face with bone-shattering force. Still hyped from the last fight, Fry is a total blur, zipping past some gnarly dark beast like it's nothing. But a mysterious observer is watching from the shadows, letting out a quiet gasp, totally blown away by her wild fighting moves. He's totally baffled by her unpredictable strikes, how her body moves in ways no human should, like she's some kind of fish, not even human. Out of nowhere, Fry is right in front of him, her voice cutting through the air, calling him a total jerk. He doesn't even have time to blink before she attacks, her clawed hand smashing into his face with a huge impact. Her eye is practically burning with wild, animalistic focus. And her hand morphs even more, turning into a deadly weapon of razor-sharp claws. She goes absolutely wild, unleashing a furious storm of claw attacks, shredding his cloak to pieces. Then, with one last, massive hit, she sends the mysterious observer absolutely launching through the air. Blasted away just moments ago, the mysterious observer slams back down, his landing shaking the very earth beneath him. He dusts himself off, a mocking laugh echoing, calling Frey's previous assault disappointing and weak, the nerve. But Fry, bloodied and battered, just clenches her jaw, refusing to break. He presses his advantage, his voice dripping with venom, mocking her weak attacks and vowing to bury her. But deep within Fry, a dark, primal instinct ignites, a single, burning question, kill them? Still oblivious to the storm brewing, he keeps taunting, daring her to win if she had more reach. But before he can even finish his arrogant jab, a blur of motion slams into him, shocking him speechless. Fry, a crimson blur with glowing purple claws, rockets forward, closing the distance in a heartbeat, shredding his defenses with a brutal strike and a chilling declaration, "Your poor eyesight is a real flaw." Blood explodes across her face from the sheer force of the blow, her eyes burning with a terrifying, primal intensity. As raw pink and purple power explodes around him, Ben Lyra's voice rips through the air, a desperate shout for Muron to get him a sword, now. With a sharp, "all right," Muron's order is instantly executed as a bony hand snatches the sword, ready for action. Then, a massive KOOH rips through the air, shaking the very trees of the forest. Deep within the woods, the mysterious observer hacks and coughs, clearly reeling from the last attack. He smirks, looking up, utterly mocking his foe. "You didn't even notice me." But his cocky grin vanishes as he looks down, a sharp UGH escaping him as he recoils from whatever he just stepped on. Elsewhere, a frustrated Fry clutches a tiny Venlyra, ranting about needing a recipe for copper, blasting rod, and turtle shell, only for the little guy to shut her down with a blunt "no." But Frey's resolve hardens. She thanks him, then fires back. "Do you really think I'm going to cry over 4 ingredients you can't even help me with?" Meanwhile, the mysterious observer is still struggling, muttering about his magic being useless, his mana cut in half, and barely being able to move. With his blade crackling with raw purple power, he's already strategizing, realizing he needs the perfect recipe to turn the tide. But the battle rages elsewhere. A grotesque undead monster is literally laughing, flexing about its undead army like it's unstoppable. Fry, however, is having none of it, her voice a furious challenge, demanding to know if its arrogance truly has no end. A sharp TCH is all she needs before unleashing pure devastation. Then, with a blinding flash of crimson energy, she unleashes her signature spiral style, a devastating vortex of steel. The impact is cataclysmic, a massive explosion of power, as she swings the colossal axis with earth-shattering force. She lands on the monster, delivering a brutal follow-up, the ice execution / ripping through its very essence. The ground explodes from the sheer force, and then, silence, under a clear sky. Meanwhile, his own blade still pulses with a faint purple glow. Venlyra is locked and loaded, ready for anything. The epic clash culminates in a colossal explosion ripping through the mountains, a vibrant pink shockwave painting the sky. Fry stands triumphant amidst the chaos, surveying her masterpiece, a colossal undead, a necromancer skeleton, utterly annihilated. The necromancer's skull, momentarily defiant, gazes emptily upwards. Fry glares down at the crumbling foe, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "What are you even looking at, loser?" A wicked grin spreads across her face, as she ruthlessly jabs at the skeleton's inability to see itself. As the necromancer's form fades into dust, she sarcastically asks if it's getting emotional or shedding tears. A new scar adorns her face, yet her gaze is piercing as she challenges its failure to deploy its undead legions. Frey's frustration boils over, admitting the necromancer was powerful but ultimately useless, unable to even touch the other two. Her gaze turns lethal, a predatory glint in her eyes, as the dark question echoes in her mind, "Should I just end it?" A chilling voice cuts through the silence, a final taunt from the defeated foe, daring Fry to find her true power, its glowing purple eye a lingering menace. But then, Venlyra snaps her out of it, shouting a sharp warning not to get cocky, no matter how powerful she feels. Frey's face twists into a wild, aggressive grin, firing back with a furious threat, daring the rogue to question her and promising to silence him permanently. Then, with an explosive burst of white and purple energy, Fry strikes, a whirlwind of pure destruction. Venlyra can only let out a frustrated TCH, muttering "Fry" in disbelief at her intense display. But the scene shifts dramatically, revealing a new, imposing landscape, a frozen wilderness demanding reverence. This isn't just any frozen wasteland, this path leads straight to the legendary Mother Mountain of the Northern Tribes. And there it is, unmistakable, the awe-inspiring Northern Mountain Range. Fry gets slammed back, her colossal sword barely deflecting an invisible attack, arrows sticking out of the steel with a loud clang. Just chilling in the forest, Venlyra calls out to the warrior on her knees, "Fry, right? Show some respect." With that calm, commanding voice, he adds, "To the homeland of the Northern Tribes." He makes it crystal clear, that's the Northern Mountain Range. Frey's jaw locks, a furious growl rumbling deep in her throat, she's absolutely fuming. She finally stands, face twisted in annoyance and a flash of understanding, spitting out, "Oh, I get it now. Seriously, you came all this way just for this? What a cheap trick." Her rage ignites, so that's what it was. She spins around, dropping into a battle stance, two dark, armored figures materializing behind her, ready for war, as she snarls, "You seriously came all this way just for this?" But Venlyra just turns his back and walks off, throwing a casual glance over his shoulder, saying, "Do whatever you want. I'll wait as long as." Frey's grin is absolutely chilling, already hyped for the most epic war she can even picture. She's already walking away, her armored guards right there, humming with anticipation, totally counting on the action to start. But hold up. Elsewhere in the forest, the skeleton warrior is totally freaking out, slumped against a tree, clutching his head, muttering about some crazy person and yelling his own name in pure panic. Venlyra swoops in, kneeling right next to him, offering some much-needed comfort, and the skeleton warrior is just so relieved, thanking him for saving the day. The skeleton warrior points, giving Venlyra the intel, showing exactly where those troublemakers vanished to. Venlyra stands up, ready to roll, giving a quick shout-out to the skeleton warrior for the help and starts to introduce himself as a Northern Tribe member, but the name gets cut off. He's already grabbing his bow. But then, out of nowhere, he hears something totally unexpected, his eyes going wide, as this weird, cackling laugh just bounces through the forest. He whips around to face the skeleton warrior, totally baffled, like, wait, a talking skeleton, and then he's already thinking about just chopping its head off. Shaking off the surprise. The terrain gets gnarly. Out of nowhere, a monstrous, red-skinned brute, spear ready. Before he can even blink. Mid-battle, Benlyra snaps at the skeleton warrior. Thinking fast, Benlyra pleads. The creature's onslaught is too much. Trapped in a brutal fight, Benlyra weighs his chances, realizing maybe ditching his weapon is the only way out. But before he can even move, a booming voice shouts, demanding he freeze. Knocked to the ground, the fierce northern tribesman looms over him, announcing his allegiance and his mission. He's here for Edward Benlyra's chieftain. Staring down his captor, Benlyra can't help but ask, is he from the northern tribe, or even the skeleton's northern tribe? Oh, come on. The tribesman starts to introduce himself, but Benlyra, totally over it, just sighs, knowing this trick all too well. Really? Meanwhile, the skeleton warrior, chill as ever despite their capture, throws up a hand, looking totally relieved about something. His skeletal hand now clutches cold cell bars, confirming their new, cramped reality. And just like that, both Benlyra and the skeleton warrior are chilling in a stone cell, their adventure officially on pause. Benlyra is not happy. He's stuck in a cell, and he's letting everyone know just how great this situation is. With a heavy dose of sarcasm, he declares his appreciation for being locked up. But the silent skeletal warrior next to him just stares, a relic from a time that feels ancient now. His frustration hits a new level, shouting that this is a full-blown emergency. They're deep in enemy territory, in the northern tribe's village, and if the chieftain finds out, they're totally screwed. He yells at his silent partner, asking what's up, because they had strict orders to avoid the northern tribe at all costs. Their only job was to head back, and now they've completely blown the avoid the northern tribe directive. A sharp clang rings out, but the skeletal warrior just stares through the bars, unmoving. Benlyra turns to the undead warrior, wondering what kind of explosive reaction their chieftain is going to have. With the northern tribesmen demanding answers, Benlyra and the skeleton warrior are cornered deep within the snowy village. But the skeleton warrior just stands there, completely unfazed by the escalating threat. Far away, the treacherous mountain passes of the north loom, a stark reminder of the dangers lurking in these lands. Back in the village, a tribesman confronts them, his voice dripping with suspicion as he challenges the skeleton warrior. So, you're the talking undead, huh? Another tribesman, his eyes burning, snarls, pretending you're a northern tribesman, you've got some nerve. But the real power here, the chieftain of the Red Sheep tribe, Red Silk, watches over the confrontation with an undeniable aura of command. Benlyra's purple eye glints, a single thought echoing in his mind, and to think. The tribesman presses on, demanding to know how they dared to waltz in like nothing happened, his voice cutting off with a menacing, do you know? The tribesman keeps up the verbal assault, claiming his true tribal heritage even as Benlyra's patience wears thin, wondering why they just won't let him go. The tribesman's voice cuts like a knife, declaring that faking their identity is a major crime, no matter where Benlyra's been wandering. But wait, there's more. He then mocks the failures Benlyra's traveling with, people he deems unworthy of the northern tribe name. The skeleton warrior's chained hand is a stark reminder, and Benlyra's mind races, connecting the dots to the great hunt and the harsh reality of their treatment. Out of nowhere, a tribesman charges. He unleashes a lightning-fast attack on the skeleton warrior. Benlyra's internal monologue keeps going, noting their unyielding grip on ancient traditions. Then, his eyes ignite with a fierce purple glow, and Benlyra unleashes his fury, demanding answers and issuing a chilling warning about disrespecting the undead. Chieftain Red Silk observes the chaos, while a tribesman yells out his name, signaling his authority. The skeleton warrior, sensing the shift in Benlyra, can't help but wonder about the bizarre purple glow now radiating from his skin. Still fuming from the last exchange, the northern tribesman, absolutely seething, explodes into action, weapon flashing as he charges. He's a red blur, closing the distance in an instant, a primal roar tearing from his throat as he targets the skeleton warrior. His voice, a raw snarl of pure rage, promises utter destruction, I'll tear you to pieces. But just as the strike is about to connect, the skeleton warrior's hand, a lightning-fast blur of bone, snaps up to block. With a powerful, almost dismissive flick, the skeleton warrior effortlessly deflects the weapon, sending the tribesman cartwheeling through the air. The tribesman hits the dirt, sprawling, while a fellow warrior shouts in alarm, recognizing the sheer danger of that lightning-fast counter. Meanwhile, Benlyra, still radiating that furious, intense purple glow, raises his hands, a silent, powerful presence ready to erupt. From the assembled warriors, Chieftain Red Silk's voice slices through the charged atmosphere, his command ringing out with absolute authority, both of you, fall back. The tribesman, still sprawled on the ground, can only stare up in wide-eyed shock, the sheer force of the counter still vibrating through his bones. The skeleton warrior was an absolute whirlwind, a dark blur of pure defense, deflecting every single attack from the northern tribesman with insane speed. One tribesman got absolutely rocked by a counter-deflection, his buddy just staring, jaw dropped, at the sheer power. Even with their chieftain's legendary strength, they knew this skeletal dude was on a whole other level. This wasn't just some strong guy, this was a nightmare. Every hit felt like a cannonball, but the warrior just ate it up, totally unfazed. With a desperate shout to attack, the tribesman went all in, but the skeleton warrior, with the necromancer chilling in the back, just kept shutting them down. Another tribesman got launched, sent absolutely soaring out of the fight. Even a hail of projectiles got completely swatted away, the necromancer probably thinking, yeah, nothing's getting past this guy. Pure panic erupted as the tribesmen, screaming their heads off, started bailing, with Chieftain Red Silk just watching his forces get routed. The skeleton warrior stood tall, the undisputed champ, with a defeated tribesman sprawled at its feet, game over. Just moments after his triumph, the skeleton warrior is blindsided by a lightning-fast attack, a brutal strike landing with a sharp, echoing clang. But even under pressure, the skeleton warrior isn't backing down, taunting his attacker with a bold, "Is that all you've got?" But Van Lyra isn't playing games, his form a dark, relentless blur as he closes in for the kill. And then, a devastating impact, his fist slamming home with bone-shattering power. The skeleton warrior is sent flying, a guttural, "Ugh," ripped from his form as he's blasted away. A look of pure shock crosses the skeleton's face, as Van Lyra's chilling words echo, "You're light." The masked warrior's voice is cold and precise, of course. "I'm nothing." And then, with a final, explosive impact, the skeleton's head explodes into a shower of bone fragments. As the dust settles, Van Lyra stands victorious, delivering a cold, hard truth, the dead should stay dead, and a cloaked figure steps forward, raw purple energy exploding around him, shattering the very earth with every stride. But a muscular warrior is already locked down, his body cracking and seizing, a desperate plea tearing from his throat, "My body won't move." Did he hit a pressure point? When did he? The dead should just turn to dust and vanish, a cold, hard truth reverberates. But the cloaked figure, eyes blazing with an unholy purple glow, scoffs at the very idea, retorting, "I've heard that 1,000 times before." The warrior, still locked in place, his body screaming, a chilling realization hits him, "But you know what? Something feels off." His mind races, a terrifying question forming, while I, the dead one, still stand tall. "Why can't you take a?" The cloaked figure, a shadow of dread, closes the distance, completing the warrior's terrified thought, "While I'm the one walking toward you?" His glowing eyes lock onto the helpless warrior, a chilling declaration, "All right, chieftain of Red Sheep." A wicked purple blade ignites in his grasp, as he snarls, "Now let's talk." Crushed and utterly overwhelmed, Red Silk is reeling from his devastating defeat. A total loss that hits him like a childhood memory of sparring with his old man. Elsewhere, a fierce tribal leader barks orders at a kneeling chieftain, "Gather all the northern tribe chieftains, it's time to make their move." Their target? The Empire itself. A daunting task, but the chieftain is ready. Red Silk, a mysterious glowing symbol now pulsing on his chest, grimly accepts the call to assemble. What else can he do after such a crushing defeat? The tribal leader then turns his attention to Harrier, mentioning a great council, but making it clear he doesn't trust him one bit. He presses Harrier about the Harriers, demanding to know why he's playing dumb about crucial information. Harrier just lets out a chilling, knowing laugh, hinting that the tribal leader is missing a huge piece of the puzzle. An unseen voice scoffs, declaring the situation utterly ridiculous, then issues a chilling command for the outsider to pay attention. But then, a bombshell drops, that man's real name is Sword. And this Sword is actually Hawker Harrier, a powerful warrior from an allied tribe. His true identity is finally unveiled, he is the legendary Sword Hawker Harrier. The adventure takes a turn, heading deep into the northern mountain region, the territory of the Red Sheep tribe. A quaint village, nestled deep within the snowy peaks. And finally, they reach the massive mansion of Hawker Harrier. "Let's go," someone declares, ready to step inside. Stepping inside, Van Lyra can't help but let out a breath, taking in the sheer enormity of the mansion. "So this is why it's so huge." "Seriously, it's mind-blowing," he remarks, clearly taken aback. He thinks back to the name he abandoned in the mountains, a past he has absolutely no intention of ever going back to. He turns to his silent, skeletal ally, confessing, "Honestly, this place, it's super uncomfortable. I'm heading to my room, just call if you need me." The skeleton warrior watches him go, a silent thought echoing, "He really seems like a different person now. Doesn't he?" Later, a friendly-looking man with a warm smile bows low to Van Lyra, making his introduction. "Pleasure to meet you all. I'm Yun Sun, the steward of this mansion." With a polite bow, Yun's son steps forward, confirming his identity as the Hawker Mansion's caretaker. Then, he gestures to his companion, introducing him as Benrira to someone just out of sight. A new face, Muran, with dark hair and a cheek scar, steps into view, greeting Yun's son like an old friend, who responds with a slightly awkward, "Oh, well." Muran then dives into his backstory, revealing he used to hang out in the mansion's flower beds with his dad, the quartermaster's daughter. Venlyra, clearly hooked, demands more info, totally shocked that Harrier could actually be the next chieftain. Muran just laughs, confirming that Lord Harrier totally became the chieftain, after chilling with the Red Sheep tribe for a while. He'd studied with them, all to get recognized as a true warrior. Muran declares, he also wants to learn how to become the next chieftain. This region, a relentless battleground, was the ultimate training zone, a place where he brought his crew to forge their skills and gain experience. After a year of intense study with the Red Sheep tribe, Lord Harrier chose to stay and protect his home. Maybe the Great War drained the region's spirit, or maybe it was something else entirely, but years ago, he vanished without a trace. With no hope left, the other retainers bailed, abandoning the Lion's Mane one by one, but Yun's son stayed. The necromancer's eerie skull face swivels toward him, demanding to know why he stuck around. For Yun's son, the reason is crystal clear: the mansion must be spotless, ready for Lord Harrier's comeback. The necromancer notes that Muran's got the same unwavering faith, always believing in Lord Harrier. And so, Muran waits, just like everyone else. He had always waited for him to come back. Muran, surrounded by blooming flowers, is confronted by the skeletal figure who asks, "Muran, what are you doing here?" Muran, unfazed, just says, "Oh, Mr. Skeleton." He then reveals his deep connection to the place. "I was just tending the garden. This whole place used to be Harrier's family's garden." With a gentle touch on the flowers, Muran muses, Harrier was a good chieftain, but that's not the real reason. He confesses, "I ran away with him, but we put our respect for Chieftain Hawker, chieftain of the White Lions, and to his son, Harrier." Muran proudly declares his purpose, "I am the gardener, and this is the garden, Harrier's garden." The skeletal figure watches, a soft echoing, as a new voice narrates, "Welcome to our tribe's land. You and your daughter are both most welcome here." Suddenly, a muscular man with white hair and tribal markings is shown, tied up and seemingly unconscious or defeated. The mighty chief of the White Lions, Hawker Lyman Roar, lays down the law. This isn't just a coming-of-age ceremony, it's a tribal decree. Live here, become one of us. A tribal warrior watches as the boy bows, pledging eternal gratitude, vowing to repay their kindness for all their lives. The warrior's response: a curt, "Very well." Then, the warrior drops a bombshell, "Harrier, she's waiting." He orders Harrier to show Muran the ropes of the ceremony, and the boy, startled, quickly agrees. A vibrant tribal village unfolds, but one question hangs in the air: why can't Muran conquer that wall? Muran pushes, grunting with every ounce of his strength, but the wall refuses to yield. Suddenly, a hand appears from above, and a voice cuts through his struggle, offering a helping hand, "Come on, I'll get you to the top." His grip gives way, and Muran screams, free-falling towards a tiny, shadowy menace below. "Af! Northern rat droppings," he yells. Suddenly, the tribal warrior from earlier lets out a sinister chuckle, as a shadowy, purple-eyed entity materializes, declaring with a chilling grin, "Nice to meet you. I am the necromancer, Muran's enemy." The warrior's face contorts in rage, his voice booming as he declares, "I outrank you. This insubordination will not go unpunished." Muran, looking up, questions the importance of their conversation, specifically about this mysterious man Harrier keeps bringing up. Harrier, towering over him, brushes off his worries, implying it's irrelevant when they're just having fun. Muran then lets out a small sound of realization, his expression shifting. He stammers a denial, his face flushing slightly. Harrier's hand appears, playfully flicking Muran's forehead, a teasing remark about his foolishness accompanying the gesture. Later, in a tribal ritual, Muran and Harrier are seen scaling a sheer rock face, their climb observed by the White Lion's main tribe. But Muran's grip fails, and he begins to plummet downward. Harrier reaches out desperately, but Muran is already too far gone. He lands hard on the ground below, a cloud of dust rising around him as the tribal members look on. He's right there, next to Harrier, watching the tribal test go down. These two young bucks a total contrast to the grizzled veterans around them. Muran's just watching Harrier, something unreadable flashing in his young gaze. Then, bam. He's falling, plummeting from the cliff face, while everyone else just watches. Later, Muran's mind drifts back to Harrier, realizing he never treated him like some big shot, never saw him as someone to bow down to. Harrier wasn't about that flattery game, not trying to win him over. And never once tried to get anything out of him, as someone yells, "Harrier, you're up." Harrier didn't care that he was the chieftain's kid, but just saw him for who he was. That was a first for Muran, a total game changer. A whole year flashes by, and we find Harrier and Muron, both tied up, with Harrier calling out to him. Muron, confused, asks what he's done. Harrier then hits him with a heavy question, asking if he thinks he's just like his mother. Muron instantly shuts it down, declaring he's nothing like the chieftain's son. But then, the real worry comes out, he's heading to the White Lion's main tribe and he's terrified he won't measure up. Harrier tries to calm him, but Muron cuts him off, catching in his throat. Yet, the truth is clear, the White Lion's main tribe already believes in him. Suddenly, a new memory flashes. A younger Muron is welcomed by a tribe in a harsh, snowy land. And there he is, Red Silk, chieftain of the Red Sheep, steps forward, declaring himself Muron's new teacher and vowing to teach him everything. He pushes Muron to never stop, reminding him that a chieftain must be the ultimate warrior and the wisest elder. Because if a chieftain ever falls in battle, it's over. All authority, all unity, gone. Suddenly, the scene shifts. A fierce tribal warrior hangs, ropes biting into his skin, as a powerful voice drills into him the ultimate truth: stamina is national power. Your stamina will become your tribe's. He pushes through the pain, every muscle screaming, the weight of his tribe's future resting on his shoulders. The scene cuts to a mentor, slamming his hand on a map, barking orders: use your head. Think carefully. Read the battlefield. The warrior hangs on every word, the elder's voice a thunderclap: remember, 1 moment's wisdom from your chieftain is worth 10 of your tribesmen. But it's not just brawn, he's thrown into a massive library, a treasure trove of over 2,250 books. He devours every ancient, handwritten tome, every document on tribal history, customs, and monsters, because he has to learn them all. Book still clutched tight, the sheer weight of his future role crashes down, leaving him lost in thought. A trickle of blood on his lip, he stares into the void: can I really do this? Get ready. The main players are here, and things are about to get wild. Harrier is grinding hard, surrounded by ancient texts, hyping himself up with a determined, I can do this. But just a year into his intense training, Harrier made a shocking move, ditching the tribe's lands. Cloaked and alone, he ghosted out of the icy tribal grounds. His face hidden in shadow, with only his eyes burning bright under the hood. His exit absolutely crushed the tribe's hopes, leaving them as broken as a shattered pot on the frozen ground. He just walked away, leaving the chieftain and another tribesman stunned, and the bombshell news that rocked the whole community was the news that Harrier had just bailed. To everyone else, it was plain and simple: Harrier ran away. A legendary tale of courage, of heroes rising to defeat the demon lord. Often kicks off with a shattered barrier. And the knowing smile of an ancient elder. And just like always, an adult would spin this epic for a wide-eyed child. And that child would absolutely crave that story, burning it into their very soul. Revering the image of legends like Hawker Lyman, who could command a sword and shield, safeguarding all. They'd also be fired up by the sight of an entire tribe rallying behind their leader. Driving them to train relentlessly. Because they desperately wanted to be just like them, that burning desire etched deep into their hearts. Legends tell of warriors who earned respect even in their final moments, their entire lives lived on the razor's edge of their swords. But when the dust settled, only a broken boy was left behind. Meanwhile, a brutal wind howled through a desolate, snow-covered mountain pass. Suddenly, a voice yelled for Muron to chill out, warning him that a massive snowstorm was tearing through the mountainside, making any outdoor activity a death wish. The older man then challenged Muron, asking how he could possibly know the weather when he was always trying to ditch him, his voice dripping with frustration. But Muron kept running, as the voice screamed that charging out recklessly was insane, begging him to return. The desperate shout of Muron ripped through the blizzard. But Muron, defiant, simply acknowledged the warnings with a quiet, I know. His footprints relentlessly carved a path through the fresh powder. Deep in the frozen north, where only the toughest survive, stands the Northern Adventurers' Village. Inside, in one of its dwellings, a young man stares down, his face a mask of anguish. A desperate plea escaping his lips: Harrier. This isn't just any village, it's a beacon in the brutal, unforgiving winter landscape. But the scene within is chaos. Harrier lies broken on the floor, furniture scattered around him, utterly defeated. He's not moving, lost in a spiral of despair. A haunting voice from the past, or a crushing realization, rings out: remember when I said being an adventurer wouldn't be bad? Suddenly, Harrier's eyes lock onto the open door, the raging blizzard outside beckoning him, promising either escape or oblivion. His face tells a story of profound, crushing sorrow. Harrier is down, surrounded by chaos, as Muron looms over him, a single word escaping his lips. Muron's eyes narrow, his voice firm: gotcha. Harrier's face is a mask of despair as he questions his own flight, then delivers a crushing blow to himself: it just doesn't suit me. The self-doubt pours out: no talent, no qualifications, nothing. Muron remains unyielding, his presence a stark contrast to Harrier's broken state and the chaotic room. The tension palpable. In a flash, Muron snatches Harrier by the collar, yanking him upright, his expression a mix of rage and shock. "Don't you dare talk like that." Muron explodes, clutching the now sobbing Harrier. "You wanted to be the greatest chieftain. How can you just give up?" Harrier's blurry vision snaps into focus, locking onto an intense, familiar gaze, and then, a single, powerful word cuts through the silence: "Master." The purple-eyed figure looms, their gaze unwavering as they lay down the law: once is an experience. Twice is a mistake. A dismissive flick of the wrist sends a bottle clattering, the voice cutting deep with a brutal truth: "Those tears are useless. What you lack isn't talent, it's pure will." Van Lyra grips his collar, and Harrier's raw confession spills out: "I failed the great hunt twice. I lost my tribe twice. I don't have the instincts of a warrior, and my magic. It's just shy and cowardly." His voice cracks, the despair palpable as he continues: "I have no outstanding talent, no remarkable abilities. I'm not some genius or prodigy who can just make up for it all." He collapses to his knees, staring up with vacant eyes, a broken declaration escaping him: "I have nothing. Just these empty, hollow eyes. That's all I am." A flash of memory ignites his eyes, echoing the words that once fueled his ambition: "I must have heard it 1,000 times, you ought to be a warrior." Van Lyra's gaze softens, a profound understanding in their voice as they counter: "You wouldn't know, because you've never been in my position." That crushing despair after failing again and again. A hand gently settles on Harrier's head, a silent, powerful gesture of empathy. "From the place everyone expects you with expectations," Van Lyra challenges, "you ran away." Harrier, defeated, can only concede: "So, that's why." He doubles down on his despair: "At least here, it's easier to breathe than back then." "No, master, here and no, I'm not running away from something that is a superior." Van Lyra's eyes narrow, her words like daggers: "Just a pathetic excuse for your weakness. Yeah, this is the logic of the low, the weak, and..." She presses on, her voice rising: "Is that really the version of yourself you want to become?" Harrier lies utterly broken on the cold ground, his will shattered. With a haunted look in his eye, he barely manages: "I don't know." Van Lyra's gaze softens, her purple eyes holding a profound understanding as she finishes: "Wanted." Then, a dramatic leap through time, 2 years later. The world expands to the northern continent, revealing a rugged northern adventurer's village, a new chapter about to begin. 2 years later, the world's buzzing. Adventurer villages are blowing up with inquiries, signaling a massive shift. An older guild master is swamped, lamenting that with their guild practically gone, he's buried in work, but he's got no choice, sending Muron to handle it. Strolling through the village, the elder gives the command: "All right, Muron, let's move." Muron takes a quick look back, observing that even if it's not perfect, Harrier's mood has seriously picked up. It's been 2 whole years since Muron stuck by Harrier, praying time would fix him. Harrier's still tight-lipped about the tribe, but there's a glimmer of hope he might just come around. Muron's on it, confirming he'll head down and check the inquiries. He's got the mission locked down. Harrier's still rocking that shield. That's a clear sign he's still got hope burning inside. Muron's checking out the weapons when he feels a rumble, asking: "Whoa, what was that? An earthquake? What if something, anything at all, triggers a massive turning point?" Muron spots Harrier looking totally spaced out, asking what's up, but Harrier just brushes it off, saying he's just thinking about something he saw earlier. Then, staring at his hands, Harrier drops a bombshell, reminding Muron about his promise to take him on as an apprentice. Muron processes this, thinking: he's got the talent, he's got the skill, but Harrier's just hitting a wall because he's fundamentally the wrong type for this path. He suddenly gets it, what Harrier truly needs. And he thinks he's finally cracked the code. What he needs is just one crucial thing, and Harrier, with a desperate look, immediately asks: "What is it?" A clenched fist, trembling with raw, desperate energy, bursts onto the scene. This isn't just a struggle, it's a full-blown war within. Because what Harrier really needs right now, is a sinister whisper, a tiny, skull-faced entity digging its way right into his neck. This is next-level mind games. Harrier. His name screams out, a spotlight on the sheer chaos unfolding inside him. That ironclad wall around his heart. Shattered. The entity's purple eye flares, demanding he surrender, and Harrier lets out a blood-curdling scream. The skull thing isn't letting up, telling him to quit fighting and just let's go, while Harrier's screams just keep coming. Then comes the ultimate threat, a casual promise to devour his soul if he even thinks about resting. This thing is hardcore. Harrier, completely freaked out, screams, "Why are you digging through my head and my sad past story?" His patience snaps, and he just screams, "Oh bitch, shut up." Watching the whole insane spectacle, Muron's mind races. How did this guy know we're talking about his past? Muron, ever the observer, smirks as he watches the skeletal harrier, acknowledging his surprisingly sharp senses even amidst the mental chaos. A flashback hits, showing Muron holding a younger harrier, and he thinks, this guy's actually kind of fascinating, as the kid just babbles away. Then, a memory of a young Van Lyra flashes, asking with a cheeky grin if this idiot isn't actually adorable. The scene snaps back to Muron and the kid, who, after a confused, huh, suddenly shouts out to an boingo boingo brother, his voice lost in the memory stream. Harrier lets out a massive huff, the mental attack hitting hard. His frustration explodes, a furious damn it, ripping through him as the memories keep coming. A snowy village flashes, names like Maecenas and Gigi Audrey screaming, each one a brutal hit from his past. Then Daikuan and Angelo hit, dragging up his deepest guilt, as a child's voice, full of regret, keeps repeating, I'm sorry. Back to reality, Harrier, beaten and bloody, glares up, vowing he can't possibly face Valhalla looking like this. The mental assault rages on, and he's forced to confront the crushing weight of being the only one left standing, everyone else wiped out by those monsters. A terrifying pack of glowing red-eyed wolves, led by a scarred alpha, manifests in his vision. His eye flares with a furious, agonizing red as he screams, the Empire's damned wolves are coming. Staring into the abyss of a mysterious hole in the floor, Jinwoo can't help but question what secrets it holds. Right next to him, Yun-sun drops the big question, where in the world did Harrier vanish to? Muron chimes in, pointing out that even a fool like Harrier can be a serious threat, a point Jinwoo totally gets, but Yun-sun just shrugs off. Then, a chilling skeletal face with a glowing purple eye flashes, posing a stark question, how could anyone miss such insane potential, or were they just blind to it all? Back to the crew, Jinwoo drops the name Bengalun, and both Yun-sun and Muron are totally shocked, even if Muron admits it's a super rare occurrence. Jinwoo nods, finding it all pretty intriguing, and decides they should just leave him alone, because a slightly foolish person is way easier to manipulate than some genius. Elsewhere, Harrier looms over a completely wrecked Van Lyra, who's sprawled on the ground, begging for his life and promising to do literally anything to save the Empire's herald. But the call comes down, no attack. They refuse. Starting a war with the Empire would just mean massive, devastating losses for everyone. Back in the room, Yun-sun eyes Jinwoo, who's now chilling in a chair, and straight up asks how he plans to fight when his body looks like that. Yun-sun, looking intense, lays down the law, no pointless battles, period. He orders his troops to hold their ground and do their jobs, but a soldier screams back, we got wiped out on that coast. Elsewhere, Muron, watching the madness, asks who this wolf of the Empire even is, a top-tier commander about to drop in. The scene cuts to a map, revealing Harrier's crew, despite their power, are getting absolutely crushed by Van Lyra's massive army, and it's looking like a total wipeout. Back in the thick of it, Harrier, bloodied and broken, screams to his last few fighters that they're about to be swarmed, his leg already busted and useless. The big picture, the new emperor's been sending out troops non-stop, so the northern tribes can't even think about fighting back right now, they're stuck, silent, and waiting. Harrier, still raging through his pain, yells about his legs, refusing to leave his brothers in arms behind. Then, a weak voice reaches him, calling him Captain. His face, a mask of blood and dirt, shows the raw agony of his plight, his eyes burning with pain and pure desperation. Harrier's body is shattered, blood everywhere, but his mind is still fighting, still thinking of his crew. A chilling voice, maybe a taunt, maybe a memory, cuts through his pain, whispering, yeah, they're still stuck back there, you skeleton. Meanwhile, miles away from the carnage, a peaceful village thrives. Back in the village, Jinwoo is grilling Yun-sun about his warrior status, and Yun-sun's like, yeah, you've got the basics down, but you're still missing the real power and experience. Jinwoo's like, experience? What even is that? The old man lays it out, the last big hunt was a total bust because of that exact lack of experience. Jin was totally thrown off, realizing that even after all his intense training with the chieftain's son, being a warrior still feels weird to him. He's like, what? Yun-sun, ever the wise one, is confident they can totally grow that experience, stressing that a warrior's will is everything. He confesses he used to stress about teaching that kind of stuff, but now he knows you just gotta live it to get it, while a quiet girl stands next to Jinwoo. A fierce warrior, scarred but unyielding, lets out a raw scream, declaring the harsh reality, this is the most brutal, yet absolutely essential experience for any true warrior. Back with the wise Yun-sun, he ponders his destiny, thinking, my mission? To bridge the wisdom of the past with the challenges of today. He turns to Jinwoo, a determined glint in his eye, even with my own shortcomings, I will unlock your true potential, and when that power explodes on the battlefield once more. Meanwhile, in a frozen wasteland, Harrier, a fierce leader, rallies his armored squad, roaring, it's time to unleash the savage spirit of the northern tribes in this great hunt. 7 days pass, and the forbidding northern mountains await. Harrier, battered and bleeding, fights on through the brutal cold. He snaps at his weary comrades, don't you dare eat that snow. It's disgusting. But one of the soldiers, defiant, retorts, "It's amazing. You seriously not gonna try any?" Harrier, the legendary former captain of the Northern Region Defense Squad Rome, quips, "Still packing your own snacks, huh, guys?" But the soldier's grim reply cuts through the humor, "It's not enough." A menacing gray-skinned figure challenges Harrier, scoffing at the worth of his soldiers, even if they're each worth 100 men. He then brazenly asks what business the captain has, daring to suggest he's here to take back his 4 knights leader. Harrier just scoffs, retorting that he's not that idle, and his real mission is to take down the necromancer. The necromancer acts surprised, then casually tells Harrier to go back to the northern mountains and rest, as if he's nothing more than a nuisance. But Harrier stands firm, asking, "Why should I?" and hinting that if he just waits, the necromancer's minions will provide all the entertainment he needs. The necromancer's face twists in pure disdain, a single, chilling word escaping his lips, "Pathetic." Meanwhile, back in the brutal northern mountains, Harrier stands unyielding in the snow, a fierce declaration on his lips, "I won't wait." A sweeping aerial shot shows the immense, snow-choked landscape, with countless figures braving the brutal, treacherous terrain. From atop his steed, the commander barks orders to his troops, demanding they take every measure against the biting cold and assigning the 4th platoon to protect the rear, specifically the special seed. Harrier drops the bomb, they're heading straight for the northern mountains, no hesitation, no looking back. But a sinister voice cuts through the air, a chilling command to the necromancer, telling him to hold up. The scarred necromancer, his eyes burning with vengeance, makes a terrifying promise, he's coming for payback for his disfigured face. The brutal, snow-choked northern mountains stretch out, a deadly and unforgiving expanse. Harrier, ever the strategist, confronts Yun Sun, scoffing at the necromancer's reputation, calling him out for being a total coward. Then, with a steely gaze fixed on the map Yun Sun holds, he vows, to ground that crow permanently, clipping its wings for good. Harrier delegates, telling Yun Sun that backup is already heading to the rear guard, and the rest is on him, especially after that last Imperial sneak attack played right into their hands. The necromancer's eye flares with pure, evil red energy, his voice a guttural snarl, screaming that this is war, Imperial bastards, whether they like it or not. Unfazed, Harrier coolly calls Yun Sun, "Mr. Red Lamb," then gives the ultimate order, "Clear the path," because he's moving out. The battlefield was a maelstrom of chaos, steel clashing in a brutal symphony. Bodies were everywhere, a grim testament to the brutal, relentless struggle, spears and shields scattered across the blood-soaked ground. Amidst the fray, a warrior's guttural cry tore through the air, a primal, unyielding roar of defiance. The battle raged on, an endless tide of combatants clashing in a desperate, brutal struggle for survival. From a distant vantage point, Harrier observed the carnage, a terrible stench of blood rising to meet him, his thoughts immediately snapping back to the brutal battlefield below. A skull mask obscured his face, his eyes burning with an inner light as he acknowledged, this conflict was undeniably different from any before. A spectral purple wolf, its eyes burning with the same intensity, seemed to manifest his perception as he mused, he had stood on countless battlefields, yet deep inside, he sensed a profound, chilling difference in this one. His glowing eye narrowed with fierce resolve, Harrier affirmed, he would no longer shirk his responsibility, for behind their backs, the fate of the entire world rested squarely on his shoulders. With a silent prayer for divine guidance, he turned his back on the war-torn lands, a new era in this world, long forgotten by many, was about to explosively begin. Having lived a life as a shield, Van Lyra grapples with the crushing weight of his duties, a sudden realization dawning upon him. But Harrier cuts in, challenging him. Who would dare stop a warrior's honorable departure? Still, he has one burning question, does Van Lyra even dream of honoring his fallen comrades? Van Lyra scoffs, calling it nonsense. They are the glorious defense force of the Red Lamb, after all. Yet, the bitter truth remains, as a shield, he couldn't fulfill his ultimate role. He confesses his unworthiness of such honorable allies, deeply ashamed of his past failure, which fuels his current resolve to confront evil. Harrier then drops a bombshell, a chilling hypothetical, what if he could disturb their eternal rest, bringing them back? Van Lyra's eyes snap open, a jolt of fear running through him. Would disturbing the Red Lamb's fallen comrades from the afterlife bring a curse upon him, their shield? Harrier's voice is unyielding, disturbing the dead is absolutely dishonorable. Van Lyra stammers, but Harrier drives the point home, they are the legendary defense force, the glorious Red Lamb of the Red Lamb. Harrier's gaze is unwavering, as Van Lyra stays bowed in the stark, frozen wasteland. A subtle light flickers around Harrier's hand as he processes the declaration, a quiet challenge in his voice. Gazing skyward, he accepts the condition. Van Lyra, his gaze burning with conviction, then makes his bold request, will you lend your banner to me as a shield? He lowers his head again, anticipating the answer. Suddenly, Harrier is encased in brilliant, scaled armor, his gaze fixed upward with fierce determination, proclaiming his absolute allegiance. Vibrant purple energy explodes from his hand, as he vows endless praise for such loyalty. The light surges, engulfing Harrier and a newly manifested armored knight, the other warrior stunned by the blinding radiance. The blinding light of his transformation still engulfs him, but Harrier feels the raw power surging through his very being. Then Lyra's eye snaps open, pure shock etched across his face. As tears stream down his face, the now fully transformed Harrier commands him, "Raise your head, warrior of the north." Harrier's helmeted face, now a beacon of eerie yellow light, pierces through the darkness. As he stands tall, leading a growing legion of armored figures, all radiating that same, terrifying purple aura. A chilling order rings out, "Defense Force, respond." The Defense Force's flag, a vibrant purple banner, now dominates the sky. Screaming for immediate coastal reinforcement. Moisek Mountain, a legendary battlefield, is under siege once more, facing an invasion of epic proportions. A blinding flash of speed. A terrifying skull-helmeted figure, eyes blazing with purple light, snarls, "Put aside your discourtesy. We need the strength you took." This menacing commander, crackling with dark purple power, absolutely devastates a lone defender, roaring that not even the ocean's fury or Valhalla's Valkyries can stop them. He then barks a chilling ultimatum to any remaining Defense Force members, "Fall in with us in your glorious form." And then, a colossal impact rocks the very ground. Kwang! The ultimate mission has just dropped. But first, they gotta finish this mission and get back alive. But hold up. A stressed-out commander is screaming for the Defense Force to mobilize, because their flag is already flying high. On the other side, a massive, skull-faced commander, glowing with sinister purple power, boasts that under their banner, they've already crushed gods and survived for ages. An army of armored riders on beasts storms across the wasteland. The commander's voice booms, accusing heroes of defiling their sacred ground, and swearing to take down even the gods themselves. The invading commander's skull helmet glares menacingly. While their army, the high-ride, indomitable shields, charges ahead. In a last-ditch effort, an elder lifts a hand in prayer, pleading with Mother Mountain to forgive the sin of summoning the departed. The skull-faced commander, absolutely radiating dark power, announces the arrival of a brand new era for the entire world. And with a bone-chilling declaration, he makes it clear that the afterlife is not ready for anyone who dares to oppose him. But then, a new voice cuts in, pointing out that sometimes, pushing forward is just as crucial. Across a vast, frozen wasteland, the commander notes that the Defense Force's comeback has actually stabilized the entire battlefield, turning it into the ultimate training ground for true enlightenment. He then turns to Harrier, declaring that their moment has arrived. The commander unveils the Great Hunt, a chance to simulate war, and dares Harrier to prove his worth on this very real battlefield. Harrier's eyes snap wide open in anticipation as the commander lays out the raw truth of the conflict. A brutal place where countless lives and death itself are as fleeting as the wind. A chilling silence hangs over the battlefield, a frozen wasteland where life itself has been snuffed out, leaving nothing but a gruesome tableau of death. But amidst the carnage, the invader commander's voice cuts through the silence, directly challenging Harrier, demanding to know if he has what it takes to prove himself right here, right now. Harrier starts to speak, but his words catch in his throat, a silent scream of internal conflict as he grapples with the sheer magnitude of the challenge, his resolve wavering. The commander's hand clamps down on his shoulder, a chilling, authoritative touch, commanding him to clear his mind of all hesitation. His voice drops to a chilling whisper, insisting that the brutal circumstances demand absolute focus, forbidding any attempt to avert one's gaze from the tragedy and sin unfolding. With an unsettling finality, the commander declares this new reality will mirror the old, the crushing burden of responsibility his alone, leaving Harrier with only one command: fulfill his role. But as the commander begins to depart, Harrier's voice cracks with a desperate plea, demanding to know where his master is headed. The commander's reply is a cryptic, almost dismissive declaration, his words hanging heavy over the desolate landscape, a stark, "I need to." Left unfinished. Abandoned on the ravaged ground, Harrier's face contorts with grim determination, his eyes locking onto the monstrous threats in the distance as he vows to finish this, to settle things with that monster. With a fierce grimace, Harrier recognizes the terrifying undead legion finally unleashed. But before he can even move, a devastating white blast slams into him, throwing him violently to the earth. Scrambling to his feet, blade ready, he hears the invader commander's chilling pronouncement, "Now is the time for your death." Another unseen force rips him from the ground, sending him flying through the air with brutal momentum. The invader commander observes from afar, his sinister red eyes burning as he tracks his prey. His voice booms across the desolate landscape, ordering mage platoons 1 and 2 to unleash hell on the northern warrior. A soldier, shield firmly in hand, shouts the command for the shield platoons to lock down the front. With the shield walls set, the mage platoons behind them power up, crackling with raw blue energy. Still airborne, Harrier is instantly overwhelmed by a barrage of glowing magical attacks. Still airborne from the initial attack, Harrier plunges down with unbelievable jumping power, his momentum a force of nature as he rockets towards the enemy. And get this, he's not even using mana to boost his physical strength. Pure, raw power as he clutches his blade. He's diving headfirst into the invader forces, twin blades poised for absolute chaos. Harrier slams down with a brutal, explosive force, shattering the ground and sending enemies flying. An enemy soldier, recognizing him, screams a warning, but Harrier is already locked in, ready to unleash more. His body moves with an explosive, absolute, rogue elasticity, a mind-blowing display of pure physical power. Harrier, a farm boy who became a swordsmanship legend without a single drop of mana, he chose to master his body, not magic. He just mimicked his idolized father's appearance, but his real power? It's something else entirely. With another powerful strike, he continues his relentless assault, his unique strength absolutely tearing through the enemy lines. The battlefield erupts into a chaotic free-for-all, a relentless one-versus-many brawl where hidden weapons fly through the air, each one a deadly surprise. He's a whirlwind of destruction. Harrier absolutely demolishes his enemies, a crimson streak tearing through their ranks. But wait, Ben Lyra's watching, and he's blown away. A rogue/warrior dual-class variant, he thinks, just like me. And get this, there's no mana here. It's pure, unadulterated physical combat, where only the strongest survive. He's unstoppable. Harrier just keeps pushing, tearing through the enemy lines like they're nothing. Someone else is watching, too, muttering, "Is that a northern warrior?" Van Lyra's getting antsy, yelling, "Hey punk. Where are you going? Focus." He's powering up. Harrier unleashes a burst of energy, his body radiating a fierce, reddish glow as he sprints into the fray. He lands a crushing hit, and a shocked voice booms, "You've exceeded the battlefield's limits." He's a whirlwind of red and black, his voice a chilling promise cutting through the battlefield's roar. And then, a devastating kick sends one of those ugly creatures flying, a guttural "TSK," escaping him. Harrier is absolutely unstoppable, a one-man army against a monstrous horde, sending invaders flying with every single, brutal, mana-less hit. He just keeps going. Another monster's skull face crumples under the sheer force of his kick. But he's still cool as ice, his eyes scanning for the next target. Then, out of nowhere, a massive, unseen force just explodes through the air, sending one of the monsters reeling in pure shock, its eyes bugging out as it screams, "Master," to a mysterious hooded figure who just appeared. And just like that, the hooded master unleashes a devastating skill, the Wolf Cloud. Boom! A terrifying vortex of dark energy and monstrous shadows explodes, turning the entire battlefield into a chaotic, blood-red nightmare. He's still going, a red-haired blur of pure destruction, diving straight into the enemy ranks. Boom! A devastating kick lands, rocking an armored invader and sending them flying. The armored invader barely recovers, as the commander barks a warning to stay sharp, and the monster grunts a quick, "Thanks" for the assist. But a new player enters the field. A hooded figure, eyes burning crimson, observes the battle, a chilling, human escaping their lips. The master, a formidable presence, stands poised, their blade glinting, ready for action. The armored invader, clearly intimidated, points out the master's strange, non-skeleton-like fighting style. Harrier, never one to back down, grins, realizing this master just stole his kill, but it's fine, the invaders are dead meat anyway. The master's eye flares with intense red light, a chilling "Bring it on" echoing across the battlefield. No hesitation. Harrier lunges, their blades meeting in a shower of sparks and energy, as the master roars, "Northern brats." Harrier explodes into action, unleashing a lightning-fast, Dawn-style attack. His strikes hit like a wolf roar, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. But the master just grins, completely unfazed, taunting, "Haha. What's wrong? Is that all you got? Didn't you just attack?" Harrier, cool as ever, just retorts, "Better get used to it. We're just getting started with the combos." Inside, the master is buzzing, finding this fight absolutely fascinating, a wild sensation he's never felt, every nerve alive. Fear. Gone. Vanished. Only he remains, pure and unadulterated. The master blurs into motion, sword flashing, dismissing Harrier as just running away like a coward. But then, a dark rage flashes in his eyes, this battle dredging up shitty memories he thought were buried. Harrier, however, is just getting started, launching into a full-on wolf hunt. Harrier's strike lands with a deafening Kong, sending the master sliding across the battlefield. But the master just shrugs it off, analyzing the move with chilling calm, demanding more action, even sparing a glance for Muron. That move? Seen it. Give me something new. Harrier, the legendary northern warrior, grins, accepting the dare and hoisting a colossal axe, ready to bring the pain, while Muron can only stare. All right. A twisted smile spreads across the master's face, clearly loving every second of this brutal dance. This is fun. And Harrier charges, axe screaming through the air, ready to cleave him in two. Go. The master's eyes ignite with a terrifying crimson light, bracing for the hit. This is. As his face contorts into a monstrous, fanged grin, unleashing his true, terrifying form. But from the shadows, a lone yellow eye observes the entire brutal spectacle. Oops. That chilling, heavy breathing just keeps going, a dark, abstract form pulsing with raw, terrifying power. And just like that, the master's face twists into something truly monstrous, his eyes burning with malevolent red light, showing off those terrifying, razor-sharp teeth. Harrier's attack, a blur of red energy, just rips through the air with insane force. The impact explodes into a violent splatter of crimson and dark fragments, painting the entire scene. But even in this insane chaos, Harrier's mind just drifts, a rapid-fire montage of fragmented memories hitting him. His present self, hair now tied back, is totally distressed, like he's wrestling with the heavy burden of his past. He flashes back to his younger self, a kid with fiery red hair, thinking, dude, ever since I was little, I loved Northern Warrior stories. Why? Can't even remember. Was it my mom's thing? The memory keeps going, showing a tiny hand held by a bigger one, as the kid remembers, man, I used to run around and play, just belting out Northern Warrior songs. A brutal, tearing sound rips through the silence. As the master's deadly projectiles shred Harrier, leaving him utterly impaled and defeated. A lone figure drops onto a desolate, snow-covered expanse, their arrival hitting like a thunderclap, shaking the very ground. The sheer force of it sends a massive geyser of snow and rock absolutely exploding into the sky. And from that settling chaos, two warriors burst forth, instantly locked in an explosive, no-holds-barred clash. Harrier, with a monstrous greatsword, unleashes a devastating overhead strike, but Venlyra, quick as lightning, parries it with a smaller blade. The red-clad powerhouse keeps up the relentless assault, pushing Venlyra back, forcing a desperate defense. Harrier is a blur of motion, a crimson streak tearing across the snowy battlefield. Then, with a surge of raw power, Harrier connects, landing a brutal blow that rips through Venlyra's defenses. But just as the shockwave hits, Venlyra's bare foot slams down, purple energy erupting and swirling into a furious vortex. The legendary spiral style ignites, manifesting with an intense, vibrant purple glow. Boom! Harrier unleashes the Orison Breaker, a devastating attack that tears through the very earth, slamming into Venlyra with incredible force. The sheer power of the blow erupts skyward, catapulting massive chunks of ice and rock into a chaotic vortex. The destructive energy continues its relentless expansion, engulfing everything in a maelstrom of pure chaos. But even as the impact threatens to shatter him, Venlyra stands firm, a powerful purple aura flaring to life around him. With a thunderous roar, he unleashes an explosive counter, blasting Harrier clear across the battlefield. Amidst the smoking ruins, Venlyra stands victorious, gazing down at the utterly defeated Harrier. He plants a foot on Harrier's chest, demanding to know why he deliberately took the hit. Harrier, utterly bewildered, can only stammer out his confusion, demanding to know why Venlyra didn't just dodge the attack from behind. His face contorted in utter disbelief, Harrier finds the whole situation bizarre, completely unable to grasp Venlyra's motives. Harrier, still reeling on the ground, faces a chilling interrogation. Her opponent demands to know why she fought with such a bizarre strategy. Then, with a cold assessment, he points out her sword's return, a stark warning about her hand usage. Harrier's eyes widen in a shocked gasp. Venlyra presses on, recognizing the legendary Mr. Sword Hawker Harrier and his countless deeds, suggesting the blade is practically a part of him now. A brief silence hangs in the air, before he drops another bombshell question. Harrier, now on her feet, is utterly exposed by Venlyra's surgical breakdown of her combat, every feint, every foot-based sword retraction, laid bare. Harrier's frustration ignites a crimson aura as she tightens her grip, Venlyra's relentless analysis cutting deep, questioning her one-armed approach when two are available, disrupting her entire combat rhythm. Venlyra's relentless interrogation persists, demanding to know if a specific weapon was involved, or if her caution with her hands was merely a necessity. Governance combat skills, a discipline all about precise positioning and intricate sword work, were his signature, expanding his combat prowess beyond anything seen before. If he still had those old habits from his party days, Harrier was speechless, utterly floored by the sheer accuracy of the assessment. He finally broke the silence, demanding to know if the hooded figure was a rogue SSI, who then shot back with a cutting comment about his surprising smarts, given his look. Harrier gasped, utterly stunned, as the hooded figure let out a chilling laugh, declaring him endlessly surprising, all while a stark, snowy wasteland flashed into view. The figure kept pushing, asking if he didn't think he looked like some low-rank knight commander, a master that those weaklings couldn't even dream of touching. Then, with a sudden, chilling shift, the hooded figure announced, more importantly. Leaning in close to Harrier, who was now desperately avoiding eye contact, she threw down the gauntlet, demanding if he was just going to keep looking away. As if to hammer her point home, a vision of pure, destructive power exploded, ripping through the snowy landscape with raw, glowing force. The devastating impact kept on spreading, leaving a crimson-tinged path of pure annihilation. The tension explodes as Harrier goes on the offensive, a lightning-fast attack sending white energy streaks against Venlyra's purple shield, who just laughs it off. He's not holding back, taunting her, demanding to know what she'll do next, waiting for her to make a single mistake. Harrier's speed is insane, his sort of phantom blur as he vanishes and reappears, catching Ben Lyra completely off guard. The blade slams into her defenses, a massive impact shaking the ground as she struggles to hold her ground. He unleashes a relentless combo, a storm of slashes that just keeps coming, pushing her to her absolute limit. Ben Lyra is stunned, her eyes wide as she curses his crazy moves, realizing he's holding back, playing a dangerous game. She sees the openings, but they're traps, too shallow to exploit, and her mind races, fixated on the power of his demon sword. But then, a memory flashes, a different sword, a different image of him, and she's left wondering why it's not the same. Harrier's voice snaps her back, calling her out on knowing him too well, asking if that's why she's so confident, while she's still reeling from the memory of a sword that just doesn't fit. Still reeling from the confrontation, Harrier snaps, demanding to know where Muron is, his voice dripping with urgency. He watches Ben Lyra, who's dodging his gaze again, her silence just fueling his frustration. Already on his knees, Harrier fights to get up, but Ben Lyra, in her terrifying skeletal form, just looms over him. Another unseen force just rocks him, sending him flying back in a blinding flash of power. Harrier can only think, Mr. Skeleton is totally heartless. He keeps laying into her, shouting about the dozens dying, but she only cares about her own lackey, Ben Lyra. Heartless, he screams. Ben Lyra's skeletal face just stares, her empty eye sockets chillingly indifferent to his rage. A dark, cynical thought flashes through Ben Lyra's mind, that's the most relatable thing that crazy bitch has ever uttered. Harrier's mind screams, you are truly heartless beyond measure, as purple energy flares around her skeletal form. Harrier, utterly crushed, screams at her, why won't you even look at them? Why couldn't you save them? Her skeletal visage, radiating an ominous purple energy, snaps back, what if I did, and they rejected me? You're just like them. A chilling internal monologue reveals her true contempt, seeing them as creatures who crave blood, steel, and wine, yet refuse to sacrifice for others. Shadowy tendrils writhe around her outstretched skeletal hand, as she coldly orders him to give up. And accept it. Suddenly, the focus snaps to Jin Woo, sword in hand, as Ben Lyra's voice echoes with a dark prophecy, declaring, you picked up that sword for the world. Her shadowy tendrils writhe with ominous power, as she chillingly foretells, but eventually, you'll become just like me, and turn that sword against the very world. Jinwoo's grip tightens on his blade, his head snapping up in shock, as he shouts, what are you even saying, Ben Lyra? His face twists in raw agony, as he cries out, you're sorry a monster destroyed my hometown because of me? And you came all this way just to tell me that? He's fired up, demanding to know why he's the one taking the heat when the monsters are the real villains here. But Ben Lyra just shrugs it off, telling him to chill out, he's not the skeleton she's talking about. Then she hits him with the real question, does he actually believe a skeleton from the north? If so, whatever, it's all good. Jinwoo's mind is racing, wondering if he should just throw in the towel, but Ben Lyra's voice cuts through the noise, telling him to stop blaming himself. Then, in a shocking transformation, Ben Lyra's body morphs, revealing a skeletal warrior in a tattered cloak, a glowing blade clutched in her bony hand. She pivots and starts to walk off, a realization hitting her, it's been so long, she almost forgot she's a northern warrior. Her skeletal form fades into the distance, leaving Jinwoo reeling from her cryptic message and terrifying transformation. She remembers every soul turned to dust, carrying their hopes, their very wishes, into the future. For this is the unyielding will of the North itself. She is the Northern warrior, and they are not alone, merely forever chasing the spectral images of those who fell on the brutal battlefield. Already. Jinwoo, his expression grim, watches a distant hooded figure, muttering to himself once more. Suddenly, a raw surge of power explodes from him, the very ground beneath his feet shattering from the sheer force. It's disgusting, he snarls, his bandaged arm now blazing with a fierce, pulsating purple energy. He moves with blinding, explosive speed, leaving searing streaks of light in his wake. He strikes with blinding speed, a dark, viscous impact erupting from the red-haired figure. Caught completely off guard, Harrier can only register a single, bewildered thought, huh? Before he can even comprehend the attack, a searing purple energy slices through his form, his mind barely registering the sword, as it hits. The force is so absolute that even his blade, a weapon he trusted, splits cleanly in two. It split. His body begins to disintegrate, a rapid, violent unraveling. Bu. Engulfed by swirling, destructive energy, Harrier's form is torn apart, the attacker's voice echoing with a chilling finality, this is the answer. A blinding flash marks the culmination of the assault, a final, devastating blow. Tain roar ting slash. Harrier's body shatters into countless fragments, leaving nothing but dust and debris. Mole crush. Surveying the complete annihilation, Jinwoo finally understands. I finally get it. I finally understand why the fallen warrior struggled when he attacked. Right. I see you were originally a dual wielder. That's why. Harrier's face twists into a primal snarl, fangs flashing in pure, unadulterated rage, his mind reeling from the impossible defeat. He glares down at the very ground, the intricate, glowing purple energy of the devastating attack still burned into his vision, his mind screaming, I am, just because you held one more sword, you think you can. The raw, destructive power of the purple energy continues to swirl and dissipate, leaving behind a trail of shimmering particles. The immense magical force carves through the very landscape, a testament to the overwhelming strength unleashed. Vibrant purple energy pulses and crackles, its destructive aura still palpable, radiating pure power. Harrier's thoughts continue to rage, echoing his disbelief at the sheer power that overcame him. This bastard, just because you held one more sword, he thinks he can. His eyes widen in a final, agonizing moment of realization and despair, a single, chilling phrase escaping his mind, pitiful human. From the shadows, Jinwoo's voice cuts through the lingering echoes of battle, a cold, detached observation. A knight of warfare doesn't even know the pain of death, or the power that matches it. Even after being crushed, the fury in his eyes is undeniable, a burning thought screaming that his foe is arrogant, yet pathetic. He absolutely refuses to be underestimated, exploding forward with a desperate, furious roar. As the power flares, Jinwoo instantly recognizes the shocking countermove. A primal roar tears from Harrier's throat, his arm blazing with dark, crimson power. He's going all out, unleashing his ultimate technique, the devastating, spiral style. In an explosive burst of raw power, he unleashes the heaven and earth splitter. But as the attack closes in, Jinwoo's mind goes into overdrive, a terrifying memory demanding he recall it. He envisions a body of pure bone, stripped of flesh, a skeletal hand manifesting as he fiercely commands himself to recreate it. His eye flares with an intense yellow glow, channeling the power of a legendary hero from the past, right here, right now. A colossal evil is consuming the world, and it's time for one epic, game-changing strike. Then, from the heavens, a skull-masked warrior drops in, unleashing a lightning-fast, sweeping attack. With pure, unadulterated speed. The sheer, epic scale of the destruction is about to hit, dwarfing even the highest mountain peaks. As our skull-masked hero, absolutely radiating purple power, just tears through legions of armored foes. A weapon, absolutely crackling with dark power, slams home with devastating force. And unleashes a surge of pure, unadulterated evil. The whole thing explodes into an annihilation quake, absolutely pulverizing the ground and sending chunks of earth flying everywhere. And when the dust finally clears, our skull-masked powerhouse just floats there in the aftermath, enveloped in a chilling purple aura and surrounded by shadowy, bat-like minions. Then Lyra's power explodes, a cataclysmic wave of dark energy, revealing the true name of his ultimate attack, the Ascalon Dragonslayer / obliterating everything in its path. A hooded figure, shrouded in mystery, tries to calm someone named Muron, swearing everything's gonna be okay. But then, a single, blazing yellow eye flashes, revealing the true, raw desperation hidden beneath the calm facade. Just like that, the figure is down, utterly broken and bleeding out, a choked cry of agony tearing through the air. His face, now exposed, is a mask of pure torment, blood oozing from his lips as his body convulses. Suddenly, a red-haired warrior with a sword looms over the fallen Jinwoo, shouting a desperate order. Muron absolutely cannot speak right now. Jinwoo, his hand a bloody, desperate fist, lets out a raw, furious scream of, damn it. Harrier, the red-haired warrior, desperately begs Muron to stay back, his voice cracking as he watches Jinwoo's blood just keep pouring out. Harrier, sword still drawn, hovers over the critically injured Jinwoo, a look of utter devastation on his face as he begs him, don't you dare die. On a brutal battlefield, a single foot plants itself firmly, as a voice drips with pure contempt. Taunting, just whining and crying like a baby on the battlefield. Pathetic bastard. Yet, the gray-haired warrior, his face twisted in pure rage, snarls back, I'll kill you. The dark-clad figure, absolutely unyielding, just fires back, I will. I will certainly kill you. But before the warrior can even move, an unseen force absolutely rocks him, his face contorting in a silent scream as raw red power explodes around him. The dark-clad figure's weapon smashes home, sending the gray-haired warrior absolutely airborne, shattering debris in its wake. But even after that devastating hit, the warrior shakes at OFF, his eyes blazing with an unyielding resolve. Then, in a flash, the focus shifts as Harrier gets absolutely blasted, blood and debris erupting around him. Severely wounded, his face drenched in blood, he clenches his fists, a raw grimace of agony tearing across his features. Harrier is absolutely battered, blood streaming down his face, but he's still standing. The shadowy assailant just taunts him, telling him to babble all he wants. The shadowy figure just looms over him, calling him a savage who knows nothing about manners. Then, a massive burst of glowing purple-pink energy just explodes. swallowing everything in a blinding dust cloud, but Harrier just spits back, savages. The destructive energy keeps ripping through the air, and he finishes his thought, if we are. The shadowy figure, now glowing with a sinister purple aura, just stares down at the broken warrior, dropping one last brutal insult, then you must be a monkey. Harrier is down, barely clinging to consciousness, and with his last breath, he screams for his master. But then, out of nowhere, a skeletal hand with wicked claws bursts forth, glowing red eyes piercing the darkness, and a terrifying voice booms, "Skeleton." Just as things look dire, Van Lyra's skeletal hand emerges, and a chillingly calm voice commands Harrier to cool his head. The cloaked figure looms over the fallen, making a bold declaration, "I will buy you." Purple energy crackles around his hand, as the skeletal being repeats his demand for calm. But the dark-clad villain, the one Fry couldn't even touch, looms over a battered Harrier, mocking his heartlessness even in his defeated state. Harrier's face twists in agony as the villain presses on, twisting the knife by pointing out his lounging as proof of his demise. A chilling smirk spreads across the dark figure's face as he casually asks, "Would you like a new pet?" Gazing down at the gruesome pile of slaughtered Imperial soldiers, the villain remembers a past haunt, wondering if he feels any guilt for the massacre. He even acknowledges the families left behind, confessing to a brief, almost imperceptible, guilt. But as he walks away from the bloodshed, he coldly justifies it all, their deaths were a necessity to save his own. Harrier's eyes snap open, a silent challenge in their depths, as the chilling voice cuts through the air, mocking his indifference to the fallen but pointing out his laser focus on his own man. And the shadowy figure just chills him with a stark declaration, war, at its core, is a brutal, unforgiving game, a truth hammered home by the ominous, pulsing pink glow of a deadly blade. His face, a mask of cold resolve, betrays nothing as he delves deeper into his grim philosophy. The very air around him shimmers with raw, untamed power, a vortex of pink energy. KNG, a deafening clang erupts, a brutal echo of shattering force. He knows they see him as heartless, but deep down, his resolve burns, he'll carve his own destiny and shield his allies, no matter the cost. His eye ignites with a terrifying pink glow, and he unleashes a chilling vow, no more hesitation. And Harrier, battered but defiant, still on one knee with his shield gripped tight, simply starts, so. A bloodied hand clenches on the unforgiving earth as a voice demands a decision from him. The desolate mountain range looms, still crackling with raw, destructive purple energy. The aftermath of an explosive force that tore through the landscape. Harrier, battered and bleeding, struggles against the pain, his fate hanging in the balance. Van Lyra, ever the strategist, assesses the chaos, calling out a name and acknowledging the dire situation. He places a hand on the scarred terrain, a silent promise that he'll handle it. Harrier tries to push himself up, but Van Lyra holds him back, knowing he's too injured, as Harrier desperately calls for the skeleton's aid. But a fierce determination ignites in Harrier's gaze. Van Lyra bolts, leaving Harrier with a final, powerful command, "Don't forget your role." A storm of purple and white energy rages, revealing a cloaked figure hunched in its core, a chilling voice cutting through the chaos, "Muron, you." Then, a visceral close-up, a mouth, slick with blood, a raw image of suffering. A stark warning cuts through, "Don't lose to your anger." This profound truth resonates as Harrier and Van Lyra stand side by side in a barren wasteland, have a dream. A future that will overcome despair and rage. Harrier's bandaged hand extends, his voice raw with conviction, "The dream I want to pursue with my skeleton in you." His hand still reaching, a desperate plea, "I entrust it to you." So. The full burden of his plea crushes Harrier, his face streaked with blood and agony, a hand desperately shielding his eye. Then, the focus snaps to Jin Woo, his bloodied face grim, as the final, powerful command echoes, "Protect everyone." "I'm leaving it to you," a voice booms. Cutting to a brutal scene where a tribal chief lies battered and bleeding, utterly defeated. "Tribal chief," a chilling voice addresses him. As a mysterious cloaked figure in a skull mask observes, a sinister purple energy pulsing from their form. The battlefield crackles with the aftermath of the Northern School Lightning's devastating wildcat melee. And a triumphant warrior sneers, "Haha. The technique's power is getting weaker and weaker." He presses on, "The fight with the Fry must have been quite a struggle, eh?" The masked observer then interjects with a cryptic warning, "Or are you worried about what will happen before?" Says that they might lose control and become shells of themselves. The warrior's heavy foot slams down, asserting his absolute victory. A shadowy, skull-masked figure absolutely dominates Harrier, pinning him down with crackling purple energy, but a defiant voice screams, "Harrier will not be broken." The masked enigma stands triumphant over the fallen warrior, purple energy fading, scoffing, "How foolish." The chilling skull mask turns, declaring that such empty encouragement only drags people down. But Harrier, battered and broken, still spits out a furious, "Bullshit." The masked figure turns away, a cryptic message echoing, "It's not baseless encouragement, it's hope. That boy is different from me, he will not bend or break." Harrier pushes himself up, a fierce resolve burning in his eyes as he thinks of his disciple, the legendary warrior of the north. The mysterious masked figure vanishes into the distance, leaving a trail of lingering purple energy. Harrier clenches his fist, a dark thought surfacing. Is it the after effects of before? Suddenly, a new threat emerges. A terrifying masked rider, blazing with a crimson aura, charges into view on a monstrous steed. A terrifying monster, all sharp teeth and glowing red eyes, bursts onto the scene, roaring a chilling "GOTU" as it closes in. In the thick of it, a massive grey warrior dominates the field, standing victorious over a downed Harrier, with another combatant already out of the fight. The giant warrior simply turns and walks off, leaving Harrier for dead. The mysterious masked observer watches it all unfold, giving a cold thanks to Harrier, for buying them precious time. But Harrier isn't out yet. His eyes blaze with fresh determination, his mind now razor sharp. Suddenly, a devastating blow connects, sending a massive spray of blood flying, and Harrier's brief moment of calm is violently ripped away. Harrier clutches his bleeding hand, his face twisting into a furious snarl, spitting out a furious, rotten brat. But before he can even move, a massive hand grabs his red hair, jerking his head back with sickening force. The monster's jaws snap shut, swallowing Harrier whole in a shocking change of players, as the battle takes a terrifying turn. Standing over his broken opponent, the gray-skinned warrior's eyes blazed crimson, unleashing a primal scream as he vowed to finish the job. But from the shadows, a cloaked figure watched it all unfold, their eyes locked onto Harrier's fallen form. A low, knowing voice echoed from beneath the mask, recognizing the warrior as a familiar face from the past. The masked observer's mind flashed back to a different era, when Muron, the warrior, was a guiding force, leaving a younger Harrier behind. Harrier's memories surged, recalling his journey from the mountains, honing his skills under Muron's intense gaze. No, it went deeper than that, their connection forged long before any official training. He'd always been indebted to Muron's wisdom, but felt he'd only ever been a burden. Back in the present, sprawled on the unforgiving ground, Harrier's voice was barely a whisper, a heartfelt apology. Barely able to speak, he reiterated his profound regret. Even as he lies broken on the ground, Harrier's last words are a desperate apology to Muron, who watches from afar, unmoving. But the antagonist warrior isn't done, slamming down with incredible force. A chilling declaration forming on his lips. "I owe you, endless apologies," he growls, a twisted sentiment amidst the brutality. Then, a devastating blow erupts around Harrier, painting the desolate ground with fresh blood. The antagonist warrior clamps down on Harrier's neck, a blade glinting at his throat. Twisting his wrist with a sickening crunch, drawing a pained roar as blood gushes. His iron grip crushing any hope of resistance from the fallen warrior. Harrier's wrist was already gushing, the blade digging deeper as the antagonist warrior refused to let up, his grip an iron vice. Suddenly, with a vicious yank, the warrior ripped Harrier's head back, the knife now at his throat, a chilling threat that screamed, "Give up." Ignoring the desperate shouts from afar, the warrior just kept dragging Harrier, a relentless force of nature. But even through the agony and shame, Harrier's eyes locked onto something beyond, a silent message for Muron. A burning resolve ignited in his soul, a defiant promise, he would live for Muron's dream. But the blade showed no mercy, gouging deeper into his wrist, tearing a raw scream from his throat. Teeth grinding, Harrier battled the searing pain, blood already on his lips. A primal scream ripped from his lungs, a testament to the sheer, unbearable torment. The warrior's grip crushed down, the blade twisting, grinding bone, sealing Harrier's fate in a brutal display of power. A raw, pained grunt rips from Harrier. As the antagonist warrior, Gelji Tun, unleashes a relentless, brutal assault, his blade a blur of deadly intent. From a distance, a masked observer can only watch in horror, a desperate plea for Harrier ripping from their throat as the situation spirals. Gelji Tun relentlessly presses his advantage, driving Harrier to his knees, blade poised for the kill. But in a sudden, desperate surge of defiance, Harrier's bloodied fist explodes with brutal force. A blinding white energy erupts from his very core, blasting Gelji Tun backward. Harrier's eyes ignite with a fierce, purple light, a raw, primal power surging through his veins. The impact leaves a searing, purple wound on Gelji Tun's chest, a shocking testament to Harrier's unleashed power. Gelji Tun stumbles back, spitting blood, as his masked observer screams his name in utter alarm. The battle is reaching its peak, and a hand clenches, ready for anything. This is it, the time for a game-changing move. Harrier and his crew are going all out, purple power blasting as he absolutely demolishes the antagonist warrior, who can barely keep up. The impact is so intense, it's beyond words. But don't forget the battlefield itself. These mountains are a maze of narrow paths, perfect for losing anyone you're chasing. The masked observer is still calling the shots, telling his squad to fire up the mage's eye so no one gets away. He's got a whole mountain detour planned, totally convinced they'll corner and crush the enemy. But just like that, the tables turn. The masked observer is freaking out, hands flying to his face in pure panic, screaming for a full-on retreat. Harrier isn't letting up for a second, his sword connecting again and again, pushing the antagonist warrior to the absolute brink. The antagonist warrior stares at his defeated allies, a chilling truth hitting him hard. These bastards were luring us from the start, he roars, his hand clenching his sword, the hilt pulsing with a dark, furious energy. Meanwhile, a solitary figure looms in the distance, a silent observer in the desolate, snow-capped peaks. His eye glares, a chilling determination in his voice as he mutters, "This is the end." But for Harrier, the real game is just starting, his battle-hardened face locked in a deadly focus, eyes blazing with an unholy yellow light. A brief, almost dreamlike vision of someone holding flowers flashes by, a moment of peace amidst the storm. Harrier goes all out, unleashing a blazing mist that explodes around him, turning the battlefield into a fiery, swirling inferno. And from the very core of that raging storm, he summons an immortal mist lance, a devastating spear of pure, concentrated fire and swirling energy, ready to obliterate anything in its path. The immortal mist lance wasn't done yet, its raw power still tearing through everything. Forcing the antagonist warrior to unleash one last, agonizing scream as the attack absolutely annihilated him. Battle over, a solemn farewell was given, a small bouquet of white flowers, as he softly uttered, "Goodbye, Muron." The words lingered, a final, haunting echo. Goodbye. And just like that, the red-haired warrior stood solitary in the desolate, snow-covered peaks, his massive sword piercing the frozen earth beside him. But then, a voice shattered the quiet, laced with confusion and worry. "Huh. Master." A small, hooded figure with glowing purple eyes was practically flying across the snow, totally annoyed by the sudden outburst. "Why are you shouting so loudly?" She kept grumbling, the massive, echoing landscape making it impossible to figure out where the heck the noise was even coming from. "It's so noisy I can't hear you well." Then, way off in the distance, a blinding white light exploded, throwing massive shadows across the snowy wasteland, but the lone warrior seemed totally unaware of this new, epic event. Still reeling from the brutal battle, he screams into the desolate landscape. His bloodied face reflecting the sudden, blinding light that explodes in the distance. Across the epic, snow-capped peaks. The light intensifies, engulfing everything in its blinding, brilliant glow. Observing the bizarre phenomenon, he murmurs to himself, utterly baffled by its origin. He holds a crystal ball, its surface reflecting the distant radiance as he demands. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, a voice snaps at a bound arm, demanding to know why it's only now stirring. The observer of the light is none other than the legendary Edward Ben-Rira. The epic scale of the snow-capped mountain range is absolutely breathtaking. A desolate landscape where approximately 1,000 Imperial soldiers once roamed. Now, among the fallen, Escher Soma's vanguard, consisting of 600 soldiers, and Frey's squad, lie defeated across the frigid ground. Roughly 400 more soldiers, who had been waiting in the rear for an opening, also met their end, their weapons now silent. The tribal chief surveys the carnage, understanding that the combined strength of the enemy was used to create a false front, a deceptive tactic that led to this devastating defeat. A masked rider, observing the scene with glowing red eyes, remarks with cold detachment, "Isn't that right, sir?" The battlefield remains a gruesome tableau of blood and snow. A stark testament to the ferocity of the conflict. The masked rider continues, confirming that the northern chieftains were completely annihilated, leaving no survivors. A blood-curdling scream rips through the icy silence, a final, desperate roar from a warrior on the brink. As the brutal reality of the battlefield hits, with desperate cries of, "How can they be so strong?" and the horrifying confirmation, "The northern chieftains, they're all dead." Across the silent, blood-soaked snow, heavy boots press onward. Past the grim trophies of total annihilation, a scattered pile of bodies and shattered spears. And the last, desperate fall of another soldier plummeting down a sheer, icy cliff. The masked rider, their skull-like helmet a chilling silhouette against the snow, surveys the utter devastation with a horned companion. Their glowing red eyes burning with the chilling success of their brutal campaign. The desolate, snow-covered peaks screamed of utter destruction, with skeletal remnants, still armored and glowing with an eerie purple, painting a chilling picture of the northern chieftains' complete and brutal annihilation. A horned figure, with a dark, skeletal face, surveys the carnage alongside the masked rider, confirming the brutal truth, the northern chieftains are utterly annihilated. But the horned companion, his gaze piercing the destruction, quickly adds a chilling detail: some of those fallen were unlike anything they'd seen before. The masked rider, his red eyes burning, walks through the snow, contemplating the grim scene and initially thinking of respect, only to abruptly shut down the idea, issuing a chilling command: no gathering of bodies, no funerals. The masked rider strides forward, leaving his companion behind, who then calls out, a single, powerful word: "Chieftain." The masked rider surveys the carnage, his voice dripping with grim finality: even if they were resurrected, these men originated from this battlefield. But his skeletal companion, staff in hand, offers a chilling counterpoint: to rest on this battlefield is their honor. Kneeling among the fallen, the companion adds, their families will make graves with their names and remember them. Turning his back on the grim scene, the masked rider strides through the snow, his thoughts turning to his own people's harsh reality: we ate the animals and grain we could find on this land where we live. A small, resilient village, carved from the unforgiving, snowy landscape, stands as a stark testament to their struggle. His somber monologue continues, and we build our homes with the wood that grew on this land, using our own hands and families, for us who have only ever received the cold and hunger our whole lives. The chieftain's hooded head dips, lost in the weight of his thoughts. Gazing out over the vast, cloudy expanse, his voice hardens: if we do not give back even when we can, that is selfishness. With a surge of renewed purpose, the masked rider strides forward, leaving the grim battlefield far behind. He keeps pushing through the brutal, snow-covered mountains, his skeletal companion right there, his eyes burning with that signature red glow, cutting through the icy air. A slight turn of his head, a chilling confirmation: yeah. These epic, silent mountains are watching his every move, a journey for his people, his homeland, a duty he's been crushing for ages. He keeps going, his voice dripping with raw power: and I'm seriously sorry for ever doubting what you could do. He thinks about the insane price they paid, then hits with the heavy question: this whole war took everything, what's even left for you now? His hand, etched with ancient power, tightens as he drops the truth: I lost a ton, and got something way too big back. That fist just gets tighter, a silent promise of his iron will, and then he finishes: you have my thanks. Chat's over, the masked rider makes the call: time to head back to the village. The epic festival to honor and send off their heroes is coming. The night sky absolutely erupts with dazzling fireworks, painting the darkness with a spectacular, fleeting display. And down below, the entire village is just glowing with that festive light, its quiet homes lit up by the epic show above. But inside the village, the tribal chief is getting real about the past, dropping the truth that it's been ages since they battled with the Yanaka crew. His buddy totally agrees, super stoked that the chief made it back in one piece. Then, with a booming laugh, the chief declares, they'll definitely meet again soon, throwing out a playful jab at the stupid-looking lot before bursting into a huge, confident laugh. But hold up, because somewhere else, Harrier is absolutely screaming in agony, his voice tearing through the air as he demands his reward for surviving the war. He's clutching his head, totally overwhelmed, just wishing his life could be more like a party. And across the entire lower region, a deep, heavy sorrow just hangs in the air, with everyone crying, mourning their fallen, and absolutely crushed by grief. As the village explodes with epic fireworks and cheers, Harrier is locked in a heavy conversation with a mysterious hooded figure, who drops this bomb: ever wonder why monsters are always so epic? The hooded figure doesn't miss a beat, explaining, it's because we're practically dancing with death, crying over their departure. That's just too much, too grand a farewell. Then, with a heavy sigh, the figure concludes, so Muron would rather die than cry. Harrier's face darkens, the weight of it all crushing him, because he knows Muron's entire dream now rests on his shoulders. His eyes burn with unshed tears, the pressure unbearable as he thinks, if I fail, what happens to everyone who put their faith in me? The hooded figure looks up, a subtle challenge in their voice, right? Muron would be furious. But it's not just Muron's dream that fuels him, it's the memory of every single comrade they lost. He's thinking about the OG crew, the family who taught him everything, the ones who forged him into who he is. Looking at the road ahead, he confesses that if he let regret and rage take over, he'd lose himself completely. His hand tightens, a silent promise. Standing before the masses, he knows he has to stay true to his core. He proclaims that everyone needs to own who they are, no compromises. He turns to Muron, stressing that they gotta remember the fallen and keep pushing, for everyone's still watching from above. Muron's locked in, hanging on every word. Harrier confirms they'll be watching, no matter how many roadblocks pop up. A soft smile spreads across his face as he tells Muron to smile back, because that's exactly what Muron would have wanted. With a determined look, Harrier announces he's stepping out, ready to tackle whatever challenge awaits. He takes a moment, his words hanging in the air, a clear sign he's about to dive into some serious business. But Muron is always watching, a silent shadow taking in every move. Harrier then pulls back, his head bowed, clearly wrestling with something heavy. His hand clenches, and the skeletal companion feels it, a deep, unsettling instability in its master. The companion's mind races, realizing Harrier is on the brink, potentially reverting to his old, terrifying self. A purple glow pulses around the companion as it digs deeper, not just the instability, but the sheer, overwhelming power forced upon Harrier. Finally, the pressure becomes too much, and Harrier collapses, lying still, his battle paused for now. Muron sees it all, and now he's left with the ultimate question: what's his next move? Just 2 days later, the stage was set for an epic tribal gathering. Inside a massive hall, a chieftain held court from his throne, surveying the scene. And he couldn't help but notice the glaring empty seats. Seriously, where was everyone? So many tribes were still missing. But hey, the Mother Mountain was colossal, so it made sense that some tribes were still on their way. The man on the throne, Red Silk, chieftain of the Red Sheep tribe, was keeping his cool, but you could feel the tension. Suddenly, another chieftain, rocking a seriously intimidating helmet, threw out a challenge, "Greetings, undead," from below. And everyone was like, wait, the undead? He then declared himself Baksu Renar, the legendary leader of the Dawn Sky Tiger tribe. Harrier, ever the scholar, was stunned. This was a tribe he'd only seen in dusty old books. Red Silk then dropped the bombshell. The Dawn Sky Tiger tribe were the OG undead fighters, battling them for generations. Everyone thought they were gone, but nope, turns out those rumors were totally overblown. A special medium once had the power to convert herself, a shaman receiving into her body, and now, the skeletal companion holds a small, folded cloth. Presenting it with a quiet, "This is." Before offering it to Harrier, urging him to take it. "You will certainly need it someday." Harrier accepts the gift, his hand clasping the skeletal companion's in a firm handshake, acknowledging him as ancestor. The skeletal companion then questions Harrier's past and future, asking what kind of life he had lived, and why he intended to live in such a future. Harrier looks away, admitting he has no plans. The skeletal companion chuckles, advising him to stay unaware. "You don't need to get it revealed, so I won't say more." Meanwhile, Red Silk and Baksu Renar stand ready, with Red Silk declaring their tigers would lend strength to Harrier's journey, while Baksu Renar adds that this support is their lingering regret and burden. The skeletal companion reiterates the promise, confirming that the Dawn Sky Tiger, Red Sheep, and White Lion Mane tribes would all support him. A grizzled chieftain, his brow furrowed, confesses he can't vouch for the other tribal heads. But he's ready to take charge and rally them all, before pivoting to tackle the ultimate issue. His declaration echoes as the scene cuts to a red-haired captive, shackled and silenced, dangling from thick chains. Their destiny now on the chopping block. The chieftain's voice booms, sealing the prisoner's fate. Elsewhere, a strange, white-faced entity steps up to the skeletal companion, calling out to him. Back to the captive, the red-haired prisoner, now free to speak, stares down with fierce resolve, a quiet affirmation escaping his lips. His mouth, now a snarl of sharp, feral teeth, then opens wide with a daring challenge. He's ready to fight, demanding a place in the war. A towering, red-roofed building looms overhead, setting a dramatic stage for what's about to go down. But inside, the red-haired prisoner is being called out, a voice challenging him, "You're not the type to be afraid. What are you doing?" The red-haired prisoner, looking totally stressed, tries to explain that he was just defending himself, but somehow got caught without a sound. He's not having it, shouting a fierce "No," and warning them that they absolutely cannot trust the Emperor's herald, his voice practically screaming a desperate warning. He keeps going, his face set in stone, calling her the Empire's mouthpiece, a total menace, their enemy, and the mastermind behind this whole mess. Meanwhile, from the imposing castle, the tribal chief's voice cuts through, a grim reminder that they can't count on the Empire's help, and if the red-haired prisoner is so worried, he can just go home and hide. The red-haired prisoner fires back, scoffing at Baksu Renar for even saying that to him, calling him a total coward, scared to even help a hero. Baksu Renar, clearly fed up, demands to know what they should do with this hero, and the prisoner's chilling response is, simple, just kill him. The red-haired prisoner is still absolutely fuming, declaring the Empire's herald a total enemy. Baksu Renar gets it, though, knowing that even a hero with half the Empire's power could wreck their tribe, especially if they're just average. He keeps going, laying it out, the real threat only shows up when you're totally unprepared. A furious red energy explodes around the prisoner as he snarls, calling Baksu Renar weak, gullible, and totally brainwashed by the Empire. Baksu Renar, cool as a cucumber, fires back, telling him the tribe's survival is everything, and they can't be soft. The prisoner's fury goes through the roof, his eyes blazing red as he screams that the herald is a monster who stole his entire life. He keeps going, his voice dripping with poison, demanding that the herald be wiped out, no matter what. Baksu Renar, taking it all in, lets out a heavy sigh and asks if the prisoner really thinks the herald would just reject their offer. He spins to the skeletal figure, laying down the truth, that woman is the source of all this mess, and some big shot's life is now totally tied to hers. The skeletal companion nods, confirming she's a total troublemaker, then drops some wisdom. People who are too easy to read, with no hidden depths, are often the ones you least expect to cause this much havoc. Then, facing the fuming red-haired prisoner, Baksu Renar cuts straight to it, telling Harrier he gets his rage, and that this whole mess must be incredibly tough to swallow. But he pushes the prisoner to keep his cool, making it clear he's not asking for forgiveness, but for a tactical mindset. Letting rage take over would just get him wiped out, he spells out, stressing that cool-headed isn't cold-blooded, but about thinking like the enemy to win the war. Then, he needles Harrier, asking what's wrong, since he thought the prisoner was all about that epic quest to crush the Empire. The skeletal companion cuts in, doubling down on the "don't act rashly" order, because, let's be real, what happened is still unforgivable. Elsewhere, Red Silk ponders the whole thing, admitting the logic is sound. An Empire Knight, turned mercenary, would be a massive game-changer. He decides emotions are just dead weight in a fight, and if you want to win, you gotta ditch them completely. Baksu Renar is locked in a moment of fierce resolve, declaring his unwavering commitment to protect his allies and dismantle the Empire. Even if it means tapping into demonic power, he's ready to unleash anything, without a second thought, if it means securing the win. Then, with a stern gaze at Harrier, Baksu Renar lays down the law: if Harrier ever rises to chieftain, this crucial lesson must be etched into his memory. The duo stand side by side, the imposing Baksu Renar towering over Harrier, their gazes fixed on something beyond the frame. Harrier, with a quick flick of his hand, offers a sincere apology, confessing his past mistakes. Meanwhile, in a different location, a towering figure laughs at a small, cloaked person, implying they've seen some serious combat, prompting the smaller one to ask, "Some?" Suddenly, a terrifying vision of the masked rider flashes into existence, their shadowy cloak crackling with dark power, and those eyes burning with an infernal red glow. Back at the tribal council, the skeletal companion, Baksu Renar, and Harrier are still deep in conversation, one of them musing about a life spent in a specific place, while another declares, with absolute certainty, that forgiveness is simply not an option. Elsewhere, Red Silk is deep in thought, grappling with a critical problem, certain that something out there must exist to control her power. The skeletal companion processes the intel, confirming he's caught wind of something big. His eyes lock onto the red-haired prisoner, and a cold declaration cuts through the air: these wretches. The prisoner's expression is a raw mix of defiance and utter despair. A heavy sigh escapes the skeletal companion, a reluctant acceptance. He gets it, and he'll play along for now. He then declares the meeting over, urging them to rest and dig deeper, all while wondering what cryptic message the deity delivered. Across the way, Red Silk watches the red-haired prisoner being hauled off by two guards, a silent promise forming in his mind that the chieftain will eventually learn the truth. He barks orders to send the prisoner back to the underground dungeon, demanding increased security and constant surveillance, even as he grumbles about how dark the place is. With the prisoner being dragged off, Red Silk's thoughts drift, a strange idea forming: maybe he should build a nicer prison. The dungeon's massive door grinds closed. All while the skeletal companion observes the entire grim spectacle from a high window. A mysterious white-haired figure, eyes burning red, emerges from the shadows, a subtle sound hinting at his presence. He then turns to an unseen companion, demanding to know if their efforts have finally paid off. The elder, Van Sun, simply states his name, a silent warning echoing in his mind to hold his tongue. Lord Harrier has been secretly mastering new powers, leaving his shield warrior days behind, making everyone wonder, is that really Harrier? Van Sun remains still. Harrier lets out a knowing hoo-hoo, noting that Van Sun is clearly the more studious one. Van Sun then turns his attention directly to Harrier. The legendary sword hawker Harrier, once a formidable warrior, has unlocked incredible power, and is now poised to mimic Van Sun's very own skills. Harrier, coolly puffing his pipe, confirms he's a little closer to mastering it all. He's on the move, a silent companion trailing, but his mind is elsewhere, replaying old talks, wishing he'd gotten more out of his bony buddy. Elsewhere, a stark wooden coffin sits, silent and still. A chilling reminder that some forces, like the White Lion's mane, are always there, always lurking behind you. A massive, ornate building looms majestically in the distance. But the scene cuts to a somber grave, adorned with fresh flowers, etched with the name Muron. Meanwhile, a lone figure strides forward, as the narration drops a bombshell: he's inherited the ancient dragon's power, becoming a true dragon. A fresh scar now marks his face, his eyes burning red, and Harrier, despite his immense power, is brutally honest with himself, declaring he's still incredibly lacking. He confesses that before, he was too soft, too forgiving emotionally, a clear sign of a hardened new resolve. Harrier stares skyward, his mind consumed by a singular, burning ambition, to seize the chieftain's mantle. He understands that anything less than this monumental goal would betray the very essence of a true man of the North. His gaze sharpens with an unyielding resolve, as he declares his destiny, to become the legendary chieftain who will forge unity among all northern mountain tribes. Clutching his weapon, he knows that until he earns the revered name Hawker, his quest continues, a solemn promise whispered to a fallen comrade: just wait a little longer, Muron. His face, now a mask of steel, reflects an unbreakable will. Later, a voice cuts through the silence: Lord Harrier. Deep in the woods, an elder figure emerges, greeting him with a familiar, Mr. Van Sun. The elder reveals a message from the chieftain, handing over a mysterious item, asking, what could this be? Harrier's hand tightens around the scabbard, holding a legendary blade, his father's sword. The hilt, etched with history and power, feels right in his grip. As Van Sun, the wise elder, gazes upon him, proclaiming that after serving his father for so long, he knows Harrier will outshine even the legendary Great Hunt. Van Sun's words echo with prophecy, envisioning Harrier as a magnificent chieftain, a leader of legends, carving his name into the very history of the North. But a shadow crosses Van Sun's face as he questions Harrier's chosen path, asking if he's truly walking in the footsteps of that person. He reveals that person was a strategic genius, a great general, implying that with his guidance, Harrier could unlock unimaginable power and potential. With one last enigmatic comment about his specialty, Van Sun simply turns and vanishes into the forest's embrace. Harrier, his knuckles white around the sword hilt, murmurs a heartfelt thank you to the vanishing figure. As he fades into the shadows, Van Sun's voice carries back through the rustling leaves, leaving Harrier with a crucial mission: protect the champion until he returns. Harrier starts to walk away, but Van Sun calls out, declaring he's heading back to the village, he's got no other options. Meeting over, Harrier keeps moving, pushing toward his next objective. But elsewhere, at some remote outpost, the wait for updates is dragging on, way too long. A bald, scarred warrior relays a message about a navy, but he's totally clueless what that even means, and his confusion quickly spirals into panic. The word navy hits like a shockwave. The tribal warriors around him are instantly horrified, because a navy can only mean one thing: the Blue Dragon tribe. The scarred warrior confirms their worst fears: it's the Dawn Sky Tiger tribe, the Red Sheep tribe's eternal rivals. A map highlights the brutal strategy, because amphibious assaults are their signature, devastating move. The warriors, faces twisted in terror, admit the Dawn Sky Tiger tribe is strong, but they can't believe they're capable of such a massive assault. Red Silk, the chieftain, stands tall, his glowing eyes burning as he faces a kneeling figure. He's taking matters into his own hands, announcing that the Dawn Sky Tiger tribe is on the move, crossing the ocean. But hold on, despite the enemy's sea invasion, Red Silk drops a bombshell: he's going by land. His intense gaze sharpens, as he dismisses the sea route with a rhetorical challenge. The red-haired prisoner's jaw drops in pure disbelief, absolutely stunned by the chieftain's wild plan. Switching scenes, Van Sun is scratching his head, asking Harrier why he's so set on land travel, when the sea is clearly the faster, safer option. But Harrier's got a secret stop, a new destination locked in. With a determined look, Harrier doubles down on his decision. Strolling through a lively town, Van Sun confirms they're headed to the legendary Old Sword Town. Van Sun ponders, connecting the dots that the street's name probably harks back to the town's ancient origins. Deep in a snowy, mountain-locked village, the tribal leaders are laying down the law. They're ready to convince the other chieftains, even if it means turning their homes into a fiery wasteland. Red Silk is talking to Baksu Renar, getting his orders straight, and he's not about to let some idiot mess things up. But while they're plotting, Harrier, the guy they're talking about, is already out the door, leaving the village behind. Back at the meeting, Red Silk is still talking, admitting he never wanted to be Baksu Renar's hunter, but now, the gods have given him the ultimate mission. Harrier, the so-called hero, is out of there, but he's secretly packing some serious evil, and nobody even knows it. Meanwhile, Ben Lyra is absolutely losing it over his family's death, screaming at the heavens for revenge, and his disciple's mana is going wild in response. He's cursing the gods non-stop, demanding they obliterate his enemies and everything else in his way. In his rage, he's just embraced a whole new destiny and a massive burden. He had no one left to trust, forced to leave behind everything he knew for a mission far greater than himself. Listen up, Harrier, a voice cuts through, laying down the law: a true hero never loses themselves, no matter how brutal the trials get. The one who fights to keep their identity, even when everything is on the line. Harrier stares into the swirling, cosmic power, and the truth hits him: that's what it means to be a hero. His fist tightens, a silent, powerful resolve hardening within him. His first crew bailed on him, left him high and dry. The voice booms as Harrier strides away from the village: so I'm keeping the good ones close. That's the sacred oath for anyone who follows a hero. Pack on his back, Harrier marches on, a lone wolf leaving the past behind. Out of nowhere, a terrifying, fanged monster appears, its face twisted in pure, unadulterated disgust. This thing is seriously grossed out. Back with our heroes, the skeletal companion is totally freaking out about the Imperial Guard, but Harrier just shuts him down instantly. Brushing off the whining, Harrier snaps back, reminding the skeleton he didn't slow down for anyone and that complaining is literally his companion's whole deal. He presses on, pointing out the skeleton had been fine for days, so what's the big deal now? But the skeleton just keeps whining, begging Harrier to speed up, and Harrier's just like, dude, stop it. Harrier's gaze locks forward, his dark eyes burning with intense focus, pure determination radiating from him. Hidden in the forest, a tiny, dinosaur-like creature watches, completely unseen by the passing duo. Harrier and his skeletal sidekick keep pushing forward, their silhouettes cutting through the thick forest, with other mysterious cloaked figures lurking in the background. This wilderness is no joke. Massive, multi-eyed monsters are just chilling, watching from the crags. But even with giant black beasts lurking, they just keep pushing. No stopping these two in this wild land. Night falls, stars blaze, and Harrier's still leading, barely a sound from him. Dinner's caught. Harrier's got their meal for the night, no problem. Campfire's lit. He tells his buddy, "We're staying here, get ready." Mr. Skeleton, his trusty sidekick, is all ears. Then, out of nowhere, the skeleton speaks up, "Gotta ask something big." And then he drops the bomb, "Did you hear that voice too? Where did it even come from?" The skeletal companion, holding back a secret, finally breaks his silence, revealing he was just waiting for Harrier to step away, because that guy is always on high alert. He couldn't even bring it up until now, and then drops the bombshell. The voice was from an old friend, but he's still unsure what it all means. Harrier takes it all in, his bandaged hand tightening into a fist, a fierce determination burning in his eyes. No time to waste, he declares he's going straight to the source, heading for the grim battlefield where it all started. As they push through the frozen wastes, a flashback hits. His mom, a commoner, somehow caught the eye of his noble dad, a forgotten piece of his history suddenly feeling incredibly important. Harrier grapples with the weight of his father's legacy, a name that once made him falter, but his skeletal ally cuts in, revealing he needed a reason, a justification for what he did. He presses on, recalling how his own disciple once challenged him, demanding to know why a noble had to die. A chilling purple energy crackles around him as he speaks, proclaiming it was a necessary death, no matter the cost. Harrier, clutching a small, mysterious orb, simply says he accepted it, without a word of protest. His skeletal companion gazes at him, a profound sadness in his tone, and then, "But you just couldn't, could you?" Then, with a chilling self-awareness, he utters a single word, "skeleton." Harrier lets out a sharp, almost pained laugh, a sound that speaks volumes of his dark comprehension. The skeletal companion shifts, a quiet confession escaping him, that he simply couldn't grasp Harrier's perspective at first. He remembers the sheer rage, the madness that consumed someone after a death, sparking an all-out war against an empire, a brutal justification for their very being. He'd thought his companion was either a total idiot or just didn't care about anything. But now he gets it, neither was true. He just needed a reason. A reason to keep living in this messed up world, he ponders, then tells Harrier to back off, claiming he's too righteous for this fight. Then, a sudden realization hits him, his companion isn't an empire's puppet anymore, but still chose this path, meaning that Hero's death was exactly what he needed. Harrier, who's been silently fuming, finally explodes, yelling at the skeletal companion to shut his mouth and stop spewing garbage. He can't believe it, a master needing their own disciple to die. That's just insane. The skeletal companion, completely unfazed, tells the empire's dog to listen up, warning him that his calm demeanor doesn't mean he's not furious. His silence wasn't forgiveness, he declares, and letting his companion talk now doesn't mean he's forgotten a single thing from the past. Red Silk, the Red Sheep tribe's chieftain, unleashes a chilling monologue, his voice dripping with pure contempt as he talks about the ultimate price of defiance. His eyes burning with a malevolent red glow, he vows to make them pay, even in the afterlife. A maniacal, blood-curdling laugh tears through the air, his blood-smeared face twisted in pure, unadulterated glee. He keeps going, reflecting on a fallen disciple, noting their death seemed to follow a familiar, tragic path. Red Silk remembers a seriously talented girl, who, despite her insane skill, never got the credit as the first hero. He admits the northern tribes are tough, powered by rune tattoos, but he scoffs at their judgment and skill as just a result of grinding hard. He bursts into another fit of laughter, mocking their sentimentality, thinking it's totally insane to throw away your life for a comrade after all that training. His eyes dart to a small red object in his hand, and he starts rambling about that red one and what they should be wearing. With one last, echoing laugh, he questions someone's sudden change of mind, taking all the credit for himself. The chieftain's voice booms, and then Lyra is down, bloodied and broken. Red Silk's chilling words pierce the silence, "Listen up, skeleton. Everyone's hurt." A flashback or a brutal taunt, Red Silk's voice dripping with contempt, "I did, and you failed. That's the undeniable gap between us," he sneers, as fireworks erupt behind him. Amidst the frozen peaks, his eyes blazing with purple power, his weapon crackling with energy, Red Silk simply states, "Yes. And that is why." Then Lyra, battered and broken, can only listen as the chieftain delivers the cold truth, "All this has happened." The chieftain's voice turns to steel, his intent undeniable, "Last time, I saw it as a warning, but I was wrong. This time, I'm ending it for good." Then Lyra, despite his injuries, lets out a desperate, defiant cry, "But..." The red-haired prisoner can't believe it, demanding if the secrets were just handed over, and if it was about their kid's father. But his cloaked ally, clutching a tome, confirms the shocking truth, "He told me, and so much more." The red-haired prisoner scoffs, "That guy doesn't just spill secrets. Then, with a chilling, who knows, the focus snaps to a gruesome pile of raw, bloody meat. A terrifying, fanged mouth, glowing with an ominous red energy, snarls a single, chilling word, kindly. A blade flashes, tearing through the flesh. And blood erupts, as the red-haired prisoner grimly states, and he answered. Bandaged hands relentlessly carve the raw meat, a grim task unfolding. Tied up and simmering with intensity, the red-haired prisoner is under the watchful gaze of his skeletal companion, a mysterious pot bubbling over a fire nearby. The skeletal figure's voice crackles, "What's so funny?" and the prisoner, with a chilling grin, simply states, "Nothing. I'm just excited." Then, with a sly, knowing look, he throws down the gauntlet, "Your disciple must think you're a hero, right?" His voice drops, a chilling truth echoing as he declares, "Kill one, you're a murderer. Kill 10,000, and suddenly, you're a hero." His eyes burning with an eerie glow, he delivers the ultimate challenge, "I'm really curious what your disciple will realize then. Just watch carefully." He stares into the vast night, a shooting star blazing a path, wondering how this epic saga will finally end. After an arduous trek, a skeletal foot finally hits the dirt, declaring their arrival. A massive settlement sprawls before them, hidden among the hills. As they close in, the skeletal companion lays out the plan, they're hitting this place for supplies before they roll out. But the red-haired prisoner hits the brakes, a sudden realization dawning. He eyes his ragged clothes, a look of pure disgust on his face. This prisoner gear is beyond uncomfortable, he desperately wants his own clothes back. But the skeletal companion is all business, shutting down any talk of imperial heralds or grand entrances. They're slipping through this place like ghosts to dodge any trouble. Following his companion's advice, the red-haired prisoner has undergone a total transformation, now rocking a grey hooded cloak and a mask, his identity completely hidden. His skeletal companion quickly reminds him that this drastic change was absolutely essential, because getting spotted in their old gear was simply not an option. And seriously, no need to stress. Because the prisoner himself is practically gloating about his perfect disguise, totally convinced it's foolproof and hides his stunning looks from everyone. He strikes a confident pose, with a whole arsenal of throwing knives stuck in the ground around him. Completely oblivious that he's already been encircled by spear-wielding figures, their deadly points aimed right at him. A monstrous, snarling wolf-like creature with glowing red eyes lunges forward. Its roar echoing as a voice questions the nature of the threat, a single word hanging in the air, "Undead." A cloaked figure, wearing a skull-like mask with glowing purple eyes, stands silently, observing the scene. Soon, a stern-faced guard, clad in heavy armor and holding a spear, steps forward from his companion, addressing the travelers with authority. The guard, Man Gil, a sentry of Livkrit village, issues a direct command to follow him. The path leads into a quaint, bustling village, its timber-framed houses nestled among rolling hills. Inside, the skeletal companion, with his distinctive Oki greeting, engages Man Gil in conversation, acknowledging his role as the Twin Star Village's sentry. Man Gil then reflects on his past, revealing his former affiliation with the Northern Adventurers Guild. He's still getting the scoop, even after hanging up his gear, thanks to his old crew still out there adventuring. But then, boom. He changed, became something else entirely, and now he's facing an undead that's not even a monster. Mind blown. Most retired adventurers just chill in the northern quarter, but these guys are totally giving the cold shoulder to his new buddy. He can't help but laugh at the shade. Small or not, the skeletal companion makes it clear, they're grateful for the assist. But Man Gil's like, "Nah, I'm out. Got other stuff to do." He tells them to catch him at the tavern later. But the companion isn't having it, flat out saying, "Nope, we're sticking together." Because, let's be real, without him, they'd probably just get thrown in jail. Man Gil's face just screams, "Fine, whatever." He finally gives in, muttering, "Suit yourself." A young boy, fueled by epic dreams, launches into an adventure, ready to forge his destiny and become a legend. This young man, eyes blazing with ambition, dreams of becoming the ultimate hero, ditching his village for glory, maybe even snagging a crown. But then middle age hits, and the warrior grinds away, only to find his epic dreams crushed by harsh reality as age catches up, and fresh, hungry rookies start stealing the spotlight. It's a hopeful, yet totally bittersweet sigh that echoes through the arena of shattered dreams. Man Gil turns to his skeletal companion, a grim smile on his face. "This, my friend, is our story." He continues, a wistful gaze fixed on the phantom sword he once wielded, thinking of all the young adventurers who chased that same wild dream. And that's the brutal truth, those who now call themselves old, utterly crushed by reality, end up as has-beens, with most camp sentries just stuck listening to these endless, bittersweet sagas. He keeps going, laying out the brutal truth of their world: if you're not born with insane talent, you either go all out on the front lines or you hide out as a sentry, no in-between. But his bony friend drops some serious wisdom, telling him to forget the past. It's just a tragic memory you can't rewind. All that matters is pushing forward, because the future is yours to grab. He doubles down, saying you gotta keep chasing. There's no wall stopping you but yourself. You either crush your dream or you bail. Man-Gil takes it in, then fires back, keep running like that, and guess what? We all end up at the same finish line anyway. He stares at his companion, muttering, you make it sound so easy. A wry smile plays on his face. Before he declares, I have. His bony friend just blinks, what? Then Man-Gil, ever the good guy, says, alright, get some sleep. I'll pull your sentry shift early. He heads off, calling out, later. The skeletal companion just stares, muttering, there goes my cash. He can't help but think, what a weird bunch. As a chilling, screeching sound rips through the silence. The colossal, desolate arena looms under a blood-red sky, a silent testament to forgotten battles. Man-Gil rests on his staff, pondering the lingering spirits, when a chilling, disembodied voice cuts through the air, demanding, fools. It's time to get up. His skeletal companion watches him, noting, you always stay behind long after the performance is over. Man-Gil whips around, a shocked expression on his face, clearly about to ask something important. Suddenly, a young woman with flowing brown hair and a sweet smile appears, reaching out a hand. And then, she drops the bombshell, Tio, escort me home. She just asked him to escort her home, and Man-Gil's already thinking about the absolute chaos it would cause with his crew. But she's not backing down, telling him to chill out, because she's clearly not a monster and looks totally human, so let's be logical here. Man-Gil's quick to apologize, but she cuts him off, saying it's cool, just that her lives are blurred and things are a bit different for her. He's still confused, asking why him out of everyone, especially with so many other sentries who'd probably love her music. She drops a bombshell, everyone else bails after hearing her songs, but his eyes, like a kid's, actually listen to her dreams. Even royalty gets spooked, she adds, really driving home how special his eyes are. She repeats, like a child, and then just flat out says that's why she likes him. After she's done talking, Man-Gil is left to ponder what it means to have childlike eyes. Man-Gil is still reeling from her bizarre explanation, trying to form a coherent thought, but he can't even finish his sentence. Then, it hits him, he snaps, demanding to know what she just pulled. But she just smirks, a playful glint in her purple eyes, and calls him out, he's totally transparent. His brain is short-circuiting. And she just leans in closer, a mischievous glint in her eye, calling him out for being clueless. And just like that, with a soft, unexpected gesture, she takes his hand. Man-Gil's jaw drops, his eyes bugging out, completely blindsided by her move. The adventure continues, arriving at a vibrant town with striking red-roofed buildings, a hub of energy and life. Inside a bustling inn, a mysterious hooded figure with a stark white mask face is all ears as a buddy spills the beans, their reaction totally hidden behind that eerie blank stare. The companion wraps up their wild story with a laugh, dropping the casual bomb, so yeah, that happened, Later, the mysterious hooded figure is caught in a moment of intense focus, eyes glued to a map spread out on a wooden table, plotting their next move. While the figure strategizes, chaos erupts in the background as a man gets absolutely launched, his body soaring through the air with a dramatic, visible impact. He hits the deck with a solid thud, as Man-Gil casually observes the whole spectacle from afar. Another patron swiftly steps in to lend a hand, hoisting the downed guy back up as the tavern's energy just keeps on rolling. He surveys the grim scene, a man dangling from the rafters, and cuts straight to the chase, demanding only the crucial intel. Elsewhere, the red-haired prisoner, utterly baffled, confronts an elder about his dire situation, demanding to know how he's wasted right after showing up, and what good hands even means. A low, almost mocking, heth rumbles from Venlyra, a sound dripping with hidden meaning. Then, facing the red-haired prisoner, he throws the man's own words back at him, a chilling echo, wasted, you're saying. But I just got here. What do you mean I'm in good hands? Then, with a smirk hidden beneath his mask, he drops a bombshell, I suddenly remembered some fond memories. The red-haired prisoner's eyes widen in shock, a sudden realization hitting him as he shouts, your first dialogue the hero might have met me. Venlyra offers no reply, his hooded silhouette a silent, imposing presence, leaving the prisoner's revelation to echo in the tense quiet. The red-haired prisoner flashes back to a solo mission gone wrong. He was getting crushed by a dangerous monster, but then, out of nowhere, she swooped in to save him. A warrior radiating justice and insane skill, she was someone who never hesitated to jump in and save others. This hero, Venlyra, absolutely dominated the monster. A heavy gulp breaks the silence as the prisoner drinks, deep in his memories. Is that so? He whispers, a hint of doubt in his voice. He confesses to getting lost in the meaning of justice, especially in that chaotic hellscape where good and evil were a blur. He often ponders the bard's epic tales, always asking himself what the right thing truly is. Just like that legendary sentry and bard, he yearns for more time, even just a single day spent together. Imagine, if these warriors were born in a peaceful age, swords still at their sides. He ponders, would their lives still be so ordinary? But for these mundane days, there's only one solution, a war to end all wars. It's a paradox, he admits, but there's no other path. If this age burns, and the next one follows, so be it. Let everything end, so perhaps, just perhaps, they might find peace, even if fleeting. That's the grim prayer Van Lyra offers, as he charges into the fray, his skeletal hand ready for war. Naturally, this isn't his first rodeo, it's the second time. Chained and weary, the prisoner scoffs, second time, you say? What about the first? He poured his entire life into the battlefield, only for a war that barely scraped 100 years. He's ready to throw down again, if it means true peace for the world, even if his hands get absolutely drenched in blood. Hearing that intense resolve, Van Lyra just nods, respecting the grind. But then, with that classic smirk, he's like, a little more praise wouldn't hurt. But back at Kenret village, the chill night was just getting started, when suddenly, a Bursa order blared from the southwest. This wasn't just a few stragglers, it was a massive monster emergence. Their monstrous forms already looming, and the count. A terrifying 300. One piercing yellow eye cuts through the gloom, and a sickening crunch rips through the air. Then, more and more eyes ignite in the void, followed by an ear-splitting shriek. A truly hideous, green-skinned face, all tongue and jagged teeth, bursts into view, its hungry eyes locked onto the surface. Man Gil gives Van Lyra a low-key send-off, and Van Lyra's all, thanks. The guard's like, take care, and Van Lyra's already planning the next meetup. Man Gil just stares after him, looking totally lost in thought. But then, Van Lyra's laying down the law on some red-haired prisoner, calling him out for his past mistakes, and the guy's just like, master, chill. Suddenly, Van Lyra's back at some ancient archway, and Man Gil's all, whoa, human. What are you doing here? He's totally suspicious, asking if Van Lyra's up to no good. Van Lyra tries to play it cool, saying he's just there to help, but Man Gil's having none of it, flat out refusing to let him pass. Van Lyra just stares down the unmoving guard, the way forward completely shut off. He doubles down, declaring his connection to the hero's village, a place he calls home. High above, Man Gil surveys the land. Then challenges Van Lyra, what's his next move? Van Lyra, undeterred, repeats his claim, emphasizing the hero's village and his roots there. He insists he can't leave without the hero, yet doubts anyone would see him as the one. Man Gil cuts him off, asserting the hero's identity is irrelevant, what matters is the village's protection. Van Lyra starts to retort, hinting at the hero's power to protect, but his words are abruptly silenced. The standoff ends as Van Lyra, on horseback, departs the village, leaving the gate behind him. Suddenly, Van Lyra is hit by an unknown force, sent flying through the air, his mind racing to comprehend the chaos. He's caught in a dark, swirling vortex, leaving him utterly shocked and confused by the sudden attack. What just happened? But then, a sudden shift. We're in Libret village, where the Adventurers Guild notice board is packed with urgent messages. One notice screams for attention, talking about a mysterious outbreak, but it's got a weird twist, it questions if it really came from the surrenderer's corpse. Van Lyra, now hooded and with the red-haired prisoner by his side, checks out the board, while a grim image shows monsters tearing through a mountain village. The message gets even more intense, revealing that monsters are swarming mountain villages, with forest creatures hitting already weakened towns, their numbers exploding. The red-haired prisoner takes it all in, as the board warns again, too many monsters are pouring out of the forest, crushing weakened villages, their numbers just keep climbing. He continues, dropping a bombshell, the Adventurers Guild, once the monster-slaying titans, totally botched a disaster, and everything went downhill from there. Back in the day, adventurers were legends, even before the Empire's knights showed up. But now, a whole new order has risen. His eyes blaze with an otherworldly purple energy, and he just brushes off the past, declaring it ancient history. The Empire, once a powerhouse, is now a decaying husk, like a dead tree reaching for nothing. The Adventurers Guild, totally crippled, unable to do its one job. He keeps going, his voice dripping with grim reality, talking about the duty to protect their falling apart homes. All that's left, he sighs, are the desperate few protecting their homes and the guards on duty. He drops the ultimate truth bomb, a dying nation has zero talent, and with villages vanishing, new adventures are a myth. The weight of it all falls on those protecting a crumbling land. Especially the frontier adventurers and guards, the everyday folks who call this place home. A small figure, sword gripped tight, is absolutely stunned in a doorway, as a terrifying truth hits them hard. The words hit like a hammer, a chilling declaration of immediate danger. For weeks, monsters had been swarming the village, appearing from every single direction, and now, the full-blown invasion was here. Man Gil, the village sentry, his face etched with pure urgency, barks orders for an immediate meeting to figure out the monster damage and what to do next. He confronts Van Lyra, making it clear there's no time for small talk, and the cloaked figure just gives a curt nod of agreement. Their battle plan is crystal clear: funnel those monsters into one spot, and they can drastically cut down the village's losses. Man Gil locks eyes with Van Lyra, putting all his faith in him and the rest, counting on their collective power to pull through. Suddenly, Man Gil's gaze snaps to something else, and he shouts for Van Lyra to check it out. It's a state-issued quest, but here's the kicker: no patron, no reward, nothing written on the core. He continues to size up the state-issued quest, knowing full well that anyone just chasing coin would bail immediately. This whole thing was just too risky, and he could already see the body count rising. He turns to his companion, asking Van Lyra what good his old plan is now. With a steely gaze, Man Gil makes it clear: their village comes first. His hand clenches, a silent, burning vow: they'd protect it themselves, no matter what. Beyond the village's massive, rune-etched walls, something truly terrifying begins to awaken. A primal, earth-shattering roar rips through the air, as a monstrous maw gapes open. Its colossal, green-skinned form and blazing purple eyes scream raw power, now fully unleashed. With a fierce grip on his weapon, Van Lyra explodes into action, delivering a brutal first strike that sends the colossal green beast reeling. He then vaults onto its back, locking in his attack as the monster lets out a furious roar. But Van Lyra knows its tough hide won't last. With a powerful thrust, he buries a glowing dagger into its neck, drawing a guttural scream. As the creature's eyes blaze with raw, purple fury, the colossal green beast, still reeling from the last blow, unleashes a deafening, primal roar, fighting to stay upright. But even after that brutal hit, these things are built different. Each one is way tougher than any normal person, operating on a whole other level of threat. Van Lyra just scoffs, eyes narrowed, a low growl escaping him: damn Empire bastards. He can't believe the sheer audacity, realizing they totally lied, downplaying the real danger of these monsters. The monster just keeps thrashing, its colossal body tearing up the rocky ground. And then, a low, rhythmic thrumming starts to echo across the barren plains. Suddenly, Van Lyra feels it, a shift in the air. His eyes snap open, demanding, what's this vibration now? The monster's colossal, razor-sharp claw trembles, just barely. And its reptilian eye, still burning with that eerie purple glow, locks onto something unseen: something else is coming. A colossal wyvern, its leathery wings spread wide, descends from the sky, casting a massive shadow over the land. Below, a soldier cries out in terror: a wyvern. Run! We can't beat that. Another voice echoes the sentiment: it's impossible for us. All units, retreat. A third soldier, however, stands firm, declaring, don't think so. We must protect the village. We can't retreat. His comrade questions the decision: you know it's impossible. The wyvern is too strong. What are we going to do? One suggests, we should at least evacuate the villagers quickly, but another dismisses the idea: this village is finished. Unseen by the panicking soldiers, Van Lyra watches the unfolding chaos, his gaze fixed on the monstrous creature. Meanwhile, the red-haired prisoner smiles enigmatically, a knowing expression on his face. The wyvern itself seems to confirm the prisoner's unspoken thought, a silent, predatory affirmation, as expected. Van Lyra stares down the colossal wyvern, its terrifying presence engulfing the sky, a fierce resolve burning in his eyes as he knows this is his only move. Back in the village, a frantic cry rings out, a desperate plea for calm evacuation. He's trying to rally the terrified villagers, shouting orders to stay calm and move north, minimal gear only. But a frantic villager cuts him off, screaming, what are you doing? Get out of here now. More villagers rush up, asking, where's Van Lyra? We had to bail so fast. One of them blurts out. A villager grabs his arm, yelling, explain yourself. His hand tightens, the ring on his finger catching a faint light. The devastating truth hits: Man Gil is sacrificing himself to buy them precious escape time. Man Gil, blood and grime painting his face, stands ready, axe gripped tight, a fierce resolve burning in his eyes. Then, with an explosive burst of pure speed, he charges headfirst into the monstrous wyvern. The beast's colossal maw snaps open, a gaping void of razor-sharp teeth. And without a moment's hesitation, Man Gil slams his axe down, targeting the creature's vulnerable insides. A deafening boom echoes through the air, sending the wyvern's massive head snapping back from the unexpected blow, as the hero stands firm, having landed his desperate first strike. Man Gil's eyes are locked on, laser-focused even after that massive hit. He's already anticipating the beast's next move. That axe, still humming from the hit, is ready to go again. But the wyvern? Its eyes are blazing with pure rage, it snarls, its huge head barely flinching. Before Man Gil can even blink, this thing just explodes forward with insane speed. Jaws wide, claws out, it's just a blur of scales and pure, unadulterated fury. The hit sends him absolutely flying, his body just gets rocketed through the air. His face twists in pure agony as he completely loses control. He slams into the ground, debris flying, that wyvern's counterattack was just brutal. After Man-Gil gets absolutely rocked, Van Lyra's eyes ignite with a furious purple, pouring every last drop of mana into a devastating counterattack. A blinding purple aura explodes from him, instantly forming a massive lightning spear. With an earth-shattering crack, a raw bolt of lightning rips through the sky. The lightning spear absolutely obliterates the ground, exploding in a blinding flash and carving a massive crater. The explosion rocks the wyvern, its arm getting shredded and gushing blood from the lightning strike. It unleashes a primal scream of agony, its massive maw wide open as lightning surges through its entire being. A faint, shimmering dream, a vision of what could be, flashes before his eyes. The colossal wyvern, utterly defeated and broken, lies absolutely wrecked on the desolate ground. While Man-Gil's face twists in pure agony, one burning question screaming in his head, was he too late to change anything? But then, a faint, almost nostalgic smile creeps onto his face. Because even in his flawed dream, there was always someone who had his back, someone who championed his wildest aspirations, and that memory ignites a fire within him. Standing strong on the rugged ground, Man-Gil, his face now smeared with blood but his eyes blazing with fierce determination, declares, he's not giving up, not now, not ever. His resolve hardens, a silent, unbreakable promise forged in the crucible of battle's aftermath. Out of nowhere, a devastating kick rips through the air. But a chilling, guttural voice just booms, come. The tension is palpable, the challenge undeniable. A stark reminder of the epic struggle to slay the dragon. Save the village. The massive figure looms, an absolute titan. Before a scorching red beam blasts from its single, dark eye with a fierce hiss. Out of the darkness, a pair of intense, glowing red eyes just pierce through the void, observing everything go down. But elsewhere, a spear-wielding warrior is just going off, absolutely skewering a nasty goblin right through its chest. The monster just lets out this horrible, gurgling scream, as its life force just vanishes. Our hero stands triumphant over the defeated enemy, as a voice echoes, the dragon, it's already been taken down. With that fierce, determined look, our warrior is already locked and loaded for whatever comes next. And without even a second thought, that spear finds its next victim, absolutely impaling an older, beefy guy who just screams in pure agony. Even if, what? A devastating impact rocks the earth, sending dust and debris exploding outwards as the beast slams into the ground. A chilling, final thought rips through the air, I die today. The spear, now driven deep into the desolate earth, confirms the beast's demise, a crimson stain spreading across the barren land. Standing victorious amidst the quiet aftermath, the spear wielder takes in the scene, a silent, powerful declaration echoing in his thoughts, I have already. He stands tall, a solitary figure against the desolate horizon, his spear held high, a silent testament to his overwhelming might. A faint, confident smirk plays on his lips, his eyes burning with an unwavering resolve. The spear wielder kneels, battered but unyielding, amidst the desolate, snow-dusted battlefield, the echoes of his brutal fight still hanging in the air. A guttural grunt escapes him, his face a canvas of blood and grime, a raw testament to the sheer brutality he'd just overcome. He rises, towering over the defeated, monstrous green-skinned beasts, as one of them gasps a final, chilling thought, I have already. But his focus is absolute, his victory fueled by one burning truth, he saved his princess. Then, a blur of lightning-fast motion slices through the air. As his hand clamps down on the weapon, unleashing the intricate, devastating technique of the Northern School, its spiral style. The complete name of this deadly martial art, the Northern School of Hunting, is now undeniable, a legacy forged in every precise, powerful movement. He unleashes a devastating lion's claw strike, his spear absolutely exploding with purple energy as it smashes into the Earth-axis rock breaker, sending shockwaves through the very ground and obliterating the monstrous foe. The battle rages on in a wild melee, a chaotic blur of pure power. As the dust settles, a disgusted groan rips from his throat, complaining about monster flesh in his mouth. Gross. He stares down at the defeated creatures, casually telling his unseen companions this was just practice, maybe to grow their tiny brains, then sharply tells them to stop fighting. Suddenly, Van Lyra, a blond man with piercing purple eyes, steps into view, calling out to a guard. The scarred guard, looking absolutely exhausted and battered, struggles to speak, barely acknowledging that Van Lyra is going all out on these monsters. The guard's purple eye glows faintly as he recognizes Van Lyra, his voice barely a whisper of shock. Van Lyra turns to leave, casually thanking the spear wielder for holding the monsters, making his own cleanup job a breeze. The scarred guard watches him depart, observing that the villain's eradication is complete, and commends Van Lyra for a job well done. A crushing, unseen power descends, declaring the battle over and the remaining foes utterly finished. Amidst the desolate ruins, Van Lyra coolly surveys the fallen beast from his perch, as Jin Woo, exhausted but unbroken, takes a moment to recover, his blade ready for more. With his signature yellow eyes blazing, Jin Woo makes a chilling promise: they'll wipe out every single one. Near the southwest wall of Livkit village, the battlefield had been reduced to rubble. And in the eyes of the guard, Man Gil, truly shocking things unfolded. A man with a skull-like head was slashed by magic, while a woman laughed maniacally, as if she found the entire situation amusing. When the sword was swung, monsters that had stood like walls were sliced like tofu, falling like autumn leaves. The emotion he felt at that sight was not despair, frustration, or emptiness, but rather, like a child witnessing a hero. Awe overflowed in his heart. Your eyes were empty just yesterday, an unseen voice remarked, as Man Gil realized, but now you look at me with different eyes. Standing over the fallen, Van Lyra makes a powerful declaration: these are the eyes of those who have something to protect. He carves through a horde of dark, reptilian monsters, purple energy exploding from his blade, powerfully stating that dying to protect isn't protecting at all, even if you fall. His blade slices through the air, connecting with a monster's tail in a devastating downward strike. While a monstrous head with a glowing yellow eye snarls back, full of defiance. With an intense, determined gaze, Van Lyra adds, don't make the same mistake I did, don't regret. Jin Woo, battered and on the ground, looks up with a puzzled expression, while another monster's body slams down with a crushing impact. And a final beast lets out a primal, guttural roar. The fight is absolutely insane. A colossal, crimson-skinned beast charges, pure, unadulterated power radiating from its form. But in the heart of the storm, Van Lyra is a blur of motion, his hair a blazing red, eyes burning with an electric yellow as he defies gravity. Yet another grotesque form emerges, its massive muscles coiling, ready to strike. But Van Lyra is on another level, unleashing a devastating impact that rips through the very fabric of the battlefield. He slams into them again, a whirlwind of destruction against impossible numbers. Later, standing before a gargantuan serpent, he confesses, I can't be like Muron. The relentless swarm of green-skinned, black-eyed monsters just keeps coming, an endless tide. A colossal red beast just appears, and it's an instant threat. But Van Lyra doesn't even flinch, he just moves with insane speed, striking the beast with a powerful blow. But wait, another green monster just pops out, roaring its challenge. Suddenly, he's swarmed and just gets slammed to the ground, dust flying everywhere. But even on the ground, with his eyes blazing, he just starts laughing like a maniac. Then, some random guy in a brown cloak yells out, telling him to watch his back because it's super dangerous. But Van Lyra, with his fiery hair and glowing eyes, just brushes it off, saying only weaklings care about that stuff. Then, a massive purple aura explodes around him, and he just screams out his identity, declaring he's one of the Empire's 4 knights, the Knight of War. But before he can even finish, a monster just lunges, its jaws wide open and ready to strike. The colossal red creature unleashes a deafening roar, its massive maw gaping wide. While Van Lyra and his companion gaze up at the colossal beast, its terrifying cry echoing relentlessly. An ominous orange light flares from the monster's chest, as its roar reaches a fever pitch. Then, a skill ignites, spiral style. Dark, swirling energy engulfs the monster's head, as it unleashes, Axis of the Earth. A violent, red and black vortex erupts, with the chilling declaration, Canyon Cutie. Van Lyra and his companion observe the swirling, shadowy mass, the monster's roar still reverberating. He pivots, walking away from the chaotic energy, the monster's cries still piercing the air. The colossal monster's foot slams down with devastating force, absolutely crushing Van Lyra beneath its sheer mass. His face twists in agony, blood exploding from his mouth and eyes, a brutal, visceral hit. But even as a thunderous "Quum" shakes the ground, Van Lyra just walks away, completely unbothered by the giant beast. The shadowy behemoth, eyes blazing with pure malice, unleashes another furious attack, screaming for his death. But elsewhere, a red-haired warrior watches the chaos unfold, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he declares how amazing it feels to finally move again. He casually decides to use the fight as target practice, totally confident that Van Lyra and Jin Woo can handle it if they're around. A soft glow emanates from his hand, as he shouts, "Found it. My leg." Then, a thought strikes him about the monster, realizing there's a girl who can actually control it. A pensive look settles on his features, as he starts to remember something important. The blood covering him literally vanished, absorbed into his very being. It wasn't just healing minor cuts, it was completely reattaching his severed leg. He lets out a low hum, and then it hits him, these are the legendary Empire's 4 knights. Then, with a fierce grin, Fry, the absolute Knight of War, challenges them, "All right, shall we fight again?" Van Lyra, who'd seen Frey's moves, tries to drop some wisdom, but Fry just shuts him down, no thanks needed. Then Lyra points out the absurdity of advising a muscle-shredding monster fighter, and Fry fires back, calling him a loudmouth who gets crushed when he's by himself. Elsewhere, Man-Gil and another guard stare at the ravaged land, Man-Gil utterly shocked by what they're seeing. He whips his head towards Van Lyra, demanding to know why he's even there. Man-Gil freaks out about the village, but Van Lyra just chills him out, saying everything's good. Turns out, thanks to the skeleton companion, most of the monsters, goblins and orcs, were tiny. And now that the remaining ones have teamed up, it should all be wrapped up. A fierce young woman confronts Jinwoo, who's just taken down a massive monster in a barren wasteland, demanding to know why he'd solo a wyvern. But Jinwoo, looking rough, just brushes it off, claiming he only scrapped with some mystery man and took him out. Then, he casually whips out a severed wyvern head, declaring it proof enough for his dragon-slaying legend, totally ready for some serious bragging. The woman, absolutely stunned by his sheer audacity, can only scream, demanding to know what the heck he's thinking. But Jinwoo, with a surprising tenderness, reaches out and gently cups her cheek, a lone tear tracing a path down her face. With his back to the village, he makes it clear, her safety trumps any danger he could ever encounter, 100 times over. Tears streaming, the woman chokes out a heartfelt confession, revealing just how much she'd missed him. Still facing away, Jinwoo keeps up the reassurance, casually dropping that he even bagged a dragon and kept the village safe. He finally turns, pulling her into a tight, comforting hug, whispering that only one thing is left to do now. Tears stream down her face, a poignant reflection on the dreams of youth. Dreams of epic battles, fearsome dragons, saving entire villages, and, of course, the classic princess rescue. But a gentle smile breaks through her tears as she softly declares, "You don't need to save me." The tranquil village stands as a silent witness in the background. Thanks to him, she'd finally grasped a dream she thought was lost forever, and even if it felt too good to be true, she now dared to dream of something more. As Jinwoo pulls her into a tight embrace, she can't help but think of the village, too unstable for a truly happy life together, and questions if a happy family is a dream she's simply not allowed to have. But then, a sudden, powerful realization hits her, a quiet certainty, no, I found it. No. It came to me. But as their dreams take flight, shadowy, monstrous figures with menacing red eyes begin to claw their way out of the swirling mist. A grotesque monster charges, but it's already too late. A devastating technique, forged in the fires of companionship, is unleashed, the northern-style hunting technique. Then, with a brutal, earth-shattering impact, the trample obliterates the monster, its very essence exploding into countless pieces. A blood-curdling scream tears through the air, as the monster's body violently rips itself apart. The onslaught is merciless, leaving nothing but dust in its wake. One last, explosive strike wipes the monster from existence. It can't hold itself together, crumbling into dust instantly, but even in this broken state, its core function somehow persists. Her mind flashes back, remembering the glory days as a member of the legendary hero party. She fought alongside the heroes who vanquished the Demon King himself, so this pathetic display is nothing but cheap trickery to her. But then, with a shocking, explosive impact, she's violently thrown off her feet. He unleashes a sharp command, demanding his ally corral the beasts into one tight cluster. Fry, already in motion, snaps back, ordering him to stop hesitating and deploy their biggest, most devastating move. Her gaze sharpens, burning with fierce resolve, as she channels the raw power of her northern style. The very earth groans as she calls forth the axis of the earth, unleashing the devastating triple lion's blade roar. Colossal cracks explode around the monstrous horde, ripping the very ground from under them. A monster's head whips back with brutal force, rocked by the invisible shockwave. Then, a monstrous, shadowy avian horror coalesces in the heavens, a terrifying testament to Frey's unleashed might. With the ground still trembling from the first strike, Van Lyra slams his foot down, a fierce declaration that the next move is his. His blade ignites with a searing purple glow, as he unleashes his signature, northern-style hunting technique. The earth shudders as a monstrous, shadowy claw slams down, unveiling more of its immense, dark form. As the centennial tree entity, a massive, shadowy bird, fully manifests and dominates the sky. But Van Lyra isn't backing down. He unleashes a devastating, glowing slash, aiming right for the heart of the beast. A thunderous GUA erupts. But the shadowy entity just stands there, pulsing with a sinister purple glow. Van Lyra's jaw drops as his sword shatters. A rookie mistake, and his attack didn't even land fully. Even his little skeleton buddy is shocked. But Fry, with a confident smirk, just lays down the law, you have to finish it. He explodes into action, unleashing the devastating northern-style hunting technique on the centennial tree. His blade screaming down in a felling slash. But then, a terrifying flashback, a monstrous, shadowy titan. Its sheer scale dwarfing everything as it bore down on him. This wasn't just any monster wave, it was a catastrophic failure of population control. A high-ranked disaster Van Lyra had barely survived, leaving behind an unimaginable death toll. This was the story of Livret Village, a place constantly battered by landslides and storms. Yet still standing against all odds. Despite the monster waves, this village stood unyielding, a testament to its strength, making any departure feel like a betrayal. But time was short, and he had to move, vowing to utilize the map he held to its fullest potential. With a determined gaze, he received a heartfelt send-off, a villager's parting words echoing, "Good luck, call me anytime." This resilient village, a beacon of hope forged by collective strength, was now the strategic stronghold for their future endeavors. And then, a final, desperate hope would emerge as the legendary war knight Fry made her grand entrance. With a final glance over his shoulder, he made a silent vow, a solemn promise that when the moment arrived, they would reach out. A quick farewell to the waiting villagers, and he was gone. The map, a lifeline to his destiny, was gripped firmly in his hand. Just as he's about to depart, the village leader's voice booms, officially naming him the new commander, charging him with the honor and pride of their adventurers and guards. Bearing the immense weight of their hopes, Van Lyra strides away from the steadfast village, its inhabitants gazing after him. A powerful, unified roar erupts from the assembled guards, a resounding affirmation of their unwavering loyalty. But even as he departs, his mind races, contemplating the vast expanse of time that has molded their very existence. He understands that through all the trials, there are still those who endure, clinging fiercely to hope. A deep, resonant thud reverberates. Another immediately follows, signaling a momentous, unseen occurrence. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure with vibrant purple hair watches something off-panel, a silent, intense question etched into her posture. Her gaze sharpens, curiosity morphing into a sudden, grim understanding, a quiet, no, barely audible as the gravity of the situation hits her. Her purple hair a vibrant cascade, Fry coolly brushes off whatever just happened, declaring it's nothing. Welcome to the ultimate creative hub, a city where the flames of innovation literally never stop burning. And right in the heart of it all is Artisan Street, the ultimate zone for all things crafted. And that's where Jinwoo steps in, straight up to a guy chilling out, declaring, "I'm here for my custom sword." This is just everyday life in this city of epic crafters, where the sound of metal on metal is basically the city's anthem. Seriously, the whole place is legendary as the city of fire and steel. Jinwoo's destination? None other than the legendary weaponsmith Surtur's forge. Nearby, a seriously cool sword just sits there, its blade practically screaming perfection. The smith, now casually sweeping, just gives a quick, "Yep, Master Smith," to Jinwoo. The Master Smith, a legend in his own right, was deep in concentration, forging a blade with unparalleled precision. He mused, how long had it been since he last took on an apprentice? Just over a decade, he thought, impressed by the sheer speed of his apprentice's progress, noting how quickly he picked things up. A satisfied grin spread across his face as he presented the completed sword, humbly admitting he'd just absorbed knowledge by observing his mentor. Then, facing Jinwoo, the Master Smith made a monumental declaration: from this day forward, he could etch his own signature onto his creations. Jinwoo's jaw dropped, his eyes practically popping out of his head. Was this for real? No takebacks. The Master Smith just grinned, confirming it all before playfully shooing him away, telling him to go celebrate and even jokingly suggesting he pass his apprenticeship to his sister. Pure elation washed over Jinwoo, erupting in a triumphant yell. The Master Smith just watched him go, a fond, amused thought about the lunatic apprentice crossing his mind. For true artisans, a hammer isn't just a tool, it's a symbol, carrying a meaning far deeper than mere metal and wood. The realm of iron, a place no ordinary human could ever hope to conquer, is only mastered by hands and feet forged in the fires of molten steel. That's the deep reason why artisans treasure the hammer they get after finishing their apprenticeship, it's their ultimate lifelong partner. For him, getting that hammer after finally becoming a true artisan is a huge, game-changing ritual. He lets out a massive yahoo as he jumps for joy, kicking off a brand new beginning. The Master Smith lets out a weary sigh, just hoping this kid doesn't go totally wild with his new status. Meanwhile, Van Lyra is totally losing it, grabbing his head and asking what in the world he's supposed to do with this crazy old guy, and if he seriously wants to get himself killed by him again. He glances up, grumbling about being told this was the spot a century ago, but he's confident he'll figure it out, as the narrative wonders what all the fuss on the roof is about. From another angle, Fry watches everything unfold, declaring it perfect timing. A powerful, ancient symbol explodes in his mind. Van Lyra can't help but wonder if this is it. And he asks himself, is this Surtur's forge? A grizzled, white-haired smith appears, welcoming Van Lyra and his masked crew with a booming voice, "You've come to the right place. Come on in." Inside, surrounded by an arsenal of gleaming weapons, the smith boasts, "Looking for gear? Just name it. Long swords, two-handers, armor, shields, we've got it all." He proudly gestures to a display of intricate plate armor, declaring, "Our forge isn't just about weapons, we craft top-tier armor too." Then, the smith eyes Van Lyra, who's clutching a mysterious glowing purple object, and says, "Normally, this place is off-limits, but, you guys are clearly in a bind, so I'll make an exception." Clutching the pulsating artifact, Van Lyra cuts straight to the chase, "I'll be direct." He thrusts the intensely glowing purple object forward, this. With purple energy radiating from his hand, he challenges the smith, "Can you fix this?" Forget the quiet forge, because the artisan street was absolutely buzzing, a total commercial district explosion of energy. And one vendor, totally over it, just had to complain about the endless crowds, like, seriously, can't a guy get some space? But hey, gotta make that money, right? So he still hyped up his goods, shouting about his famed pieces like a true pro. Back at the master smith's place, the vibe was all about metal and hard work as he chatted with his apprentice, giving a shout out to the kid's year of grinding. Then, getting super serious, the master smith dropped some major knowledge, his eyes locked in with intense focus. He held up a hammer, stressing how crucial it was to pick the right one, telling his student to never forget this golden rule for such a key tool. He broke it down, handles can be fixed, but the hammer's balance. That's everything. He warned that a heavy, awkward hammer would just wreck your wrist before you even got started. Man Gil, the ever-observant sentry, casts a jaded gaze downward, dropping some serious truth. The world's just not kind enough for those who toil away, pounding iron. He mentally cycles through the tools of the trade, from the engraved hammer to the slippered handle and pocket balances, each a specialized piece, but ultimately, just a tool. A startled, older man glances up, but Man Gil isn't done, telling him to get a living scanning fellow and maybe even turn his own forehead into a billboard for cash. Later, as he navigates the chaotic commercial district, Man Gil narrowly dodged a bullet, all thanks to the master's wisdom. He pledges to patrol the district relentlessly, absolutely certain that his fated hammer is waiting for him right here. Then, he's off, sprinting, proclaiming that his hammer is practically on its way to him. The perspective pulls back, showcasing a vast town beneath a brilliant sky, a sea of rooftops and chimneys spreading out as far as the eye can see. The sun dips low, painting the buildings in fiery orange hues, but the town's vibrant energy shows no signs of slowing. Zooming in on a worn rooftop, its detailed wooden framework whispers tales of the city's deep history and enduring architecture. The hunt was on. Man Gil was tearing through the commercial district, his gaze sharp, searching for that one elusive item. A frustrated groan ripped from him as he declared, "It's not here." He barked at the crowd, "Move it. I'm on a mission, and I'm going home." His face contorted in pure annoyance, he raged internally, "Seriously, I'm usually toast. Work's already crushing me, and now I've got this infuriating new problem to obsess over." But then, just as he hit his breaking point, something on the pavement caught his eye, making him drop to a crouch, while a curious bald man watched the scene unfold. He snatched up a small hammer, its unassuming presence somehow demanding his full focus. He flipped it, spun it, and scrutinized every angle, a deep dive into its very essence. The hammer's head was shockingly basic, no fancy frills, just pure function. The wooden handle, engineered for grip, felt impossibly balanced, a true marvel of craftsmanship, even from a quick look. He couldn't help but wonder, the quality is insane. This has to be from a master smith, or maybe even someone beyond that. He stumbles upon a kneeling blacksmith, whose wares are spread out on a red mat, and the craftsman immediately challenges him, "Do you like my work, young man?" Man Gil, utterly baffled, can't help but question, why a master of this skill is hawking his wares on the street. The blacksmith just laughs, "Hey, that's a bit much for me." Then, the blacksmith makes an outrageous offer, "Work, just take it." But Man Gil, taken aback, immediately retorts, "I don't need it." The blacksmith, bewildered by the rejection, demands to know what he means, declaring, "I'm not a beggar." Man Gil, now truly intrigued, leans in for a closer look, gasping, "Well. Look at that. Good grief." With a confident smirk, the master smith lays down the law, "Listen to my words, or you'll regret it. Otherwise, I'll just give you money, you beggar lad." Man Gil's jaw drops in utter shock, as the master smith's epic tale unfolds. "It began 40 years ago. I was a young boy on my own, grief. Back in the day, he was a rising star, a promising new blacksmith, everyone said he was headed for greatness. He poured his soul into the craft, grinding at countless forges, leveling up his skills every single day. But then, the big break hit, an offer from the nobility. They wanted him as their exclusive blacksmith, a legacy that would last for generations. He started to lay down the law of the artisan street, a wild place of adventurers and commoners, but even there, some rules were just non-negotiable. Rule number 1, he declared, was that iron shapers never, ever bowed to anyone, and rule number 2. You never turned away a customer. For him, an artisan's pride was hammered out and perfected in one clean, powerful swing, a creed he lived by back in the day. But then, the temporary shine of money got to him, his hands grabbing coins that dragged him off his real game. He stopped being the artisan he was meant to be, no longer truly serving the people. After that, he was just making decorations, stuff for walls, and as the years flew by, it hit him like a ton of bricks. He'd just wasted so much of his life, the hammer on the anvil now just a sad reminder of who he used to be. Staring at his hands, he didn't see the master he wanted to be, just some dude who hammered metal. All that was left was a guy who forged iron, not some wise old master, and with that gut punch, he lost all desire to teach and couldn't find a way out of his funk. He's looking back, thinking his prime was over, that his unique style was gone, and he had nothing left to offer the world. But then, a fierce resolve hardened his grip, and he decided, one last swing of the hammer, and he'd forge a new path, leaving his past self in the dust. The forge roared to life as he hammered with renewed fury, knowing deep down, a maverick like him couldn't just hand over his secrets. But even without a successor, he kept striking the anvil, a silent challenge to the world, waiting for someone, anyone, to see the true worth of his craft. He just kept waiting, day after day, year after year, for that one person to finally see him, right there, in the bustling crowd. But then, a new face appears, a young man with a determined gaze, and today, he finally chose it. The master smith's heart swells with satisfaction, because this young man, he chose his work. A young man kneels, deep in prayer, yearning to witness a new beginning unfold, desperately pleading for the mysterious object to be taken. An older man with a killer mustache muses, declaring that if a young man like this were to take on such a task, it would be the ultimate honor. His face etched with deep thought. Back in his workshop, the master smith is absolutely losing it, groaning about how much of a pain this troublesome object has become. Just then, the young man bursts in, clutching the exact object the master smith was just stressing over, shouting for him to take a look. The master smith grabs the small, rectangular piece, and it hits him like a lightning bolt. He remembers seeing this as a kid, a true, new beginning, for him. His jaw drops in pure shock, exclaiming to the young man, "Isn't this just mind-blowing?" Then, his gaze sharpens on the young man, demanding to know, "Seriously, where did you even get this thing?" The young man coolly replies that he just found it chilling on a rag in a tiny shrine, way out in the abandoned district. A determined hand pushes open a heavy, metal-bound door. As the master smith's voice booms, laying down the law, "You'll sell your wares through MY Forge for now." The young man, a bit lost, confesses, "I still don't know how to do something like that." But the master, seeing his potential, declares, "This is your new beginning. I'll teach you everything." A wave of gratitude washes over him as he replies, "Thank you, master." But the master smith knows better. This isn't just some kid, this is a true artisan in the making. New purpose ignited, he reaches for the closed sign. And with a satisfying thwack, flips it to open. Meet Doran. The master smith watches from above, a silent welcome to the bustling artisan street. With the apprenticeship sealed, the master smith's arm, a testament to raw power and countless hours at the forge, is poised for action, muscles rippling beneath his rolled-up sleeve, ready to ignite the flames of creation. A mysterious hooded figure brings a shattered, epic sword hilt to the master smith, demanding a fix. But the smith, after a quick look, drops a bombshell. This isn't just any sword, it's a divine artifact forged from a dragon's horn, and regular repairs are a no-go. The smith, owning his space, then drops another truth bomb. The original blacksmith of this forge actually crafted that sword from a dragon's horn. Still holding on to hope, the hooded figure pushes for a magic repair, which makes the smith wonder if this legendary blade actually came from his own workshop. With a shrug, the master smith confesses he's never laid eyes on anything like it and definitely didn't forge a divine weapon of this caliber. The hooded figure just casually drops that the smith he's talking about lived a century ago, solidifying the sword's ancient, legendary status. Suddenly, the master smith's eye flares with a purple glow, and he locks onto the hooded figure, a shocking realization hitting him: this person isn't human. The hooded figure coolly confirms it: yeah, he's not human, but he's rocking a human form right now. And just as that bombshell drops, a new tale starts about the legendary first smith. The broken sword hilt pulses with a mysterious purple glow, and the story deepens. This forge was legendary for handling such insane weapons, and get this, the first smith actually sent a messenger to offer up this very workshop. The master smith, eyes lost in memory, recounts crafting a legendary weapon for an ancient, shadowy rogue, convinced this powerful artifact would inevitably draw its owner back to his forge. Snapping back to the present, he confronts Van Lyra, proclaiming him the legendary figure from his past, a truth Van Lyra coolly acknowledges. Despite the revelation, he regretfully confesses that even with Van Lyra's presence, the divine artifact remains an impossible task for his skills. A sudden, jarring flashback reveals two ancient figures, one with blazing red hair, scoffing at the mere thought of fixing such an item, branding it an utter waste of precious time. The smith emphasizes the artifact's unparalleled power, stating it's no mere trinket from a common market, but an item far too profound for any ordinary craftsman to even comprehend. But Van Lyra, ever perceptive, challenges the smith, asserting that his current mastery already surpasses his predecessors, hinting at a hidden depth of power. The shattered divine artifact pulses with a soft, ethereal purple glow, its ancient power still faintly resonating. A new hope emerges, a whisper of another master, one who truly comprehends the secrets of divine artifacts, the only one who might aid Van Lyra in his quest. The name of his forge is. A massive, ancient fortress looms, its walls whispering tales of forgotten eras. But inside, a voice drops a bombshell, calling this place, the hearth where a god once passed. Now deep inside, Van Lyra points out, commanding his crew to look here. Then, with a subtle shift, he directs their attention to look there. His red-haired sidekick checks in, asking if the master is okay, but Van Lyra just deadpans that it smells like someone went wild on 20 sweet potatoes in here. Pressing onward into the depths of the ancient place, Van Lyra strides through a shadowy, endless corridor. Suddenly, a glowing symbol flares on his hand, and he quickly apologizes, revealing he was just caught up in a moment of prayer. Then, from an archway, he extends a surprisingly warm welcome, telling someone to ditch their bags and come in, promising a refreshing drink. A chilling, grinding sound rips through the absolute darkness of a claustrophobic underground passage. Deep within the shadows, a motionless form is sprawled out on the unforgiving, icy ground. As he scans the bizarre, cramped space, Van Lyra can't help but wonder why a forge would have such a tunnel, his red-haired ally hanging on his every word. Suddenly, from the deep shadows, the hooded figure's voice cuts through the air, announcing that this place was draining mana and they'd send customers packing, convinced this whole setup was a massive trap. The mysterious figure presses on, dropping the bombshell that they'd been sensing mana swirling around them for a while, leaving Van Lyra's companion utterly stunned. Van Lyra challenges the hooded figure, asking why they walked into a suspected trap, only for the figure to coolly respond that they entered intentionally, having suspected a trap and wanting to measure its power. The hooded figure then darkly ponders, that they absolutely did not want to show themselves, especially when non-humans dared to step foot in their domain. With an intense, glowing stare, the figure declares there's no chance they'd ever greet these intruders with a friendly smile. Suddenly, a massive wave of purification energy erupts from below, instantly grabbing the attention of Van Lyra and his red-haired ally. The light flares even brighter, and Van Lyra can only stare, a silent question hanging in the air. But then, the red-haired companion erupts into a fiery humanoid, unleashing a primal scream as the purification spell tears through him. Jinwoo's eyes blaze with an unholy yellow glow, watching his power unfold, as the companion is swallowed by a devastating fiery blast, screaming in agony. Then, with a chilling declaration of divine authority, Jinwoo's hand ignites with green energy, conjuring spectral chains. The chain bindler strikes with lightning speed, trapping the thrashing companion in its grip, even as the flames still rage. The companion fights back, muscles bulging, but the glowing green chains hold him fast. With a flick of his wrist, Jinwoo's power intensifies, the chains biting deeper into the companion's flesh. Totally ensnared and powerless, the companion can only gasp in shock, what is this? As the red-haired prisoner fought back against the magical binds, Jinwoo watched the green chain ensnare him, casually calling his binding spell a fun little trick. But then, with an explosive surge of yellow energy, the prisoner's hands ignited, absolutely demolishing the magical chain and breaking loose. His face twisted in pure agony as the fiery transformation raged on, the sheer pain making him scream that this didn't feel so good. Jinwoo's glowing yellow eye sharpened, a hint of shock flashing as he processed that even his top-tier purification was failing against this guy. Deciding he'd seen enough, he unleashed a devastating force, launching the red-haired prisoner flying backward. While the prisoner was still reeling, Jinwoo's hand ignited with a fresh, powerful energy, a cool smirk playing on his lips as he admitted it had been a minute since he busted out this move. But before he could even think about finishing the job, a new voice sliced through the air, as the blond man coolly stepped up, dropping his name, Edward Benrira. Benrira then laid down the gauntlet, declaring he'd happily throw down if Jinwoo wanted a fight, but slyly hinting that maybe, just maybe, a peaceful chat would be smarter. A slow, knowing smirk crept onto Jinwoo's face, a low, amused chuckle rumbling from him in reply. The master smith, a mysterious figure in white, unleashes a booming laugh, clearly hyped about the bizarre undead he's just encountered. Jinwoo takes it all in, his face a total poker face. Before dropping the mic with a simple, yet powerful, agreement. Alright, let's talk. Meet Gregory Gilliman Theo, the legendary master smith, also known as the priest of the hearth where a god once passed, talk about a resume. The smith, now holding a small, glowing purple artifact, shoots back, seriously. You want me to fix a divine artifact? He points to the red-haired figure, dropping the bombshell that it's an ancient god's creation, not even necromancy, and Jinwoo can clearly see, it's literally only half a body. The master smith rants, calling the creation utterly illogical. He's baffled how anyone could fix such a grotesque thing, a divine soul and half a body. It's like trying to patch up a soul itself. Jin-woo, unfazed by the smith's complaints, offers a massive payout if he pulls it off. But the master smith isn't swayed by money, laying down his ultimate rule. My forge has one unbreakable law: I need the full backstory of the owner before I even touch the gear. He's not just gonna jump in. The master smith lays down the law, demanding to know the full story before he even thinks about helping. Tell me everything, he insists. Because for him, it's all about purpose. He needs to know who he's arming, who he's protecting, and who he's fighting against. Then even the most powerful divine artifact is just a useless chunk of metal. It's all about the story behind it. He points to a roaring bonfire, setting the stage for a serious talk. Getting comfortable, the smith drops some serious lore, calling his forge a birthplace for gods and a resting place for them too. Then, with a determined look, he gives the signal, let's hear it. The stage is set, two figures, a roaring fire, and the mysterious glowing artifact, all waiting for the epic story to unfold. And just like that, as Jin-woo gets ready to spill the beans, a whirlwind of intense, fragmented memories explodes. Get ready, because this story is about to get wild. Jin-woo dives into his epic saga, his mind racing through past battles, first a monstrous titan brought to its knees, its colossal body dominating the barren earth. Then, the raw power of Venlyra, her body surging with electric blue energy, a force to be reckoned with. The captive red-haired warrior, trapped in a grim cell, his destiny forever linked to Jinwoo's quest. The endless clashes, his radiant sword tearing through monstrous hordes, every fight a brutal step on his incredible path. Jinwoo's saga unfolds, and the master smith is captivated, thinking, a hero who has escaped reincarnation, it feels like stepping into a fairy tale. The master smith lets out a surprised laugh, confessing, I've never heard anything like this. So many unbelievable things. With his hands clasped in thought, the smith ponders, there had to be a deeper meaning behind all this. But a shadow of doubt crosses his face, because some parts just don't add up. His eyes narrow, perhaps remembering a being of incredible might, the legendary goddess of the sun, Sol. As Sol's divine energy flares with an intense, stylized glow, she drops a bombshell, claiming his necromancy isn't his own, but the magic sword's true power. Her voice rings with absolute certainty, hammering home that the magic sword is the real source of necromancy. A tiny flame flickers in her hand, as she casually dismisses his entire grasp of magic as utterly incomplete. She keeps going, her voice booming with ancient wisdom, revealing that the monstrous, evil power he commanded was never his, but the magic sword's all along. Jin-woo just stares, his mind reeling from her heavy words. The flame still dances in her hand, as Sol flat out states he's neither mage nor god, so he'll never truly get what magic is. But Jin-woo fires back, his hands igniting with power, declaring his strength comes purely from desire. He flashes back to a brutal, frozen wasteland, describing how someone freezing to death craves fire just to stay alive. His hand glows with raw, desperate power as he concludes, that burning obsession for warmth, that singular drive to cheat death, that's probably where fire magic came from. Sol drops some serious knowledge, revealing that real magic isn't just some trick, it's about unlocking your own inner power, something humans totally miss about divine magic. Then she hits him with the truth bomb, saying his necromancy isn't some sword-bound power, but something that's always been inside him. Venlyra's mind is blown, his hands sparking with purple energy, as he wonders if his sheer will and belief were the true source all along. Sol's eyes blaze, confirming his wildest thoughts, telling Edward Benrira straight up that his necromancy was never from some sword. With a dramatic sweep of her hand, she paints a picture of necromancy, raising the dead, turning them into an unstoppable army. Her stare intense, Sol drops the mic, this insane power is all his, telling Edward Benrira to finally see what he truly is. And just like that, a massive purple aura explodes around him, his eyes burning with an insane pink glow. The truth hits like a thunderbolt, declaring him the one and only Demon King. The entire place goes silent. Meanwhile, in a grand, empty hall, a shadowy figure with glowing eyes and a wide, toothy grin laments that they had completely miscalculated, believing their opponent was not supposed to be capable of such a feat. Despite the setback, they reassure themselves that there is still time to repair the damage, asserting, this is something we should resolve quietly, on our end. Quietly. Their grin widens as they mock the idea of keeping it secret, knowing such a story would inevitably spread through the Emperor's ears. A scoff escapes them, dismissing the Emperor's concern, as he is too preoccupied with the Demon King to care, and a hunting dog cannot escape, they will be caught now or later. The shadowy figure's expression turns sinister as they declare, this is not something to be dismissed so easily. This is a disgrace to our empire. A truly lamentable affair. Their voice rises in a furious crescendo, demanding, we should skin her alive and scatter them in the prairies. We must show them the terror of our empire. What happens when one defies us? We must carve it into them. The punishment for defying the empire. A pale hand with long, sharp nails clutches a red flower, its petals beginning to fall, as the figure continues, we must show them absolute terror. The last petals drift from the flower as the voice concludes, we must show them the power that awaits those who stand against the Empire. To the enemies of the Empire. The scene shifts to reveal a young girl with dark hair, small horns, and glowing red eyes, a sinister smile playing on her lips, a formidable dragon-like creature looming behind her. An unseen power unleashes a devastating purple aura, a clenched fist radiating pure, unadulterated fear, the very fear of death itself. The master smith, sparks flying from his forge, drops a bombshell. Theo said he'd craft a weapon for you. Then Lyra, hidden in his cloak, can't believe it, uttering a shocked, really? The smith is utterly baffled, having expected a flat-out rejection, and now he's questioning everything, wondering just how powerful Van Lyra really is. He goes on, hyping up the craftsman's insane talent, claiming they'd easily rank in the top 5 if you were picking the absolute best. An apprentice, lost in thought, compares his own rookie mistakes to the legendary skill of the craftsman everyone's talking about. He adds that masters like that usually don't even bother making anything for just anyone. The master smith nods, agreeing that most craftsmen around here are just for show, but this one? This one is seriously weird, even by their standards. The master smith, deep in thought, admits that despite his title, he's actually a pretty weird blacksmith. He elaborates, saying that the real pros, the ones who know the old language and can actually wield a sword, almost never actually make anything. It's a harsh reality, he insists, one you can only truly understand if you've been out there on the front lines. Because in this crazy world, blacksmiths and adventurers are basically a package deal. A killer blade shines, catching the light, a perfect blend of craftsmanship and pure necessity. Then his apprentice, Rogue SSI, chimes in, pointing out that behind every single adventurer, there was always a blacksmith backing them up. That's why, she declares, she trusts this whole scene, and she trusts him completely. Her words echo, a powerful statement of loyalty and understanding, and the master smith takes it all in. The master smith dropped another wisdom bomb, declaring that a weapon transforms, a sword for cutting, a spear for piercing. Rogue SSI absorbed his words, knowing that even if the future use was a mystery, she was 100% sure her master was no bad guy. Meanwhile, the red-haired prisoner chimed in, dropping a truth bomb, people underestimate themselves, they're way stronger than they think. Rogue SSI, lost in thought, seemed to be on a quest for self-discovery, trying to figure out her true self. The master smith, clearly moved, just gave a sincere thank you. Out of nowhere, a tiny skeleton popped into her hand, making her exclaim, Mr. Skeleton. The little skeleton, with its hollow eyes, then shouted, Master. The red-haired prisoner, chilling out, casually mentioned it had been a minute, then straight up challenged someone to a spar. Van Lyra hits Ring Cannon Mountain, the legendary mountain of Artisan Street, and he's blown away, wondering how a place like this even exists. Then, the red-haired prisoner, wooden sword in hand, steps up, thanking Van Lyra for accepting his out-of-nowhere challenge. Van Lyra, just holding a wooden plank, brushes off the thanks, but even he admits, yeah, this came out of nowhere. He lays it down, forget words, man, you gotta feel it in your heart. But the red-haired prisoner, eyes blazing, retorts that only blades that shatter will truly get the message across. Van Lyra glances down, a forgotten memory sparking, when was the last time he even held a sword? He'd practically erased it from his mind in the underworld, and now, just thinking about it, his body feels the phantom strain. The red-haired prisoner quickly cuts in, assuring him, don't even worry about that happening again. He then double-checks if they're totally alone, no prying eyes, then gives the command, alright, get ready. Both warriors lock into their stances, totally hyped for the spar to kick off. The red-haired prisoner explodes forward, wooden clubs ablur, screaming for the spar to begin. His first strike lands with a crack, rocking Van Lyra. This guy's burst speed is insane, way faster than before, and Van Lyra feels every bit of it. He remembers this feeling from Libet Village, that raw power, but without his weapon, he's in deep trouble. The red-haired prisoner doesn't let up, unleashing a blinding flurry of blows. Every hit connects with brutal force. Blasting Van Lyra backward with explosive impacts, his guard barely hanging on. The relentless assault just keeps coming, a sweeping strike tearing towards his gut. Van Lyra is trapped in a whirlwind of blows, barely keeping up with the red-haired prisoner's insane speed. The red-haired prisoner's eye ignites with a fierce yellow glow, his focus locked on. He explodes into a relentless flurry, pummeling Van Lyra with a wooden plank. Forcing the blonde man to reel back, utterly shocked by the sheer power. Van Lyra snaps back to his feet, holding a tight defensive stance. But the prisoner's plank lands with another brutal thud. Spotting a split-second opening, Van Lyra snatches the attacking arm. But the red-haired fighter is lightning fast, slamming a swift kick into his gut. The impact sends Van Lyra flying backward through the air. As the red-haired fighter watches his opponent, his gaze sharp and absolutely unwavering. He's not letting up. A devastating, spinning kick slams into Van Lyra's gut, sending him flying back as a blur of Kwang. Kwang, plank strikes rain down. The red-haired fighter is relentless, delivering another brutal swing with that plank. Crack. Another quang, as the plank smashes into Van Lyra's face, his head whipping back from the sheer power. But the red-haired warrior's focus is absolute, his eyes burning with pure, unyielding resolve. He's closing in again, keeping Van Lyra on the ropes with another brutal attack. It's over. The relentless assault is too much, and Van Lyra hits the dirt, defeated. The red-haired prisoner stands tall, plank in hand, the undisputed winner of this brutal spar. Van Lyra lies motionless, his cloak shredded, hand on the ground, the fight is done. The red-haired prisoner was relentless, unleashing a brutal, overwhelming flurry of punches and kicks that sent Van Lyra crashing to the ground. His armor was absolutely shredded, the sheer force of the blows tearing through his defenses. Down for the count on the dusty ground, Van Lyra was utterly defeated, staring up at his relentless opponent. But the prisoner wasn't done yet, oh no. He landed another brutal kick right into the fallen warrior. A raw, guttural scream of pain tore from his throat, his eyes wide with pure agony. Then, the red-haired fighter pulled back his arm, charging up for what looked like the finishing blow. And with a bone-shattering YODA, his fist absolutely connected. To seal the deal, he grabbed Van Lyra's arm, pinning him down, game over. Suddenly, a cloaked figure is caught off guard, a shockwave hitting him hard, sending an exclamation mark flying above his head. He's launched backward with a deafening crash, a massive dust cloud exploding from the impact point. It was the red-haired prisoner, pulling off an insane counterattack, turning defense into pure offense in a flash. Van Lyra struggles to sit up through the dust, and Jinwoo rushes over, yelling, "Harrier, you okay?" The red-haired prisoner's hand casually touches the ground. He's just chilling on the ground, but his eyes are sharp, telling Van Lyra, "You've gotten way weaker, just like I thought." Van Lyra shoots back, "Even in this spar, you were only playing defense." The red-haired prisoner just nods, then lays out Van Lyra's whole strategy, no feints, no counters, just blind spots. "Why won't you fight me for real anymore?" His eyes narrow, and he throws down the gauntlet, "Are you holding back because you think I'm weak?" The red-haired prisoner just laughs it off, totally questioning Van Lyra's whole statement. He's literally standing over Van Lyra, who's on the ground, and he's just rubbing it in, saying how much easier it was this time. His eyes narrow, and he's not holding back, telling Van Lyra he knows his moves, then straight up asks if he's gotten weaker, if his full strength is just gone. Van Lyra, still down, is trying to remember if he's fought this guy before, and the prisoner just doubles down on his "you're weaker" claim. He keeps going, bringing up a specific memory, all the way back to when they visited Theo. He's really pushing it, asking if Van Lyra remembers that whole conversation they heard at the blacksmith's place. Van Lyra's bandaged hand tightens, like, seriously, did he just bring that up for this? The red-haired prisoner doubles down, reminding them they're warriors, and a real fight says way more than just chit-chat over snacks. Over on the side, Jinwoo is seriously worried, telling the master, Van Lyra is in a super dangerous spot right now, especially since they need all the adventure help they can get. Sometimes, your sheer willpower can manifest against the crushing reality, just like he did. A powerful voice booms, "You can come back again." The red-haired prisoner screams, his eyes blazing with raw power, "Master, you're not alone anymore." Van Lyra's gaze drops, taking in the intense declaration. The prisoner's voice echoes, "You are my and Master Theo's protector of the North, Edward Ben-Rira, that will never change," he roars, "to fulfill my own weak desire to be your companion." He stands resolute in a desolate cave, proclaiming, "I came down from the snowy mountains to support you, to help you find the right path." Van Lyra's expression remains unreadable, the gravity of the moment palpable. Even more, the prisoner insists, his passion undeniable. All within a cold world where pitch-black darkness has settled. The cosmos unfolds in a breathtaking display, a canvas of endless stars and cosmic mystery. But elsewhere, a crucial journey continues. Van Lyra, Jinwoo, and the master smith push through a harsh, unforgiving landscape, their resolve unwavering. But a deeper thought echoes in the mind of a cloaked warrior, does the profound darkness truly allow us to witness such brilliant starlight? A knowing smirk crosses his face as he confidently declares, "I consider myself incredibly fortunate." He. Back in his cell, the fiery-haired captive burns with resolve, stating, "For someone like me, this time, you'll face me with everything you've got." A hulking armored entity, its eyes blazing with blue light, resonates with the prisoner's words, "Even I, someone like me, truly." With a fierce grip on his bandaged hands, the cloaked warrior vows, "I will confront you with a resolve that matches your challenge." His eyes burning with fierce emotion, the captive finishes his thought, has been granted power beyond all comprehension. Meanwhile, a striking horned woman with fiery red hair observes, "He never mentioned going full power." Across the desolate, rocky terrain, the rhythmic sound of footsteps echoes. As Van Lyra, cloaked and masked, suddenly closes the distance, delivering a swift, powerful strike. The blow connects with a sharp impact, sending the red-haired prisoner reeling back in surprise. He crashes onto the ground, scattering dust and debris. But quickly recovers, snatching a jagged piece of rock from the earth. With a primal roar, he hurls it back, the projectile exploding into the ground with a deafening crash near Venlyra. The ground cracks and shatters from the impact, as his powerful shout echoes across the barren landscape. The red-haired prisoner goes all out, throwing a barrage of punches. The whole game just changed, and you can see it in his eyes, the prisoner is absolutely locked in. But hold up. Mr. Skeleton just flipped the script, going from defense to full-on offense, relentlessly driving the red-haired guy back. Even with all that new power, the younger man couldn't handle a single counterattack, he was getting completely outmaneuvered. Venlyra's moves were just too fast, a total blur, pummeling the prisoner with a relentless combo. Every hit sent the red-haired guy reeling, his guard completely shattered by the onslaught. Then, a lightning-fast hand shoots out, either blocking or landing another brutal hit. And bam! Venlyra's fist lands a direct hit right on the prisoner's face, sending his head flying back with a sickening crunch. Still reeling, he lets out a guttural "NGH" as he's sent skidding across the shattered ground. But the red-haired warrior isn't done yet, his fists clenching, ready to unleash hell. He explodes forward in a blur of red, but Venlyra is faster, a phantom in the fray. Boom! A thunderous counterpunch rocks the red-haired fighter's world. Venlyra's gauntlet fist connects with bone-shattering impact, delivering another crushing blow. His eye snaps wide, pure shock and pain etched across his face, as he's absolutely obliterated into the solid rock wall. The red-haired prisoner explodes forward, aiming for a desperate counter. But Venlyra is a blur, his foot crushing down to immobilize the prisoner's arm. He scoffs at the foolish attempt, questioning why the prisoner chose grappling over a decisive strike. What a waste! Venlyra snarls, his hand clamping around the prisoner's head. With a brutal roar, he launches the red-haired man through the air. The prisoner becomes a projectile, rocketing towards the cliff face. A deafening crash echoes as he smashes into the stone. The sheer force of the impact shatters the rock, leaving a web of destruction. Master Smith, ever the strategist, watches the scene unfold, understanding the prisoner's calculated move to use the cliff as a launchpad for a hidden attack. He knew holding back against Venlyra was a death sentence, but the red-haired prisoner wasn't just defending, he was setting a trap, glowing with raw power even from the crater's depths. Then, the ground itself exploded, shattering into a million pieces as a hidden power ripped through the earth. But from the chaos, an arm shot out, now a rock-hard weapon, ready to deliver a devastating blow. Then, a lightning-fast blur, and he was on them. His rock-hard fist smashed into its target, a brutal counterattack from the depths of the explosion. Master Smith, watching the whole thing, broke it down for Venlyra, even the counterattack was part of the setup. While Venlyra was busy defending, the prisoner pulled off a rockwall ambush. Pure genius. Smith pressed on, never assume your enemy's helpless when the rocks are flying. And the kicker. You couldn't even predict where his weapon would strike. Unbelievable. Harrier, the red-haired prisoner, stands tall in the wreckage, eyes blazing with resolve, proclaiming that challenging him was the ultimate mistake. With an unyielding stance, he confidently asserts it was nothing less than a total, absolute defeat. A low groan escapes him, acknowledging the toll on his body, yet he defiantly states he's still standing, and they pushed him to his absolute limit. He's alive, and that's all that matters after being forced to go all out. Venlyra steps forward, offering a counterpoint, declaring, "No, Harrier. You've leveled up, big time." Harrier's expression shifts, a rare moment of humility as he responds, "Understood. Thanks." A playful cough, and then he's back, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he declares, all right, perfect. Mr. Skeleton's back in action, so now it's my turn for some fun." Harrier starts to leave, and Jean Woo, the skeletal companion, turns to Venlyra, confused, what's he talking about? Back in spirits? I was always fine. Venlyra just gives a casual shrug, waving off the whole idea, nah, never mind. It's not important. Harrier, with that signature smirk, just shrugs off any talk about his looks, declaring his fierce attitude is here to stay. Then, a chilling growl rips from Jinwoo's shadowy form, his eyes burning with an eerie glow. But Venlyra cuts in, dropping a reminder about their past clashes, pointing out they're tied at 1 win each. Harrier, with a mischievous glint, doesn't miss a beat, and instantly challenges them to a best-of-3 showdown. Jean Woo, absolutely hyped, points a shadowy finger, and lets out a wild laugh, scoffing at the very idea of rules in a fight. Because when it comes to the battlefield, the only thing that counts is who's left standing. And just like that, Harrier bolts, scaling a treacherous, rocky climb, leaving Venlyra stunned below. Panic flashes across Venlyra's face as he shouts, desperate for them to halt their reckless charge. Ahead, massive, ancient pillars loom, hinting at some epic, forgotten ruin. Boom! A massive explosion just rocked the entire area, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. Out of nowhere, a steel pillar-sized projectile comes flying in, and Van Lyra barely dodges it. He's like, did a steel pillar just fly in? This is getting wild. He heard the ruckus and came to check it out, and now he's absolutely livid, screaming, what the hell are you lunatics doing? He's floating above the destruction, demanding answers. Why are you wrecking someone else's village like this? With his eyes blazing red, Van Lyra unleashes a primal scream, absolutely enraged. Van Lyra can't help but wince, a fresh bandage on his nose telling a story of recent pain. Master Smith, surveying the scene with the red-haired prisoner still down, demands to know if Harrier is okay, but he quickly reassures him, saying there's no need to worry. But the Master Smith isn't buying it, warning Van Lyra to get a grip on his power, or he'll accidentally send someone with a normal lifespan to an early grave. A sudden flashback hits Van Lyra, a blue-haired woman, mid-air, unleashing a brutal kick. The Master Smith, however, knows the real story, muttering that the damage came from that blue-haired girl who absolutely wrecked him with an iron pillar, like some legendary hitman. The Master Smith lets out a weary sigh as Van Lyra, slumped on the floor, pleads for understanding, desperate to clear his conscience after accidentally breaking a bone. Getting back on his feet, Van Lyra asks if the Master Smith knows the mysterious woman, who just shrugs, saying everyone knows who she is. Later, chilling at a bar, Van Lyra grumbles that she's just one of the top rankers everyone was talking about, but really, she's just a blue-haired lady who's always trying to score free coffee. Overhearing everything, the Master Smith asks if it's a crime for him to grab coffee at night, and Van Lyra, ever the charmer, retorts, how could it be unforgivable for such a beautiful lady to drink coffee? The workshop is eerily silent, a calm before the storm of conversation. But the calm shatters as Master Smith spots Van Lyra, demanding to know why he's here so early. He reveals the master himself requested his presence, impressed by his recent apprenticeship graduation. Van Lyra, mug in hand, points out that it's not just about forging iron, the streets are crawling with top rankers, and true artisans need to travel and gain experience. Then, with a straight face, he asks if they can just steal it, earning a swift, exasperated, read the room, from Master Smith. Master Smith, clearly irritated, turns to the masked Doran, sarcastically noting how perfectly everything's working out, only for Doran to snap back that he's just there for the grub. Shifting gears, Master Smith suddenly remembers his own long-term research, wondering aloud if his magnum opus is finally finished. He stares at the intricate metalwork, proclaiming it a masterpiece, an invention that will finally grant him his ultimate wish, freedom. Later, the trio is chilling at a bustling bar, soaking in the atmosphere with drinks and food. Master Smith is still processing everything, but Van Lyra just drops a bombshell, bringing up Hagen, a name he was explicitly told to erase from his memory. But Master Smith isn't backing down. He declares, this is a sacred promise, a partnership he absolutely cannot ditch, especially with Master Chyahan's reputation on the line. The air crackles with unspoken words, the tension between them becoming thick enough to cut with a knife. An intense, almost suffocating silence hangs in the air, then Master Smith lets out a sharp "huh," before declaring that the job is practically done. Van Lyra, always thinking about the bottom line, finally agrees to keep going, but only if he gets paid a massive sum later on. Doran, the red-haired prisoner, catches Master Smith's explanation and lets out a dismissive "hee-hee," demanding to know why he's even talking about such nonsense. Doran lays down the law, reminding them that Artisan Street runs on cold, hard logic and order. It's all about skill here, and even if there's no reward, you better have a damn good reason to do something, or you're out. He drives the point home, if you've got the skills, Artisan Street doesn't give a damn about anything else. Then he shifts, thinking about Magana, some small-time crook from Final Girl Street, and questions if that made them just a girl in his eyes. They said it was over for her, a weak child, scarred like iron, but she refused to be consumed by the darkness. But her weak body caught up to her strong spirit, and that scarred child began to evolve. She became an outstanding artisan, a true monster among monsters. You have to watch Magana's effort to believe it. Her back, a testament to her past pain, now showed the scars of her incredible rise. This is Magana, the one they call Skull Messenger Lee, a legend born from pure grit. Meanwhile, high above Artisan Street, the mid-slope of a mountain glowed with an eerie red light, a chilling sight against the green below. The rugged peaks loomed, silent and intimidating. Then, a voice cut through the quiet, blurting out, "Oh. Conscription officer, the Empire's cute conscription officer." It was the commander of the Imperial 3rd Army Brigade, thanking them for dragging him all the way to the Imperial Ironmongers. The commander demands to know what Van Lyra's bringing back from that small city, and he's got a two-part plan. A smirk plays on his lips as he tells the commander, what we want. Easy peasy. First up on the hit list, totally wiping out those conscription officers with military might. And for the second part, it's all about digging up the dead to snag their hammers, because let's be real, an artisan without their hammer is just an artisan. He's after a powerful, glowing hammer, pulsing with blue energy, a medium-hardened relic that can literally do anything. Those conscription officers. Totally clueless, and if they keep treating these hammers like junk, they're in for a world of hurt. The scene shifts to a graveyard, and Van Lyra drops a bombshell, that cemetery on Artisan Street. It's a gold mine. Master Smith, totally baffled, can't believe it, why would the Imperial Brigade even want a dead skeleton's hammer? Van Lyra, with a knowing look, reveals the truth, the Imperial Brigade doesn't give a darn about the mission, just the hammers, and they're totally looting those graves too. He just shrugs off the cunning label, calling his moves pure opportunism. Thinking about the city's total collapse and the grave robbing of master artisans, he reveals a small, glowing blue orb. This, he declares, is a must-have. Master Smith instantly recognizes it, the legendary mana-controlling artifact. The workshop was seized and dismantled, he grins, while Master Smith's eyes widen in shock. Master Smith, absolutely fuming, roars he'll deal with the messenger and crush the Imperial Brigade's grave robbing himself. To him, that skeleton is just another obstacle. Leaving the city behind, the Blacksmith Guild's real mission, the downfall of artisans' hammers, is laid bare, and with the Empire's grave robbing, things are now beyond urgent. Van Lyra, shrouded in the desolate woods, lays down the law to his crew, making it crystal clear, one wrong move, one thoughtless action, and everything they've worked for is toast. They're all in, confirming their loyalty as the sky above them blazes with an intense, fiery orange. Only to plunge into the deep, oppressive darkness of night. Back in the grim, barren lands, Van Lyra cuts straight to the chase, demanding to know the intel on Artisan Street. Meanwhile, a recon team, deep undercover in the Empire's capital for days, drops a bombshell. Artisan Street is quiet, but the Imperial Brigade just stirred up a massive ruckus in the mine area, straight-up grave-robbing Doran village. Someone on the receiving end of this intel scoffs at the commotion, thinking the brigade's gotten too cocky to even bother with stealth, then brushes it off, demanding more reports and dropping a cryptic hint about an old presence making a comeback. The report keeps coming, confirming that a blacksmith, once tied to the Empire, is back in the city, and the question hangs in the air, that old blacksmith? Back with Van Lyra, one of his cloaked operatives voices a serious concern, praying he's not putting their lives on the line for nothing. The report's recipient groans, clutching their head, blaming the old records for a killer headache, as another voice demands to know why these ancient files are causing such a massive headache. No, this is actually for the best. The Orith isn't a place to linger, so staying here too long is a death sentence. We're pushing forward with the plan, finding the Orith, and getting out of here, ASAP. He presses, warning that if they linger, they'll literally turn to ash. Just as the soft click of a lock being picked echoes through the silence. Within a dusty, forgotten shop, he orders his team to tear the place apart, searching for a crucial item. But a purple-haired Imperial civil servant, lurking in the shadows, already knows this shop has been abandoned for ages, and they're watching. Their eyes blazing with an unnatural blue light, the civil servant steps out, demanding to know why anyone would dare break into this desolate place. They declare that every single item here is part of a priceless, incomplete collection, a place far too dangerous for mere commoners. Van Lyra, stepping into the light, retorts with a smirk, implying a misunderstanding with his dear Imperial civil servant. The civil servant, absolutely furious at being called a civil servant, screams that they're just doing their job and paying taxes, then vows to send Van Lyra and his crew to the Imperial laboratory for eternal experimentation. Van Lyra's eyes ignite with a furious crimson, utterly dismissing the entire situation with a single, contemptuous word. But then, Jinwoo just finds the whole thing hilarious, letting out a series of mocking, unhinged laughs. The crimson aura around Van Lyra explodes as he issues a chilling command, his voice dripping with absolute ruthlessness. Suddenly, a devastating strike slams into the ground, sending shockwaves and debris absolutely everywhere. The sheer, brutal force of that impact sends Jinwoo absolutely flying backward, his cloak whipping around him like a storm. He crashes to the ground, utterly defeated, as Van Lyra looms over him, radiating an ominous, overwhelming aura of power. But then, a new player enters the fray. Master Smith's hand clenches into a tight fist, his face set with grim determination. He unleashes a lightning-fast, powerful swing, a brilliant blue energy trail scorching the air behind his weapon. And the attack absolutely connects with the heavily armored Imperial commander, striking multiple points with explosive, shattering force. Van Lyra unleashes a terrifying surge of raw power, his eye burning with an ominous purple glow. Meanwhile, Jinwoo is absolutely wrecked, sprawled on the ground, his gear shredded and blood everywhere from the brutal attack. Van Lyra just looms over him, a chilling, calculating stare locked onto his downed ally. He just casually remarks, how wild enchantments are, especially when made by true artisans. With purple lightning crackling around his fist, he scoffs, totally let down that his opponent was so easily impressed. Then, out of nowhere, 3 wicked daggers just pop into existence, humming with dark, ethereal power. He snatches one, bragging that he forged these from an Imperial civil servant stash, cramming multiple enchantments into them at once. His eye flares crimson as he boasts, the one he just made has the flying dagger enchantment. How sick is that? But before he can even move, Master Smith clamps down on his hand, demanding to know what the heck he thinks he's doing. Gripping Van Lyra's arm, Master Smith lays down the gauntlet. Even a lowly blacksmith like me can take down at least one official knight. But as blue lightning crackles around him, Van Lyra fires back. How are we going to proceed with my previous question? Master Smith, not backing down, pushes further, demanding to know what he's after and offering to buy it outright. Van Lyra's eyes blaze a terrifying red as he scoffs at the mention of money. It's completely irrelevant. With his eyes now glowing an icy blue, he reveals his true intentions. I just decided what I'll accept as payment. Engulfed in a surging blue aura, his enchanted daggers swirling around him, he declares the ultimate price, the price for showing you something interesting. The blue energy surges, building to a crescendo. And with a fist crackling with raw power, he delivers his terrifying ultimatum, I'll take it with your heads. A sweeping view of the city reveals a tense calm, but a desperate voice cuts through the silence, demanding to know if this is rescue or ruin. Back in the thick of it, a blue auric figure sneers, telling their foe not to get cocky over one lucky human punch. The blue glowing fighter promises to absolutely wreck their opponent for their foul mouth, but the other just shrugs off the threat, daring them to try. A white-haired warrior with blazing red eyes fires back, telling their opponent to worry about keeping their own eyes open. The blue-eyed, white-haired aggressor snaps back with a venomous insult, their fuse completely blown. Screaming a furious challenge, the blue-eyed fighter charges, ready to kill. His hand ignites with crackling blue lightning, power building for a crushing blow. He blasts out a barrage of glowing blue energy spheres, launching them straight at his foe. The red-eyed warrior quickly moves to defend, bracing for the full force of the attack. A cloaked figure, engulfed in crackling blue energy blades, unleashes a furious assault, boldly proclaiming his heroic intent to Lady Rivera. But a white-haired mage, with a smirk and a companion, just laughs it off, calling the attack interesting tricks but totally inadequate for a win. He keeps up the taunts, having already heard about these so-called tricks. Then, out of nowhere, a scarred hand in a green sleeve conjures a tiny, fierce flame, delivering a deadly warning, get too cocky, and you're dead. That tiny flame explodes into a colossal, roaring inferno, morphing into a monstrous beast and surging with unstoppable force. The fiery beast's eye blazes with raw power, locking onto its prey. The cloaked figure, still trying to fight with his blue energy blades, is completely swallowed and crushed by the raging inferno. But even after that insane display, the white-haired mage, now sprawled on the ground, coolly shrugs it off as just lukewarm fire. The blacksmith, his scarred hand a testament to his power, fires back, daring the mage to actually catch his flames. The white-haired mage, absolutely seething, can't believe the audacity, scoffing at the supposed temperature of the last attack. With a chilling smirk, he just brushes it off, proclaiming it was nothing, while his silent, grey-cloaked enforcer prepares for action. Those crimson eyes blaze with power, as the mage issues a chilling promise, their target is about to be caught. Then, in a flash, the grey-cloaked swordsman charges, his weapon already out and poised for a devastating blow. A cocky grin spreads across his face, he knows this is a done deal. The blade ignites with a blinding blue energy as he unleashes his attack, striking with full force. But just as he strikes, a massive counterattack explodes. A pink hexagonal barrier shatters, deflecting his powerful swing. The white-haired mage's eyes burn red as he clenches his fist, analyzing the sudden defense, questioning if his foe wields a specialized defensive enchanted weapon. And just like that, the grey-cloaked swordsman is blasted back, sent reeling by a barrage of blue energy projectiles. Van Lyra pivots, a calculated move hinting at the chaos she's about to unleash. Then, with a blur of motion, she hurls a blade, and it slams into the earth with pinpoint accuracy. She analyzes the situation, realizing her foe is launching these blades manually, meaning they're not some enchanted weapon. Another blade, Dipper, screams through the air, a deadly projectile aimed true. Then, Dropner, connects, a devastating impact that shakes the very ground. The monster roars in agony, its face twisting as the force of the hit sends it reeling. A massive energy wave explodes from the hit, a pure, destructive force unleashed. Closing the gap in an instant, Van Lyra touches down, her landing flawless and ready for the next move. And then, a brilliant pink, diamond-shaped aura ignites around her, powering up for the ultimate showdown. Van Lyra, already having their number, flashes a confident smirk. And just like that, a storm of pink energy shards explodes from her, tearing through the air. But bam! The grey-cloaked swordsman is already there, snatching her arm mid-attack, a chilling taunt echoing in the chaos. Van Lyra blasts back with a pink energy surge, her voice dripping with pure disbelief, daring him to stand against her. He dodges her counter like it's nothing, a lightning-fast blur. The next strike sends her flying, her body twisting mid-air. Suddenly, a storm of glowing blue blades rains down, slamming into her and sending her crashing. The swordsman's hand grips a glowing blue blade, his mind already calculating, multiple flying swords might look like a cheat, but it's pure, explosive movement, a sword's path is always a straight line. Crashing down, then Lyra lets out a furious scream, stunned by how many blades her opponent can actually control. Her orange energy blast. Too soft. But before she can even blink, the swordsman snatches her arm, twisting it with brutal force. Ugh. He then flings her through the air, sending her spinning helplessly. Down she goes, disoriented and vulnerable. Her face contorts in a grimace of pain and frustration, staring up at her tormentor. Standing over her, the swordsman sneers, acting big, huh? Better make a little effort. He keeps going, I told you it, sobbing thereon, night. Sigh, just, you cooey little bitch. His eyes glow with dark intensity, you're nothing but someone who hits iron, and yet. Clenching his fist, he vows, I'll make sure you never crawl back up. Battered and bruised, then Lyra lets out a guttural curse, the bitter taste of defeat still burning. Taken down by a mere villager. The Imperial Knight's reputation was in shambles. It was utterly humiliating, he seethes, a simple village guard now lording over him. This should have been a cakewalk, yet he couldn't even sneak past the gate. But then, a defiant smirk twists his lips as he brandishes a glowing blue artifact, proclaiming, fine, whatever. Who cares about the mission? We got the item. That's a win in my book. Meanwhile, from a building deep within the village, a powerful, vibrant blue energy starts to surge and pulse. His eyes blaze with raw fury, a venomous whisper escaping his lips, that damn bitch. The blue energy explodes across the village, its influence undeniable, interfering with everything until the very last moment. His hand tightens into a white-knuckled fist, a silent, furious declaration of his burning anger. A desperate hand claws at a crumbling ceiling, a voice urgently warning, you barbaros, don't look down. Suddenly, the chaos erupts on Artisan Street, as villagers scatter in sheer panic. A sharp-eyed young man with gray hair curses, his stealth mission blown, now focused solely on protecting the blacksmiths. Close by, a hooded figure is sharply told to focus, Lady Pecola, look ahead, her companion commands. Right in the middle of the street, a bald Imperial officer stands tall, his blue glowing sword blazing with undeniable authority. The former Imperial workshop master, an old man, can only stare in utter disbelief. His face twists into a primal scream of outrage, as he realizes the horrifying truth, a forced requisition. The Imperial conscription officer's booming voice rips through Artisan Street, making Lady Pecola clench her fist in pure frustration, cursing the officer's endlessly loud presence. A gray-haired mage, with sharp, pointed ears, observes the escalating situation, recognizing the Imperial officer's formidable strength. He confirms his understanding, his cloaked form still shrouded in mystery. Meanwhile, the Imperial officer stands poised for battle, his blue glowing sword radiating raw power and authority. But the mage isn't backing down. He unleashes a storm of ethereal blades, swirling around him with a powerful thump. From his hidden spot, Ben Lyra doubts the mage's chances against a knight, a calculating look on his face. The Imperial officer, confronting the mage, confesses his own weakness, but vows to defend this street from desecration with every fiber of his being. The mage instantly recognizes the officer, calling out his past as a rising Imperial star, now seemingly longing for a different life. The officer confirms his past triumphs, but reveals the crushing price, he lost everything, even plummeting to the rank of a common blacksmith. But the mage isn't buying it. He blasts the officer, accusing him of using filthy ambition to desecrate the very home he claims to protect. Welcome to Artisan Street, the legendary hub where master craftsmen forge their greatest works. But the tranquility is absolutely shattered as an Imperial officer, wielding a blazing blue sword, unleashes a furious tirade, screaming that no lowly commoner dares challenge him here. The crowd buzzes with frantic questions, fearing a full-blown Imperial army requisition has just begun. From his vantage point, the mage headmaster catches wind of the chaos at Morgana's workshop, realizing the conscription might already be underway. He admits to creating a diversion, knowing the old man needs to make a lightning-fast escape. Then, the officer's voice booms, a chilling declaration that his mercy is gone, and now, it's a kill order. With a fierce yes, the mage headmaster explodes into motion, sending the arrogant officer flying through the air with an incredible, unseen strike. The officer, still gripping his glowing blue blade, hangs midair, his face a mask of pure rage. The mage headmaster's blade flashes, a chilling testament to the sheer, unbridled power he just unleashed. He looms over the Imperial officer, who's crumpled on the ground, sword still high, as the officer's screams echo through the plaza. Crimson streams from the blade, painting the ground in a grim display. The headmaster snatches the officer by his collar, hoisting him up as he chokes on his own blood, his body convulsing. With the showdown raging in the plaza, a voice cuts through the chaos, demanding everyone gather and see this go down. The officer, barely conscious, gasps out his words, demanding to know if this shame is really worth it for one old man. In his dying moments, he reveals he entrusted his final wish to a young man, proclaiming he has absolutely no regrets. The headmaster glares down with icy contempt, delivering one last, brutal insult to the dying man. From the swelling crowd, the master smith roars, his voice echoing, a powerful declaration that this is their artisan street. The mage headmaster lays down the law, stating that the imperial conscription officer's presence means artisan street is about to be swallowed by the empire. And if they just stand around doing nothing, the old man's current fate will be their own. The former workshop master, gasping for air, defiantly claims their mighty walls will shield the street. But the headmaster's will is ironclad, and a devastating blow erupts in a shower of blood. His eye burns with fierce resolve, his mind fixed solely on this street. A torrent of blue magic explodes from his grasp, leaving the imperial officer's body shattered and bleeding on the cold ground, his life draining away. With his final gasp, the officer barely manages to whisper, "Please protect it." Last night, the imperial army unleashed a full-scale invasion on Artisan Street. This wasn't just any attack, it was a small, elite infiltration team of 10, led by none other than an imperial conscription officer. But their stealth mission was blown wide open, thanks to Megania's fierce resistance and the cunning advice of an old man. The battle was brutal, 5 knights fell, 2 were captured, but the conscription officer and 2 others made a clean getaway through the south gate. The cost was heavy, out of 30 guards, 17 were killed, and 7 were seriously injured. Meanwhile, the master smith keeps working, but you can see the gears turning in his head. A grim expression hardens his features, clearly showing the weight of the recent invasion. And this is it, the initial encounter with Arun Megania. Arun Megania is out cold, bandaged up and barely breathing, totally unconscious. Her condition is the harsh truth the master smith has to swallow, as he gets the full rundown of last night's chaos. The Elder Council of Artisan Street is in session, with him leading the charge at the table, as the former workshop master lays out the facts to everyone present. The pressure is on, their decision weighing heavily, because the moment for action is now. The former workshop master drops a bombshell, his voice dead serious, revealing that if his intel is right, the Empire is coming to crush them with brute force. The master smith, face grim and determined, knows he's in the crosshairs, a prime target for the Empire's fury. The old master lets out a dry laugh, calling out the skeleton for being a bit too self-centered. But his mind isn't on the present, it's flashing back years, to where it all began. Just a few years back, Artisan Street was a total mess, crushed by the Empire's iron fist and drowning in corruption. Then, everything changed. A new force arrived, and nothing would ever be the same. Enter Garencia Yuta, the red-haired whirlwind who flipped the script. She tore down the Empire's control, turning the city into a free zone and snatching back the mana for the artisans. But even then, the Empire was just biding its time, waiting for a chance to strike. He declares this whole mess was bound to happen anyway. But that chance never came. Now, it's a simple choice, fight or fall. He demands to know if they're really asking that now, hammering home that the last wall is their only shot, their final desperate gamble. He warns, if we do that, it'll be an all-out war with the Empire. Urging everyone to remain calm and decide together, because their opponent is dangerous and they need more time. Then Lyra cuts in, "I'm sorry, but..." A hooded figure, Jin Woo, emerges from the shadows, declaring they are already late. He reveals a shocking truth, interrogating prisoners confirm the Imperial Army is already on the move in the nearby mountains. Grimly stating the continent is already a battlefield, with no escape. He adds, the Empire will show them no mercy. To protect their comrades, they must fight back, striking down those who threaten their friends. The entire continent has already fallen into a brutal battlefield, all thanks to the Empire. His voice cuts through the silence, a direct challenge to the artisans. Are they really going to just stand by and ignore everything? He's not just talking about taking down the Empire, he's demanding they fight to protect their comrades, a skeletal hand gripping a skull driving home the brutal truth. The cloaked figure doubles down, throwing the challenge back at the proud artisans, his silent presence demanding an answer. He pushes further, asking if the dead from last night would want them to just shut up and take it, the skull mask a chilling symbol of their sacrifice. What about the ones barely hanging on in the medical tents, do they want the street to just roll over? He stares them down, waiting for a response. A bandaged fist tightens, the message loud and clear, absolutely no way. Then, a fiery red-haired woman steps up, her voice cutting through the tension, telling them not to stay silent or compromise, and asking just how much more they're going to take. She rallies the artisans, telling them to scream until their voices are gone, her resolve burning bright next to the mysterious cloaked figure and the ready-for-anything adventurer. The bandaged fist tightens again, a powerful promise hanging in the air, he's going to be their sword. The masked leader's voice booms, igniting the crowd with a single, electrifying command. His eyes blazing with an otherworldly glow as he seals their pact, then Lyra standing firm beside him, ready for the fight. He pushes them further, demanding they unleash their fury against the Empire's tyranny. The old master smith, his fists clenched, roars his defiance, choosing death over slavery, a fierce resolve mirrored by Gorencia Yuta, who scoffs at her own mortality. The mage headmaster, a seasoned strategist, simply nods, recognizing the unanimous decision. A moment of quiet calculation, his hand resting, the gears of war already turning. Then, with a decisive turn towards a colossal defense, he unleashes the next phase. Ordering every single person to their battle stations. And just like that, the entire city district springs into action, a living, breathing war machine. A distant, muffled "oh" reverberates through the district, a subtle tremor before the storm. Meanwhile, the mage headmaster, ever the strategist, pushes for new medicine distribution, a stern warning to Venlyra not to underestimate their foe. Venlyra, ever reliable, confirms the medicine is charged and ready. The headmaster then muses on the artisans' initial reluctance, acknowledging their fighting spirit, but admitting they needed a push. Venlyra, ever modest, deflects any credit. Elsewhere, Jin Woo, with a sharp gaze, demands an update on his requested item, cutting straight to the chase. The master smith, recognizing the urgency, confirms the item in question is the one for repair, revealing a major snag. Yuta's absence stalled the final stage. Jin Woo, flashing a confident peace sign, declares that with their combined efforts, this will exceed all expectations. He then points out the absence of the hooded figure, another key player missing in action. The master smith clarifies that Theo and Doran are tied up with work, and some urgent matter arose during the item's completion. He adds that they rushed to finish before Megania's awakening, though even he's in the dark about the final product. Venlyra is absolutely seething with worry, his mind racing about the impending war and the lack of preparation from others. But high up the mountain, near Artisan Street, things are about to get seriously heated. The grey-cloaked swordsman gets absolutely rocked by a sudden, brutal hit. Venlyra towers over him, absolutely furious, screaming if he's lost his mind, after going rogue, losing his crew, and letting prisoners vanish. He pushes harder, demanding to know how this guy plans to fix the mess with the conscription officer. The swordsman tries to justify his move, saying he wanted to shut down the conflict before the 4 knights even showed up, but Venlyra isn't having it, blasting him for completely wrecking the mission with his stupidity. The swordsman's face twists in pure agony as Venlyra keeps laying into him, pointing out that they even let prisoners get away with vital intel. With one last, intense stare, Venlyra demands to know how he's going to fix this colossal screw-up. The air crackles with unresolved tension, and birds explode from the forest, their panicked cries mirroring the chaos. He stands alone, a chilling thought echoing in his mind, there's absolutely nothing left to worry about. Meanwhile, the grey-cloaked swordsman kneels before him, reporting that there's nothing to worry about, as the truth is about to explode into the open, confirming his statement with a chilling, yes, it is. Venlyra's expression remains absolutely stone-cold, a silent, piercing question hanging in the air. Elsewhere, 3 cloaked figures are buzzing with success, one declaring, I secured the item. I memorized it, and I've finally confirmed, the skeleton is in the street. The narration drops a bombshell, the opposition, the skeleton and his crew, were nothing more than a meager, pathetic bunch. As the grey-cloaked swordsman and his 2 companions stride through the streets, one of them adds, above all, once the 4 knights arrive, capturing the street will be within our grasp. Back with Venlyra, a critical report lands. Havana, well, it seems one of my disguised pigeons didn't report in. The grey-cloaked swordsman's companion drops a bombshell, actually, a disguised pigeon escaped from the 4 knights last night. This changes everything. A gloved hand clutches a scroll, its secrets now potentially exposed, revealing the true gravity of this unfolding crisis. His eye snaps wide open. Elsewhere, a grey-haired dude with a wicked smirk just busts out laughing, totally mocking the so-called high and mighty knights. The messenger, looking totally freaked out. The grey-haired guy's smirk turns ice-cold as he drops a bombshell command, full-scale war prep starts now. That metal city is going down by tomorrow. He gives a satisfied nod, muttering a harsh insult, his real agenda finally bubbling to the surface. He's totally playing mind games with the Emperor's orders, seeing a golden opportunity in straight-up rebellion. Who cares about the Emperor's role if it means he can just ditch Imperial commands and seize this perfect chance for himself? Cut to a squad of armored warriors chilling in a ruined city, as a voice calls them out, demanding to know how long they'll keep riding on the 4 knights' name and just let themselves get soft. He exploded into motion, a raw, dark purple energy ripping through the armored ranks, scattering them like they were nothing as he surged ahead. His momentum absolutely unstoppable. He spun to face the stunned soldiers, a chilling sneer on his lips. Wash your necks and wait, you morons, he declared, you are just the steps for me to overstep the 4 knights and rise in this world. Gazing out over the sprawling landscape, he saw his destiny laid bare. And you will be remembered as this world's greatest achievement, he roared, his ambition echoing across the plains. The stage, he thought, was finally his. It had been prepared. The serene landscape is shattered by an ominous, distant rumble, signaling an approaching threat. And just like that, the source of the chaos reveals itself, a formidable force of armored cavalry and infantry, advancing with an unstoppable rhythm. The sheer power of their charge is evident, horses straining, teeth bared, pushing through with raw, untamed force. Witness the sheer might of this invading force, a massive host of foot soldiers and mounted warriors, ready for battle. But from the shadows, Manhwa is already calculating, counting 60 cavalry, 300 infantry, and a total of 400 including their hidden ambushers. With a glowing orb in hand, reflecting the enemy's every move, he can't shake the unsettling intel. Captured knights claimed there should be barely 300. A deep frown creases his brow, the numbers just don't add up. How can they advance when the intel is so wildly off, leaving them blind to the enemy's real power? But with the city's fate hanging in the balance, he makes the tough call, push forward. Their intel is solid, and waiting only makes things worse. A steely resolve hardens his gaze, because he knows one thing for sure, Fry will not fail. The white-haired mage, with a commanding presence, directs his gaze downward, stating, "Harrier, look down for a moment." Amidst the colossal industrial backdrop, the mage surveys the scene with his subordinate. With a sharp gesture, he barks orders to the kneeling subordinate, "Hey, move a bit more to the left and align the formation here." He pivots, consulting the mysterious cloaked skull, demanding, "This thing won't work properly, right?" The skull snaps back, "Of course. What kind of person do you think this is?" Below, the sprawling urban landscape unfolds, a mosaic of countless lives. Harrier, his scarred face etched with contemplation, gives a terse, "Yes." The skull messenger, gazing at the distant city, delivers a grim truth: wherever you go, people will always live better than others. They spend their whole lives, and sometimes they share those moments with others. Another bustling town comes into view, as the skull's chilling prophecy rings out, daily life will crumble, and more people than that will die. With a final, serious tone, the white-haired mage addresses Harrier once more, "Harrier, there is one last thing I want to confirm with you." The headmaster gazes out, a stark contrast to the northern mountain range, realizing this place holds a different kind of threat. He admits Smith might have had other ideas, but their total annihilation is definitely on the Empire's hit list. Harrier's face hardens, they're fighting the Empire just by breathing, and innocent lives are getting caught in the crossfire. The headmaster challenges him, wondering if they should have bailed on the village sooner, and if this impossible decision is even the right move, or just a path to regret. Then, he puts Harrier on the spot, demanding to know his take on the right answer. Harrier deflects, conceding it's a tough one. His thoughts race, a whirlwind of the headmaster, Magana, the White God's prophecy, and his own warrior past, remembering wielding the White God's sword and the desperate need to shield his family. With a powerful quang of resolve, he tightens his fist. He challenges their assumption that the Empire is uninvolved, and declares there's no caught up in this, it's their fight, plain and simple. He's fully aware the Empire and Church are gearing up for war, but he's absolutely prepared, even if their enemies are overwhelmingly powerful, because he and his people are right here, ready to throw down. Meanwhile, a mysterious grey-cloaked figure surveys the city, recognizing the sheer determination in the air. The rhythmic thud of footsteps echoes through the streets. As a passionate speaker rallies the townsfolk, reminding them of every single hardship they've faced on these very streets. He fires them up, declaring that today, they've united to seize their rightful freedom from the tyrannical empire. One armored warrior doubts their chances, asking if they're just fighting to die, but another immediately shuts him down with a resounding "No." The grey-cloaked swordsman, however, can't help but wonder if this blast wall is just a trap, a place where they'll be cornered. But then, an elder's face, etched with fierce resolve, shouts a powerful message: today, they fight for their tomorrow. His voice absolutely raw with conviction, the former workshop master is still hyping up the townsfolk. Declaring that the enemy will never cross their spirit, or even step foot on their street. His eyes are absolutely burning with fierce determination as he screams. That they are the proudest, best artisans on the entire continent, the true members of Artisan Street. The crowd absolutely roars in agreement, fists pumping, ready to fight for their street. And to protect everything they hold dear. Meanwhile, from a high vantage point overlooking the town, the grey-cloaked swordsman feels a distinct vibration, realizing the enemy is finally making their first move. Distant figures, shadowy and numerous, are now clearly advancing across the plains. He watches them approach, a quiet good escaping him as he silently wonders if everyone is truly ready for what's coming. The crowd absolutely explodes, a wave of pure, unadulterated hype washing over the entire street. But while the cheers still ring out, a new power awakens, deep within the city's core, and Artisan Street is about to unleash its ultimate defense. A vibrant green energy pulses, surging outwards like a tidal wave, creating an impenetrable shield, the last stand, the ultimate defense of Artisan Street. And right at the heart of this incredible power surge, one figure stands tall, the very earth vibrating with his might. Venlyra, with an orange orb blazing in his grip, channels the raw, untamed magic, green energy spiraling around him like a furious storm. His gaze burns with an intense, golden fire as he unleashes the full power, the ultimate defense system now fully operational. But the enemy isn't waiting. Cavalry charges, a relentless tide of destruction, their numbers overwhelming, their hunger for battle insatiable. An enemy soldier, caught off guard, can only gasp, utterly bewildered by the sudden, earth-shattering sound. And among their terrifying ranks, colossal, armored monstrosities emerge, a true nightmare ready to tear through anything in their path. The enemy cavalry unleashes a deafening roar, charging across the plains with unstoppable force. At the forefront, a ruthless commander shouts orders, taunting the town, convinced their traps are utterly useless. The town's last visible defense, a formidable wall, stands defiantly. But with a devastating crash, it explodes, debris flying as the enemy smashes through. But deep below, colossal gears roar to life, the artisan street defense system igniting with mechanical fury. High above, the former workshop master observes the breach, a chilling smirk on his face as he simply states, "Great." Then, with a powerful roar, he orders everyone to their battle stations. He drops, slamming his hand onto a glowing floor mechanism, triggering a vital defense system. Another artisan joins him, together unleashing the full might of the artisan street. The artisan street defense system just went live, and those colossal gears are already grinding, spitting out pure, unadulterated power. Up on the wall, the crew, the mage headmaster, the grey-cloaked swordsman, and then Lyra, are getting a front-row seat to the chaos. But down in the thick of it, some purple-armored knight was just riding in, totally clueless about the mechanical nightmare he was about to face. From the wall, someone's freaking out, shouting, "What on earth is that?" while another just gasps, "Just what did you build?" Suddenly, we're soaring above the city, getting a bird's-eye view of the entire town, now a battleground for these insane defenses. That purple knight, still on his horse, can only manage a single, desperate, shit, as the defenses kick in. And check out this massive structure from the artisan street, it's fully online and just dominating the skyline. The knight? Yeah, he's off his horse, totally wiped out and sprawled on the ground, thanks to that insane defense system. But even on the ground, this guy's still got fight, screaming, "D.F*** with me. You damn meatheads." The former workshop master lays it all out, these magic cannons. They need mana, and with what's left, they can unleash hell. He drives the point home, declaring this sacred ground has been home to artisans for a millennium. High on the battlements, the mage headmaster roars, they will never bow their heads again. It's their absolute right. But the armored knight, mounted and menacing, just sneers, a high wall. What good is that against him? He throws down a chilling ultimatum, surrender now, and he'll graciously spare their lives. The headmaster fires back, scoffing at the knight's arrogance. Does he really think they'll just stand around and open the gate for him? Annoyance flashing across his face, the knight snarls, this bullshit isn't going to last as long as they imagine. War, when waged correctly, will be over in an instant. A cloaked figure moves through a desolate, burnt landscape. A confident smirk playing on their lips, eyes glowing with a fierce, red light. 4 hours before the operation begins, the red-haired commander questions, "You want me to enter the enemy camp alone?" Sitting casually on a bed, he continues, "You've been monitoring this whole time. Why don't you just go and kill all of a sudden?" He muses, "I have enough ability to live, but if the Imperial army is destroyed, I'll be in front of the Emperor." Pointing to a strategic map, he explains, "Number 1, you can't break the forces deployed around the barrier." He continues, "It's to prevent any unforeseen circumstances and a long war. That's why we need a checkmate." The commander concludes, "You have a good strategy, but it won't have much trouble around the war." The order rings out, "Attack the enemy commander on the mountain ridge. This war depends on your speed." Fry is on the move, the fate of the war resting on his shoulders. He takes it all in, a single, powerful thought echoing his resolve. No time wasted, he zeroes in on the target, the enemy commander's headquarters, right where it should be. But something feels off, a gut feeling screaming no. It's too quiet, too perfect, a potential trap, and that sickening stench. It's all wrong. Back at base, the intel pours in from captured knights, 3 vital pieces of the puzzle are uncovered. First, the bodies are piling up, and second, the big bad himself, Ibuka, the Imperial Army's southern commander, is leading this whole operation. A grim-faced interrogator reviews the first intel, his mind immediately going to Fry. Suddenly, a presence. Fry is caught off guard, a shocked exclamation escaping him as he demands, "What are you doing here?" She can't believe it. Why is she stuck in the middle of a war, forced to hide in some random spot? Her sword flashes out, ready for anything, as she finishes her thought, like this. Then, she spots it, a hidden crevice. Someone's definitely been hiding here. But from the shadows, a terrifying red eye snaps open, burning with pure malice. Elsewhere, 2 shocked men get a critical update, more intel from the captured knights. One of them explodes. Wait, the legionary was just a distraction. Ibuka was here all along. The revelation hits them like a truck, leaving them speechless. And high above, the grand city looms, unaware of the brewing storm. A colossal, gray-scaled dragon dominates the sky, flanked by a swarm of smaller, bird-like creatures. It's an undeniable, terrifying truth: dragons. As the colossal beasts fill the horizon, Manhwa stands his ground, a furious red glow erupting from his hand as he silently swears to make his enemy regret their very existence, declaring that no one will ever forgive them. His gaze locked upwards, a grim, unyielding resolve hardens his features, his hands still poised for battle. Then, a grotesque, fanged maw rips open, spewing black, viscous fluid with a sickening crunch, as a chilling voice from within sneers, "I knew you were stupid from a long time ago, but..." The monstrous maw continues its gruesome feast, grinding with an utterly chilling sound. After a final, sickening gulp, the maw, now drenched in fresh blood, exhales slowly, a deep, guttural sound escaping it, a terrifying announcement: a monster has joined the fray. The monster's full horror is unleashed, a fanged maw dripping with fresh blood, its glowing red eyes blazing with pure, unadulterated malice. A blood-soaked hand, claws extended, clenches tight as a furious thought rips through the silence: this unbelievably stupid. Behold the legend. The green-eyed hero, a beacon of hope, stands ready for anything. But not all heroes are created equal, and not all powers are for good. The Empire's shadow looms. And among them, a terrifying quartet known only as the Violet Four, each one a force of nature. Witness the raw power as one of them, a light blue-haired woman with blazing red eyes, screams in agony, blood dripping from her mouth. Their destructive capabilities are off the charts, each member capable of shaking the very foundations of an era. But even among these titans, one stands above them all, a red-haired woman whose chilling power makes her the absolute worst. Meanwhile, the light blue-haired woman's distress intensifies, her red eyes blazing with terror as blood continues to pour from her mouth. Her expression twists from pain to pure horror, a silent scream frozen on her face. This tormented member of the Violet Four is none other than the abandoned Blue Dragon Princess, whose monstrous form hints at a terrifying, hidden power. Under a vast, open sky, a new chapter begins, and it's called The Night of Death. Get ready. From atop a massive castle wall, a commander's voice screams with desperate urgency, ordering the troops to hold the line and not let anything through. A scout shouts the first wave of dragons is spotted, only 500 meters out, confirmed in the northwest. The situation explodes as another report confirms even more dragons closing in from the northeast, and they're fast. The enemy's encirclement is complete with a final warning of even more incoming forces from the southwest, just 5 minutes away. Inside the fortress, a soldier confirms all units are deployed and ready for orders, while another shouts the mana fuses are fully charged, glowing with raw power. With a final check, the cannon operator confirms 4 mana missiles are loaded and the fuses set, declaring the weapon hot and ready. The colossal castle walls gleam, their defensive lights blazing bright. A hand surges with power, ready to unleash the devastating mana missiles. Fire, the command rings out, and the glowing green orbs ignite. Mana missiles erupt into the sky, the dragons are here, and the battle has officially begun. A mysterious cloaked figure surveys the frontier, marveling at the hidden city beneath. A massive dragon dominates the sky, its sheer power met by the fortress's incredible might, but a chilling thought whispers: is even this enough against a dragon god? The cloaked observer confronts an elder, demanding to know why the master of a renowned forge is here. The old master retorts with a classic blacksmith's wisdom: if you can't fight on the front line, then at least stay in the rear. He grumbles, "You brat." As a barrage of mana missiles lights up the heavens, a strange, almost hopeful feeling sparks within him, a belief that they just might defy the Empire. The former workshop master, his gaze distant, reveals a profound, decades-long wait, fueled by the devastating loss of his daughter. He reveals a crucial truth: Surtur's immense power has already been transferred to the next generation, the very ones who will lead the most formidable dragon knights. His conviction solidifies: only an individual of unparalleled strength and unyielding resolve can succeed. A chosen one, destined to fulfill this ultimate mission. And his mind immediately goes to Mr. Skeleton. He grimly considers the future, declaring the world awaiting the next generation utterly hopeless. But a fierce determination ignites in his eyes, as he declares, it simply has to be. But the moment of reflection shatters as a panicked voice screams, "Emergency! Emergency! The dragons have broken through the wall." The terrifying message repeats, confirming the worst: the dragons have absolutely breached the wall. The dragons were through. A desperate cry ripped through the air: all non-combatants, evacuate. Chaos erupted, and warriors instantly clashed with the colossal dragons, their weapons a blur against the scaly hides. A commander, clad in fiery red armor, stood with his troops, a collective roar of alarm escaping them as the fight exploded. Then, with an explosive leap, Fry launched himself straight at a dragon's head, his sword a red streak as the beast bellowed in fury. The sheer ferocity of the battle was etched into his very skin, a unique tattoo on his forearm a testament to his resolve. He pressed his relentless assault, even commandeering a dragon mid-flight to take on another in a brutal aerial showdown. From the highest battlements, Frey's gaze swept the skies, his spear poised for the next incoming threat. A flicker of grim concern crossed his face, his gaze sharp as he took in the escalating chaos. He barked orders to an unseen subordinate, snapping, "We must retake the commander's quarters," only for the subordinate to retort, "But she's taking too long, sir." Harrier stands tall, surveying the battlefield with his trusty, silent companion, the weight of the world on his shoulders. Used to the moon's familiar light, he senses a deep disturbance from the glowing structure, its piercing blue eye screaming that something is fundamentally off. But his focus snaps to the dragons tearing through the defenses, their objective crystal clear: disable the anti-air weapons. There's no room for error, no chance to give them an inch. Suddenly, a critical message blares out: new cannon positions are online and ready. It's time to unleash hell. Clutching his comms, his companion asks if he's going in as Harrier, insisting they can contribute too. Gazing at the dragon-filled skies, he ponders who else could possibly take on that aerial threat. He sets the record straight: it's not about doubt, it's about strategy. On the battlefield, you win by playing to your absolute strengths. A colossal, terrifying dragon, a true beast, dominates the horizon. His face set with grim determination, he declares this is exactly what they were made for. Harrier, battle-hardened with a fresh bandage and a scar over his eye, stares ahead with an unyielding gaze. He turns to depart, but a companion's voice rings out, a desperate plea: "Please come back safely." But the dragon assault on the castle is already in full swing, colossal winged beasts dive-bombing the ancient fortifications. Harrier's calm, unwavering response cuts through the chaos, a silent vow of his return. Of course. The skies darken with even more dragons, their overwhelming numbers converging on the castle. With brutal force, they slam into the stone battlements, shattering the wall and sending a torrent of debris raining down. Then, a dark, explosive projectile absolutely obliterates the damaged fortifications, creating a blinding flash and a gaping, catastrophic hole in the defenses. A beat of stunned silence. Then, engulfed in a swirling, dark purple aura, Harrier's eyes blaze with fierce determination as he declares, "All right. Let's play." A massive dragon's eye, burning with raw power, locks onto its target, a chilling question echoing through the battlefield. The sheer size of the beast is almost incomprehensible, its head a mountain of scales. Suddenly, a torrent of blood explodes around the dragon's eye, a devastating blow landing with shocking force. Meanwhile, the abandoned blue dragon princess stares, her crimson eyes wide with a mix of shock and a terrifying realization. A monstrous serpentine dragon creature rears back, its massive form violently recoiling from a lightning-fast attack. The cloaked swordsman, Harrier, is a whirlwind of destruction, his blade a crimson blur as he carves through the enemy. Next to her, the red-haired villainess gives a slow, chilling nod, a silent, dark understanding passing between the two. But just as quickly, the tables turn. An unseen, devastating force smashes into him. He's sent hurtling through the forest, a massive explosion ripping through the air above as he falls. Van Lyra is still free-falling, his mind reeling from the sheer, crushing power that just hit him. He thought he'd wiped out all the enemies, but this new, terrifying energy proves him dead wrong. But down below, a red-skinned mage is watching, her eyes snapping wide open as she realizes something huge, whispering, "There shouldn't be any familiars left." A wicked smirk spreads across her face as she taunts an invisible foe, shouting that they're only just starting to get it, but every single one of their guesses is totally, utterly wrong. Her eyes ignite with a furious, purple energy, unleashing a spirit smile and eternal focus for her next devastating attack. Then, with a thunderous crack, a colossal explosion rips through the forest, a dragon sput, obliterating everything in its path. But then, the red-skinned mage herself is on the ground, looking up with a shocked expression, completely taken aback by what just happened. Meanwhile, a dark, menacing sphere hangs silently in the sky, and the mage below starts talking again. "You've..." She grips her sword, a confident smirk back on her face, and talks about the incredible power the prideful dragon princess is about to unleash. That dark sphere now looms directly over the blue-haired princess, the one who used to be so ashamed of these very ashes. A creepy, gray-skinned imp with massive ears watches the chaos, taunting, still reeling, "Huh." Then goads, "Isn't this the perfect time for a move?" Fry, the Knight of War, glares down, dismissing the provocateur as a lunatic. The imp doubles down, mocking someone who self-destructs with uncontrolled magic. Then snarls a direct challenge to Fry, "What are you waiting for? You want my blood? Go ahead. If you can." Fry erupts in a booming laugh, a white energy field exploding around her as she fires back. "You think I can't?" Then, with a furious red aura blazing, she dives headfirst, a blur of speed, straight for the imp. Meanwhile, that mysterious dark sphere still hangs menacingly in the distant heavens. The imp's jaw drops, teeth bared, as Frey's descent accelerates, a mix of shock and twisted excitement on its face. While Fry, the Knight of War, unleashes her signature move, originally Spiral, twisting her body into a high-speed, blue-streaked drill of pure rotational force. Fry, the Knight of War, plunges downward, her legendary name alone enough to make devils quake, but she's shouldering the despair of countless others. They've moved to a new region to prevent more tragedy, but the pain is still there, her body might be healing, but the torment is relentless. A wild, unhinged laugh rips from her as she dives, a dark, chaotic energy swirling in her wake. Her body is tearing, bones are screaming, but she's blasting past the pain, pushing herself to absolute self-destruction. The spiral style is done. Her body is a whirlwind of pure, destructive energy. A voice screams at her, rotate those hips. Forget your bones, let them shatter. More, she roars, her eyes blazing with pure, unadulterated power, while the tiny, gray figure below just laughs, you're completely insane. Her face, upside down, is a portrait of grim resolve, she knows finishing the technique isn't the end game. Her glowing eye locks on, a single, lethal goal burning within, to utterly annihilate her target. Fry, with an intense, unyielding gaze, brushes off the gray-skinned figure, uttering a chilling declaration about her imminent regicide. A subtle, almost unheard sound ripples through the space. But the cost is immediate and brutal. Frey's body violently rips apart, blood erupting as she plummets, the sheer force of her power tearing her to shreds. Suddenly, a mysterious figure, cloaked in crackling purple energy, lunges forward, a hushed, "Forgive me," barely audible amidst the chaos. The gray-skinned observer can only watch the horrifying spectacle, their face contorted in a mask of utter shock and disbelief. Yet, through the excruciating pain, Frey's bloodshot eye remains locked on her target, a terrifying, unwavering determination blazing within. Then, a deafening crack rips through the air, the ultimate price for her power. The cataclysmic, spiral style, is finally unleashed. Culminating in the world-shattering attack, Heaven's Axis, heaven and earth split, a blinding torrent of green and white energy obliterating all in its wake. The Knight of War is absolutely shredding herself with spiral style, blood exploding everywhere, but a voice inside her just screams. Du bist doch verrückt. Is death the only thing that gets Fry going? She lets out this absolutely insane, blood-curdling laugh. This is Fry, one of the Empire's 10 knights, the legendary Knight of War, and even in this bloodbath, she's got this messed-up smile on her face. Her madness is taking over completely as she screams, "This is awesome. Let's just laugh our heads off, Barrow Knight." Her face is totally twisted in a primal scream, this is her pure, unadulterated madness. This is the raw, brutal truth of what war is all about. The Knight of War, Fry, is an absolute beast on the battlefield, tearing through foes and regenerating instantly by devouring their very essence. Unleashing unmatched strength and speed, she strikes again, an insane, almost invincible power. But even with all that power, she's still pushed to the absolute brink, enduring agonizing pain. This sheer madness, those glowing eyes and razor teeth, that's what truly defines the Knight of War. With a primal scream, she just keeps going, an unstoppable force. But then, bam! She's sent flying through the air, an unseen enemy mocking, "Haha, your bloodsucking is sweet. What, got diabetes or something? You really think that can be devoured?" Meanwhile, Magana watches from afar, her eyes fixed on the shocking descent. A dismissive "tch" rips from the mysterious figure, dark energy practically exploding from his hand. Magana, watching the absolute devastation, sees Fry, the Knight of War, utterly broken in the ruins. The mysterious figure, a chilling grin on his blood-splattered face, wonders if Frey's own attack was a twisted way to trigger her regeneration. Because Frey's body only kicks into regeneration mode when she's literally on the edge of death, not from some basic wounds. His hand pulsing with raw power, the mysterious figure observes, realizing Frey's power is totally different now, a new ability, or a terrifying evolution. A savage, blood-soaked grin stretches across his face, fangs gleaming, as he roars that this is fun as hell. He shrugs off the why, declaring that the reason for her change is completely irrelevant. Standing amidst the wreckage, the mysterious figure can't get enough of this thrilling chaos. His eyes blaze with an unholy purple light, fangs bared in a terrifying smile, as he declares his twisted craving to drink Frey's blood once more. Still defiant, Fry fires back, declaring the other knights are just as unyielding. With a chilling smirk, the antagonist sneers, questioning if she's been lost in her own delusions. He doubles down on the taunts, spitting that if her kind is so pathetic, she should use her brain instead of clinging to idiotic delusions. Frey's face twists in pure rage, snapping back that she's already been drenched in his blood once more. The antagonist, a hand casually covering his mouth, just dismisses her as arrogant. His head snaps back, eyes blazing purple through his fingers, a sinister plan brewing. Fry charges, swearing to crush him for good, but he's faster, intercepting her, his purple eyes burning as he seizes her arm. A sickening wave of revulsion hits her, a choked gasp escaping as she recoils violently from his grasp. He rips his mouth open, devouring a mass of dark, writhing tendrils with a look of utterly disturbing satisfaction. The antagonist's massive, clawed hand, crackling with dark energy, grips his blade. As the red-haired woman recoils in shock, his fanged maw twists into a cruel, chilling grin, declaring, "I swear you'll die." A ring glints on his finger, a chilling detail against the dark, razor-sharp claws. A torrent of dark, swirling power slams into her, sending her stumbling to the ground. Only to scramble back up, desperately fleeing the encroaching shadows. But even as she retreats, the red-haired woman's fangs flash in a defiant smirk, a taunt echoing, "Looks like you're trying hard not to bleed anymore." The antagonist just scoffs, his grip tightening on his sword, "I don't even need spiral style for these measly ashes." And with that, she's gone in a blur, leaving only dust behind. Suddenly, a shockwave hits, making the red-haired villain flinch back in pure disbelief. Her defensive barrier getting absolutely shut down by encroaching shadows. She screams, "It's blocked," as her last hope crumbles. The unnamed antagonist's dark power just keeps pushing, crushing her aura and driving her back with relentless force. And to make matters worse, he takes a chilling step forward. As shadowy tendrils explode from the ground, ensnaring the red-haired villain, pinning her down under his terrifying, dominant presence. Pure dark energy crackles around his hand, charging up for the ultimate, decisive blow. But with a desperate, last-ditch surge, the red-haired villain unleashes a shockwave of her own power, creating a blinding, explosive flash. The unnamed antagonist just smirks, utterly dismissing her attack, "I'm not even going to try to dodge it." Meanwhile, the red-haired villain's arm absolutely blazes with an intense, fiery aura, a clear signal of her desperate, but successful, escape. He flashes a predatory grin, his fangs gleaming, absolutely certain his target is trapped. Then, with an eerie click, the world itself starts to warp, turning into a sinister, flowing darkness. She's trying to bolt, but he's already got her in his sights, her escape nothing more than a desperate flail within his expanding territory. This whole damn place, this swirling void, it's all his now. He's got a plan, a chilling strategy, her powers locked down, making her an easy meal for his dark hunger. He's toying with her, telling her to run, to feel the pure dread of his hunt. His power explodes, his domain morphing into a colossal, fanged abyss that devours her completely. But then, a jarring crack rips through the void, and a jolt of shock hits him, his eye flaring with disbelief. She's lightning fast, no doubt, but he's already calculating, knowing raw speed won't be enough to escape his ultimate trap. Still riding high on his power, the unnamed antagonist gazes into his shadowy realm, utterly convinced the red-haired villain is still caught in his clutches. From his vantage point, it's all over, her figure seemingly swallowed and defeated. But then, a shockwave of disbelief hits him, his red eyes blazing with utter confusion, as he demands to know what just transpired. The shadowy liquid of his domain ripples, and he can't help but wonder if it was just an afterimage, a mere illusion. But the chilling truth slams into him, it was absolutely no illusion. A faint, red-tinged blur streaks through the dark expanse, confirming her impossible movement. He extends a hand, his senses flaring, and he can still feel her presence, not trapped, but somehow spread throughout his entire domain. The swirling patterns of his dark realm seem to explode, her essence now absolutely everywhere within it. His eyes blaze with an intense purple aura, his face twisted in pure disbelief and unbridled fury, as he roars that she shouldn't be able to move like this. He remembers it clearly, she used his own blood to fix her broken body. And he immediately blew her head clean off, vaporizing every last drop of her blood. So how, he screams internally, is she still moving? His rage boils as her feet glide across the dark, watery surface, still moving inside his domain. She's just hiding in that pitch-black shell, and she calls herself a dragon princess. But the red-haired villain is already thinking ahead, she needs more synthetic stone to get her mana back, and she's calculating just how long it'll take to bleed a dragon dry. Then, a chilling scoff escapes her lips as she taunts him, uttering, "No wonder you were abandoned." The unnamed antagonist's hand clenches, dark energy swirling around his fingers, a palpable surge of power building up. From the depths of his rage, a gnarled, tree-like structure of pure darkness erupts, emanating a sinister red aura. Her crimson eyes flared, a searing pain ripping through her as the attack slammed home. A sneer twisted his lips, his red eyes blazing with pure disdain as he mocked her pathetic struggle. She plunged downwards, a sinister black orb forming above her, and the horrifying truth hit, no blood, no regeneration, just pure vulnerability. His face twisted into a furious snarl, he spat a chilling warning, "Don't play with my tongue, or I'll rip it out." She flinched, shocked. He pressed his attack, lashing out about her pathetic existence and the shame her parents must have felt. Dark energy surged around his hand, and she cursed him in her mind, her defiance burning bright. Even falling, she snapped back, "Watch your mouth," as the dark orb above her pulsed with growing power. He ignored her defiance, unleashing his full power, dark, twisted spikes exploding from the earth around her, a terrifying, "Don't run," ripping through the air. Trapped by the rapidly forming spikes, she heard his chilling vow, "I'll make you just like them." The desolate wasteland screams, a lone, jagged spire piercing the sky, echoing with an eerie, drawn-out cry. The unnamed antagonist surveys the grim scene, dark, spiky orbs littering the ground, as a colossal, scaly beast lurks menacingly in his shadow. A chilling smirk twists his face as he confirms his dark suspicions, a low growl escaping him. Just as I thought. But even hanging upside down, the red-haired villainess isn't broken. She spits back with raw defiance. "You're simple." Her words hit like a shockwave, and the unnamed antagonist's eyes ignite with a sudden, enraged disbelief. He snaps his gaze downward, his surprise morphing into a chilling realization as he locks onto the source of this insane interruption. That's, a tiny, rat-like creature, eyes burning crimson, is suddenly clutched in his hand, radiating pure, sinister power. But before he can even process it, the creature explodes with a dark, spiky attack, slamming into him with brutal force. Sending a spray of blood across his face as he reels back from the lightning-fast, utterly shocking assault. The unnamed antagonist clutches his chest, a searing pain ripping through him as he grapples with the shocking reality of his injury. But the red-haired villainess, seeing his agony, just scoffs, telling him to get it together and focus. Still stunned by the sneak attack, he questions aloud, can he even come back from this? The stealthy creature had bypassed his defenses, draining his very lifeblood, leaving him exposed and utterly bewildered. Hand clamped to his chest, the antagonist's face twists in a raw display of pain and rage, struggling to process the impossible strike. The red-haired villainess watches on, a silent, expectant observer, as something truly terrifying begins to manifest. From the depths of his fury, a colossal, shadowy entity with blazing red eyes rips its way into existence, its form crackling with raw, dark power. This monstrous manifestation, born from his unbridled fury, is unleashed as the Death Dragon's wrath. And the small, blue-tinted rat-like creature, the true mastermind behind the sneak attack, remains unseen, its deadly task seemingly complete. The sky above the desolate land had been absolutely ripped apart, leaving the unnamed antagonist's face drenched in sweat as he struggled with the sheer, raw power he had just unleashed. From a distance, the red-haired villainess watched, as the merciless wrath of a dragon now absolutely dominated the entire sky. A terrifying testament to the absolute roar of death itself. From high above the city, a dark plot is brewing, the invasion of Awakens Street is about to go down. But even as the red-haired villainess lays out the invasion plan to Manga and their crew, she's adamant, the town itself is off limits. They can't risk losing such a powerful resource. Elsewhere, an old man screams in terror, his face contorted as the madness erupts around him. Venlyra, blade in hand, is locked and loaded, the fight is getting intense, and he's right in the thick of it. Out of nowhere, the unnamed antagonist strikes with terrifying speed, his purple blade blazing, ready to unleash pure chaos. But as the battle rages, something far worse rips through reality, a terrifying, red-glowing void opening up. The crimson energy explodes, swirling with destructive power, the end is here, and it's just getting started. Manga can only stare, her face a mask of pure horror, as this nightmare unfolds right in front of her. Fry, with eyes burning red, stares down at the devastation, demanding to know why the red-haired villain had dared to betray the Empire. His scarred face tightens as he presses on, declaring that she was always the most unpredictable among the four knights. The red-haired villain glares back, but Fry cuts her off, demanding she snap out of her delusion, because with her current power, she stands no chance against him. But then, a twisted offer, he tells her to beg for the Empire's forgiveness now, because it's her only chance to save her pathetic, stubborn life. He waits, his intense stare burning into her. But the red-haired villain's grip tightens on her makeshift weapon, her voice dripping with pure defiance as she throws his words back at him, daring to question if she truly can't defeat him. Her eyes blaze with fury as she snarls back, that his little warning goes both ways. Venlyra watches the explosive confrontation from afar, as Fry, with a dismissive sneer, simply shakes his head, knowing she'd never grasp the truth, even if he spelled it out. He stands his ground, unyielding, as the impossible demand rings in his ears, a dragon, telling a mere human to surrender. He gets it, all right, but his defiance is absolute, a low growl escaping him, I get it. I'm not going. Real. I can't accept that. I won't. A pale hand clenches, the red-haired villain's fury boiling over at this lunatic, who still claims to be human. A dark chuckle escapes him, the unnamed antagonist's mind instantly firing back, wondering how she could even call herself human. A terrifying grin spreads across the red-haired villain's face, instantly shutting down any talk of surrender, their battle is just getting started. Her hand twitches, a furious thought igniting in her mind, that Snakehead is still standing, and she doesn't need words to finish this. His eyes flash with surprise, then harden with fierce resolve, daring her to start this fight for real. The red-haired villain's face twists into a terrifying, guttural scream, a single, earth-shattering word declaring, war. Behind her, a colossal, dark aura explodes outwards, signaling the true start of their conflict, her red hair whipping wildly as raw power surges around her. Dark energy erupts around him, and the unnamed antagonist is absolutely pumped, screaming, "This is a real fight." The desolate, broken landscape is just a backdrop, a mere casualty of the insane power being thrown around. He's diving in, a blur of dark energy, a chaotic force ready to tear everything apart. But out of nowhere, Venlyra drops in, a soft, "I'm sorry," barely audible before the chaos. His foot slams down with absolute finality, a clear message, this is where it ends. A devastating impact rips through the air, absolutely crushing the antagonist with raw power. Venlyra coolly stares down at Vaughn Fei, casually pointing out, "Looks like you're having a hard time, don't you?" He brushes off any potential thanks, coolly reminding everyone, "No need to thank me. I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be my job." A terrifying, shadowy monster with a single, blazing red eye and a massive, fanged mouth erupts onto the scene, demanding to know if anyone has a death wish. But Vaughn Fei, standing coolly next to Venlyra, just grins, admitting he'd been watching the whole thing through the monster's eyes, and it was getting seriously annoying. His red eyes practically burn with anticipation as he declares, "All right, then." He starts moving, a determined stride carrying him forward. And with a challenging grin, he asks, "Ready to go say hello?" Meanwhile, a super mysterious skull-masked figure, staff glowing with pink energy, is on the move, stalking through the shadows of a dense forest. Their heavy boot lands with a silent thud on the forest floor. And they're already calculating the fallout, realizing the powerful presences they were tracking just dropped from 3 to a mere 2. From a hidden vantage point, a mysterious skull-masked figure watches the devastation, questioning if Fry has already been taken down. The very ground is shattered. And the masked observer just watches, a silent, chilling exclamation hanging in the air. Meanwhile, Vaughn Fei, eyes blazing with sinister purple power, coldly orders his foe to advance, his words dripping with menace. Before Venlyra can even blink, Vaughn Fei drops from the sky, a devastating pink energy field exploding around him as he slams into his target. The assault is brutal and instant, a bone-chilling declaration of, "You'll die," ripping through the chaos. Venlyra is instantly swarmed, engulfed by a horrifying torrent of shadowy, red-eyed demons. The sheer power of the attack rips into him, leaving his face a bloody mess, his eye flaring with desperate purple energy. As the skull-masked figure witnesses the savage beatdown, he can only acknowledge the sheer, terrifying power of this guy. A mysterious skull-masked figure looms over a desolate, ruined landscape, taking in the sheer devastation. Then, from the swirling chaos, a monstrous, shadowy entity with terrifying spiky protrusions bursts forth, revealing itself as the Wraith of Changtap Village. An insane amount of raw energy just explodes from the Wraith, its form practically vibrating with vibrant purple power. The skull-masked observer, his gaze fixed on a distant, fiery chasm where battle rages, can't help but comment on Frey's unexpected defeat. He finds the sheer, overwhelming presence from that battle utterly repulsive. Then, he directly challenges the unseen combatant, demanding to know if they're the one who took down Fry. A voice booms back, proudly declaring victory over the night of war, but quickly adding they're no enemy, leaving the skull-masked figure utterly taken aback. He then awkwardly mumbles to himself, realizing just how long it's been since he's had a normal chat. His single, visible eye socket flares with an intense purple light, a silent reflection of his deep thoughts. From the shadows, the skull-masked figure's voice cuts through the silence, a chilling greeting to Venlyra. Venlyra, now with stark white hair and glowing yellow eyes, faces the unknown, the ominous greeting still echoing. But just moments ago, the skull-masked figure stood triumphant over a battered Venlyra, who, in his original state, could only utter a desperate, "How can you?" The skull-masked figure's hand extended, a chilling gesture of dominance. Then, a searing purple light erupted from its eye, a devastating blow delivered in an instant. Venlyra was left broken and bleeding, the skull-masked figure's victory absolute. Yet, a sudden, sharp gasp escaped the skull-masked figure, a rare moment of shock. Now, the transformed Venlyra, radiating power from his yellow eyes, audaciously offers help to the very figure who defeated him. And as a blinding golden aura erupts around him, a booming, maniacal laugh fills the air. A blinding golden pattern erupts with raw arcane power, its intricate lines practically screaming as a frantic voice shouts, "Don't." Trapped in a stark, empty void, Magana's mind races, her disbelief palpable. No way he's still alive. It's been too long. She stares at her hands, a lone hooded figure in the endless white, her thoughts a whirlwind, where am I? Just a moment ago, I was. And I'm back to normal. But then, a chilling realization hits her like a physical blow, her eyes snapping open as she hisses, "No. I didn't return to normal. That bastard did something to me." Her hands clench, knuckles white with a century of fear and fury, her mind screaming, "It's been nearly 100 years, there's no way he could still be alive." Elsewhere, the transformed Van Lyra, with his stark white hair and blazing yellow eyes, stares into the void, a chilling question burning in his thoughts. Then why is he on the Empire's side? Magana's mind snaps back to a terrifying, ornate artifact, the very source of her agony, as she demands, it's that artifact's ability. Why would he use that on me? Then, a sudden shift, Van Lyra, now with blonde hair and a look of deep concern, speaks softly to someone, Mr. Magana is trapped in a dark void, her pink hair glowing as she grapples with a shocking realization, her transformation is permanent, a twisted fate no demon lord would ever choose. Overwhelmed by despair, she desperately tries to reject the horrifying truth. Then, out of nowhere, a blonde figure appears, his gaze intense as he starts to speak, but his words falter. Magana, her purple eyes burning with pain, screams, demanding to know why he can't even remember her name. A black tear, like pure darkness, streams from Van Lyra's blue eye, his anguish palpable as he wonders if she's completely erased him from her memory. A massive, glowing pink lotus bursts open in the void, with a tiny, white-haired Magana suspended beneath its mystical light. Flashback. White-haired Magana confronts a mysterious dark-skinned figure, demanding answers about the power she unleashed, an artifact forged by the demon lord's heir. And in the shadows, a terrifying demonic entity with burning red eyes plots, its chilling strategy clear, target the weakest first. Suddenly, a devastating purple energy explodes, unleashing a chilling command, shatter their mind. Because no matter how tough the body, the mind itself was never truly whole. The unnamed antagonist flinches, his yellow eyes screaming in horror as he realizes, his mind was never unified, and this attack is just too overwhelming. Simply put, this attack targets the deepest, most basic truth. Red and black energy swirls around him as the brutal truth is revealed, everyone has a weakness. The mental assault just keeps hitting him with accusations, a relentless loop of, why didn't you come? It's all your fault. You forgot me, over and over. The source of all this pain. A broken, glowing artifact, a piece of junk that somehow holds this insane power. The taunt rings in his head, running away again. Completely broken, the unnamed antagonist covers his face, cursing everything and screaming that it's all a lie, fake, and unreal. He's clutching his head, eyes blazing with a tortured purple glow as the mental assault ramps up, the artifact's power twisting his mind into a desperate, furious accusation. His hands are shaking like crazy as he tries to cover his face, a desperate, useless move against the crushing despair. Tears are pouring down his face, mixing with blood from his nose, as the mental torture pushes him past his breaking point. A raw, guttural plea rips from his throat, a desperate scream for salvation from the invisible forces tearing him to shreds. His mouth opens in a silent, agonizing scream, the pain too intense to even make a sound. Finally, the crushing pressure makes him collapse, his body hitting the forest floor, completely broken. Even knocked out, his mind is still a war zone, bombarded by twisted, blurry visions of faces and figures, memories morphing into pure nightmare fuel. The chaotic images swirl and shift, a relentless, mind-bending assault on his inner world. They get more and more abstract and fragmented, a final, desperate plunge into total mental chaos. The mental assault rages on, and from the swirling chaos, a shadowy, indistinct figure starts to take form. Revealing a new, powerful entity with stark white hair, dark skin, and glowing yellow eyes, who coolly utters, has it begun? This is no ordinary being, this is the master of the endless mana branch upon the hill. A being born from the very side of the world, destined to rise above all others. Above the white-haired entity, a vibrant pink and purple lotus explodes into existence, as the narration boldly proclaims him the master of endless mana, the absolute ruler above all evil. Now, prepare yourselves, for you are about to witness the epic birth of a brand new demon lord. The master of endless mana stands defiant amidst jagged, dark energy, his glowing eyes locked forward. Before a sudden flicker of surprise crosses his face, prompting a confused, huh. The master of endless mana, engulfed in raw ethereal power, grapples with a shocking realization, this wasn't part of the plan. Plummeting into a dark, jagged chasm, the unnamed antagonist is engulfed by shadowy energy. His purple eyes burning as, from the abyss, a monstrous, shadowy entity with piercing red eyes begins to materialize. Now on his feet, the unnamed antagonist takes in the chaos, a single, urgent thought burning in his mind, this was definitely not part of the plan. But then, a different shadowy entity, the wraith of Chongtap village, with its own glowing purple eyes, lunges forward with terrifying speed. Forcing the unnamed antagonist to swiftly conjure a glowing red energy blade to deflect the brutal assault. Suddenly, the scene shifts dramatically to a serene, green landscape under a clear sky, a stark and peaceful contrast to the brutal battle that just unfolded. The gentle hills remain, with only the faint sound of something landing softly in the distance, a quiet thump breaking the silence. After the insane battle, a serene, green landscape just gets absolutely wrecked, a massive impact sending earth and trees exploding sky-high. Through the insane debris, our unnamed antagonist just freefalls, a blur against the absolutely wrecked forest. His glowing purple eyes go wide as he scopes out the scene below, a quiet thought escaping him, that's strange. He lands amidst the splintered trees, quickly regaining his footing and scoping out the unfamiliar, damaged woodland. His gaze sharpens, those purple eyes still blazing, as he senses something seriously wrong, a silent question forming, it shouldn't be moving like this. From the depths of the forest, a colossal, shadowy form just starts to rise, its spiky appendages reaching for the sky. Our unnamed antagonist looks up, his expression grim as the monstrous entity just looms over him. With a deafening quang, the massive, spiky creature fully manifests, its dark presence just dominating the entire landscape. The mountain peak absolutely explodes, leaving a massive, smoking crater behind. He's free-falling through the air, surrounded by exploding rock, and one thought screams through his mind, even a transcendent saint's power would have been shattered by this artifact. Their minds would have been obliterated, their bodies reduced to nothing. Still plummeting, his last protective barrier shatters into a million pieces, completely overwhelmed. He keeps his eyes shut, a silent witness to the sheer, raw power he just faced. He just keeps falling, a tiny speck against the massive green world below. Debris flies past him like missiles, a chaotic storm of destruction following his insane dive. But suddenly, from the shadowy depths below, a monstrous, spiky hand, crackling with glowing purple energy, starts to claw its way out. The shadowy entity fully manifests, its colossal form reaching for the sky, a terrifying silhouette against the light, dark power exploding outwards in jagged streaks. Still reeling from the devastating impact, he continued his uncontrolled descent through the air. His mind racing as he reflected on his own recklessness, having charged forward without a second thought. A sharp, internal command echoed through his thoughts, calm down. As if in response, a star-shaped symbol on his hand began to glow with a soft, ethereal light, energy particles swirling around it. The glow intensified, pulsing with raw power, a silent declaration of his intent. A distant mountain face erupted in a massive explosion of dust and debris, the force of his activated power halting his plummet. He landed with a soft thud, now standing firmly on the rocky terrain, the wind whipping around his cloak. A relieved breath escaped him as he confirmed, there's nothing wrong with the artifact. His gaze then dropped, fixing on the colossal, shadowy form of the death dragon's wrath, its spiky silhouette and glowing purple energy a terrifying sight below him. The master of endless mana, with his striking white hair, stares down at the shadowy entity, demanding, Benrira, what in the world? Are you even protecting such a pathetic creature? He presses, his voice cutting through the silence. The death dragon's wrath, its shadowy form pulsing with an eerie pink glow, lets out a guttural growl, looks like words won't cut it. His glowing yellow eyes fixate, a dangerous question echoing in his thoughts, should I just take down this demon lord myself? But before he can even move, the death dragon's wrath strikes, a torrent of glowing pink energy blasting from its outstretched hand. The raw, destructive power explodes outward, ripping through everything in its path with a thunderous crash. But the master of endless mana just scoffs, completely unfazed, ugh. This curing is totally useless. I'm just gonna toss it, he grumbles, then adds, besides, I'm not in the mood to off an old buddy. The massive pink energy wave just keeps on coming, relentless. Then, with a cataclysmic burst, the attack detonates into a colossal explosion of shadowy power, shattering the ground and sending massive chunks of debris hurtling everywhere. The master of endless mana just shrugs off the colossal energy blast, a flick of his wrist enough to send it scattering. He just brushes it off, taunting the death dragon's wrath that magic is utterly useless against him. The demonic entity's glowing red eye snaps wide, a clear sign of shock and disbelief. He glances at the scorched earth, just casually thinking about how pointless this whole fight is. A cocky smirk spreads across his face as he keeps poking the beast, totally enjoying its empty promises of destruction. But the death dragon's wrath isn't backing down. It starts to glow with an even crazier, more destructive energy, gearing up to drop something truly devastating. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion just rips through the landscape, sending everything flying. Through the dust and chaos, the master of endless mana's eye just narrows, and for the first time, he looks genuinely annoyed. The death dragon's wrath, a colossal shadow, ripped through the air above the barren peaks. But the master of endless mana just watched it, unfazed, dropping a casual, almost mocking, line about the dragon princess still being bright as ever. A massive explosion detonated around him, but he just stood there, completely untouched, shrugging off the attack and declaring he was saving the dragon princess for a real fight. This dragon princess, revealed to be Benrira, was rumored to possess a mysterious, devastating power, and it was clearly on full display now. Yet, the master of endless mana just chilled in the middle of the fading inferno, not a scratch on him. A slight frown creased his brow as he confirmed, 0 damage taken. But the death dragon's wrath wasn't backing down, firing back with a taunt, asking if he was really sure he could handle this solo after that epic no-damage flex. The master of endless mana, still looking mildly annoyed, snapped back with a sarcastic, lovely creature comment, telling it to shut its mouth. And just like that, the Death Dragon's Wrath's eyes ignited with a terrifying red glow, its shadowy form surging with power, ready to unleash pure chaos. The Death Dragon's Wrath unleashes a shadowy, clawed hand, its power surging from the void. Its single red eye ignites with pure malevolence, a terrifying declaration of war. The unnamed antagonist, draped in dark robes, coolly turns away, a silent command fueling the monstrous entity's growth. A chilling smirk crosses their face as the Death Dragon's Wrath fully erupts from their shadow, its pink eyes blazing with raw, destructive energy. They stand defiant on a blood-soaked battlefield, the colossal entity towering behind them, ready to unleash chaos. But then, a blinding, unseen force strikes with impossible speed, ripping through the very air. The antagonist is violently blasted backward, the sheer impact sending them flying. A relentless storm of white, spiky projectiles erupts, absolutely shredding their defenses. The shadowy Death Dragon's Wrath is caught in the crossfire, its ethereal body torn apart by the devastating assault. The Death Dragon's Wrath unleashes a primal growl, its monstrous maw and clawed hand blazing with a savage purple aura as the Master of Endless Mana's relentless assault just keeps coming. The red-haired villainess, caught in the same devastating barrage, gets absolutely rocked, blood exploding as the sheer force of the impact rips through her. From a distance, a crow watches the brutal exchange, and it's got just one thought, UGH, that's disgusting. Meanwhile, the unnamed antagonist gets absolutely slammed downwards, his body twisting from the crushing, bone-shattering blow. He plummets through the air, a helpless victim in this insane, relentless assault. Another impact sends the Death Dragon's Wrath's hand recoiling, its monstrous claws just can't take the brutal force. The unnamed antagonist screams in pain, his face twisted in pure agony. A continuous stream of white, spiky projectiles, the Master of Endless Mana's signature, absolutely shreds the air. Still falling, the antagonist is enveloped by the lingering purple energy, his defeat looking absolutely inevitable. The Master of Endless Mana's devastating attack just kept going, leaving the very ground scarred and smoking. The air crackled with raw power, and shadows of falling bodies blurred across the ground below. The unnamed antagonist was sent spiraling down, his Death Dragon's Wrath reeling from the brutal barrage, a horrifying realization hitting him, swinging someone's intestines around like a whip. His face twisted in pure agony and disbelief, the sheer power of the blow still ripping through him. But above, the Death Dragon's Wrath was screaming, a silent, agonizing roar, its very essence twisting and dissolving into the purple inferno. It was being torn to pieces, shredded into a million fragments by the sheer, unbridled magical power. Helplessly plummeting, the antagonist could only stare in absolute horror as his ultimate weapon was completely wiped out. His eyes blew wide open, mirroring the horrific scene unfolding above, a chilling testament to the Master of Endless Mana's unstoppable power. Then, with a final, earth-shattering burst of purple energy, the Death Dragon's Wrath was gone, utterly annihilated, leaving nothing but fading particles behind. The Master of Endless Mana unleashes a final, devastating blow, erupting in a blinding white explosion. Completely obliterating the Death Dragon's Wrath, while the unnamed antagonist desperately calls out, "Ichiwai Dragon Princess, you okay?" But all he hears is a terrifying, rumbling crackle as his powerful summon is utterly consumed, leaving nothing but a black void. The sheer power of the blast sends the unnamed antagonist spiraling down, a dark shadow falling through the glowing remnants of his shattered summon. He watches the last fragments of his summon vanish, a chilling realization dawning, doesn't look like she's running. Trying to run out. He hits the ground, but his eyes snap up to the approaching Master of Endless Mana, and with a desperate surge of power, a terrifying, multi-limbed shadow erupts behind him, its heavy, J-O-B-O-K, footsteps shaking the very earth. The Wraith of Changtap Village unleashes a guttural growl, its glowing pink eyes and jagged fangs promising pure destruction. Its monstrous, tendril-laden shadowy form fully manifests, ready to tear into the Master of Endless Mana. The very ground beneath them cracks and shatters, as the stage is set for an epic, earth-shattering confrontation. The unnamed antagonist can only stare, utterly stunned, as his voice drops to a disbelieving whisper. He can barely comprehend the state of his own creation, demanding to know, her mind is broken? You're telling me that? But the Wraith of Changtap Village isn't waiting for answers, it's still manifesting, a maelstrom of shadowy chaos and crackling purple energy. The very earth groans and shatters beneath its growing mass, barely containing the raw power unleashed. Then, the full horror is revealed, a monstrous, spider-like silhouette, its shadowy limbs stretching out like a nightmare made real. Green energy explodes from its form, a terrifying display of its overwhelming might. From the shadowy void of its face, piercing purple eyes ignite, followed by a terrifying, toothy grin, a silent, chilling promise of utter annihilation. A single, piercing yellow glint flashes within its glowing purple eye, a chilling beacon of pure malice. And then, a shadowy, clawed hand rips into view, dark tendrils writhing from its deadly fingertips. The antagonist's mana, an absolute torrent of power, was straight up devouring Van Lyra's life. She'd given up before, but then someone gave her a new reason to live, a new hope. But even with the colossal, shadowy wraith just hanging there, radiating pure, dark energy. Then Lyra tried to fight back, but being stuck underground, she was totally trapped. No escape. Her soul was already collapsing. All that deep, buried guilt she tried to hide with new life and new journeys was exploding back. Even though she'd left her fear and guilt behind, her soul was still bleeding out. The voices deep inside her heart had completely shattered her soul. But wait, that guilt. The unnamed antagonist's eyes flared with a sudden, horrified realization. As he choked out, what? The dragon princesses. That crushing guilt, the very thing tearing her apart, it's not just a feeling, it's the fuel. The raw, explosive power that unleashes the dragon's wrath. And the world itself starts to rip apart. Mountains just disintegrating into dust as a dark, suffocating aura blankets everything. Leaving nothing but pure desolation in its path. From the shattered earth, a colossal, shadowy form starts to emerge. Its sheer size making everything else look tiny. A swirling vortex of pure darkness and raw, untamed power. And then, the Wraith of Changtap village fully manifests, its glowing purple eyes absolutely blazing with ancient, malevolent energy under a wicked, jagged crown. The Wraith of Changtap village explodes into full manifestation, its shadowy form absolutely dominating the space, eliciting a raw, terrified gasp from the very individual who dared to call it forth. Those glowing purple eyes lock onto an unseen target, a truly monstrous face solidifying the sheer dread radiating from the creature. Dark tendrils writhe around its crowned head, a silent, terrifying declaration of its raw, untamed might. And then, with an earth-shattering surge of dark energy, the very ground explodes in a cataclysmic burst of debris and pure shadow. The wraith simply stares down at the devastation it caused, its gaze utterly devoid of emotion. Its full, towering form stands triumphant amidst the utterly ravaged landscape, a terrifying monument to the sheer power it now commands. The desolate mountains stretch out behind it, only serving to highlight its absolutely colossal scale. But the unnamed antagonist, caught directly in the wraith's devastating wake, lets out a guttural cry of pain, a sinister purple glow erupting from his very face. The sheer force sends him absolutely flying, his feet flailing helplessly through the air. A shadowy, powerful presence begins to coalesce, its form indistinct yet radiating immense, malevolent energy, as a voice declares that evil does not forgive. Across a desolate, mountainous landscape. A cloaked figure stands, observing the vast emptiness, as the voice continues, proclaiming that wherever the king of all evil looks, life exists. The shadowy entity's glowing purple eyes pierce the darkness, and it shall ensure that not even a trace of life remains. All are commanded to tremble in fear. As the manifestation intensifies, the true identity of this terrifying power is revealed, the Demon Lord. The shadowy figure fully forms, its presence undeniable, as the final words echo, "He has arrived." A massive stone fortress stood tall, its defenses seemingly impenetrable, as a few birds soared peacefully overhead. But then, a terrifying roar echoed, shattering the peace, as a colossal dragon's mouth gaped open, ready to unleash destruction. Chaos erupted in the city below as dragons rained down from the sky, their ear-splitting screeches driving the populace into a frenzy. On the castle walls, Lyra and Jinwoo bore witness to the catastrophe, Jinwoo's mind reeling as he struggled to comprehend the unbelievable scene. The dragons, once a terrifying threat, weren't just invading, they were being utterly annihilated by an invisible power. Lyra's mind raced, questioning if the dragons were spontaneously combusting in the sky, a terrifying thought as he grappled with the sheer absurdity of the situation. Elsewhere, a red-haired figure, eyes blazing with an unholy purple glow, was absolutely radiating dark, crackling energy, the sheer power causing the dragons to disintegrate. In that instant, a chilling dread washed over everyone nearby, a terrifying premonition that their lives were on the line. Just like the primal fear of death, even if you've never faced it, that gut-wrenching terror of unseen wounds and pain just hits different. That deep, inherent fear in every living thing, it's bubbling up, literally, as a chilling purple mist starts to creep from the ground. And from behind spectral bars, shadowy figures with glowing purple eyes are starting to break out. Something beyond death just woke up, and its terrifying aura is blasting from this one massive figure. The Skull War is officially kicking off, as the Wraith's form locks in, its glowing eyes laser-focused on something out of sight. A shadowy hand, absolutely crackling with raw purple energy, shoots forward. The Wraith of Changtap village, fully unleashed, whips out a wicked weapon, its aura exploding with pure, malevolent power. With a primal scream, these shadowy entities swarm, absolutely crushing their opponent in a storm of purple energy. A Wraith stands triumphant, its glowing eyes coldly scanning the shattered remains of its defeated enemy. Still surging forward, the Wraiths of Changtap village unleash pure chaos, their destructive advance unstoppable. One slams into a knight, who barely holds his ground, armor screaming under the brutal impact. Above the chaos, a massive dragon-like creature dominates the sky, while an endless swarm of wraiths devours the land below, a true apocalypse. The ground is a graveyard of battle, spears and weapons impaled everywhere, a testament to their brutal, unstoppable march. A red-haired man stares, jaw clenched, his face a mask of grim determination as he witnesses the sheer scale of the invasion. He curses, those purple shadows. I've never seen anything like them. A terrifying thought hits him, but why are they attacking this city? He gasps, damn. I almost died. A colossal hand, a terrifying memory, nearly crushed him. A deep, unsettling thud echoes, signaling something massive is on the move. Each step a powerful, uncontrolled impact. Elsewhere, the red-haired man drops a bombshell on Jinwoo, spilling the shocking truth. Then Lyra, their Mr. Skeleton, got hit by some artifact and is now going rogue, attacking everything. Jinwoo's jaw drops as the red-haired man continues, revealing that undead hordes are pouring in from the southeast, their ranks swelling with every defeated foe. A tactical overview confirms the nightmare, displaying the relentless, ever-growing undead army crushing knights and dragons alike. He presses on, revealing Van Lyra was locked in a brutal fight with the Dragon Princess, but is about to break loose and make a beeline straight for their location. Furious, Jinwoo lunges, grabbing the red-haired man by the collar, shouting, "Why would Van Lyra, our ally, attack us, only to get a blunt, 'How should I know, idiot,' in return?" The red-haired man, clearly fed up, cuts him short, snapping that the "who" doesn't matter right now, only the "how" they'll deal with it. Letting go, Jinwoo can only exclaim his utter frustration, muttering about how incredibly irresponsible this whole mess is. Over a century has passed, and even if he's a legend, he's still just a person who struggled and pushed forward, just like you, just like us. He likely never had anyone to confide in, forced to maintain a cold exterior for a higher purpose. The mage declares, that's the destiny of those who follow a hero. A heavy shadow falls across Jinwoo's features. He grapples with the thought, this undead siege is too intense to pause and confirm anything, then bursts out, what am I supposed to do? The stakes are impossibly high, if I abandon this now, the entire system could crumble. His eyes ignite with fierce determination. He declares, my mission is clear, defend the wall. No matter the odds, we are the pioneers pushing forward. I must get back to the fight. He knows one wrong move could spell disaster for everyone, but he's a warrior, the one who keeps the entire battlefield pushing forward. But below, the true horror is unleashed, the very heart of the army. From his perch on the wall, Jinwoo can only stare in shock, a single, stunned exclamation escaping him. These aren't just monsters below, they're the reanimated corpses of the dead. And in a horrifying, shadowy transformation, they're all turning into something far more terrifying. Watching the chaos unfold, the antagonist curses their slow pace, as the shadowy wraith beside him asks if they can even hold on. But the antagonist just grins, announcing that this whole situation actually plays right into their hands, as he addresses the monstrous army. Back on the wall, the mage headmaster barks urgent orders to his red-haired assistant, demanding to know the decisive factor and ordering the ballistae loaded with rotary scattershot, and the mana cannons with pure mana shells. Even with the enemy's surging numbers, he confidently declares they still have the high ground, holding their position strong on the wall. Hold up. This undead transformation. It's not a power-up, it's a massive weakness, leaving them wide open to purification magic. But Van Lyra isn't backing down, shouting that this battle is nowhere near finished. Back at the northern defenses, the mage headmaster is locked in, his eyes sharp, taking in every detail of the unfolding disaster. But the antagonist just smirks, calling it the first, decent judgment he's heard. He lays out his master plan, revealing that the undead transformation gives him the tactical edge, scoffing at their simple charges and even calling Van Lyra, Mr. Skeleton. The antagonist has Van Lyra in a tight hold, his voice a chilling taunt. A mix of pain and pure defiance, flashes in Van Lyra's eye. The antagonist keeps up the mind games, mocking Van Lyra about his time as a commander. And just like that, Van Lyra is down, purple energy crackling around him, the antagonist looming victorious over his defeated opponent. He stares down at the battlefield, a chilling thought taking root. But the real threat, he realizes, are those monstrous flying mantas. He scoffs at the disorganized horde, just reanimated corpses, and even the once feared dragons have fallen to low-grade status. Spotting their glaring weaknesses, he declares this is their chance to strike. Purple energy erupts around him, as the antagonist fixes his stare on the headmaster. The headmaster's face contorts in pure shock. He boasts, he's the one who'll expose the 4 knights as a total sham. A sharp "TK" sound as the purple energy surges between his hands. Forget reasons, he snarls, he just wants war. Slaughtering the weak is boring, he lives for the fight. A lone tear falls, but Van Lyra's resolve is iron. She confronts them, demanding, what's their next move? No hesitation, she pushes, are they giving up, or are they choosing the path of the blacksmith? But the grizzled blacksmith leader fires back, declaring they're just artisans, not warriors like her. He stands his ground, explaining this is their place, a legacy etched into the very earth for generations, a truth even Doran knows. Her fiery speech sets the crowd ablaze, and the blacksmiths roar back, a unified front, then we fight together, to the end. A wave of raw emotion and renewed purpose washes over them. Their voices erupting in a thunderous, unified roar. Morale skyrockets. This isn't just hope, it's a real shot at winning. Feeling the surge of their resolve, Benlyra doubles down on her own iron will, there's no turning back now, only forward. Her eyes blaze with an unyielding fire, a reflection of the fierce conviction burning within. Then, a booming voice erupts from the crowd, it's Muron, their leader, stepping up. He hypes up his people, shouting for them to move and show their true power, challenging any empire to even try and come at them. Their collective identity, their very soul, is roared with unshakable pride, we are Artisan Street. A massive castle, once a symbol of strength, now faces an aerial assault as a terrifying swarm descends from the ominous sky. Inside the fortress, 2 guards look up in dread, their helmets hiding the fear as the enemy closes in. Then, with a sickening "ba" sound, a monstrous claw rips through the air, revealing the terrifying, glowing purple wraiths. A grotesque head with burning red eyes emerges, leading the charge of the shadowy horde. Panic erupts on the walls with shouts of "scatter! Hurry!" as archers rush to their posts, ready to unleash hell. Then, a thunderous fire erupts as the castle unleashes its first barrage, clashing with the wraiths in explosive green energy. A grizzled commander watches the chaos unfold, his face etched with worry as he realizes, it's not enough. Still, he rallies his forces, stay calm. We can do this. With a booming voice that cuts through the battle's roar, he barks, load purification shells into all mana cannons. Across the walls, the mana cannons ignite, their muzzles blazing as the command, prepare to fire, echoes, ready to unleash devastating power. The commander's voice cuts through the chaos, a single, powerful word unleashing hell. And just like that, the mana cannons roar to life, unleashing a purifying storm onto the battlefield. For a fleeting second, as the wraith staggered, everyone thought they might actually win. The purification shells were working, turning the undead to dust, and suddenly, hope ignited in the hearts of every warrior. But the real showstopper. A single mana cannon charged up, and with a deafening shwoom, fired a beam of pure, concentrated power. 2 figures watched, their faces a canvas of shock and anticipation, as the purple energy ripped through the air. The beam connected, exploding into a colossal, expanding sphere of raw, purple power. The impact was earth-shattering, a silent thunder that ripped through reality itself. One observer gasped, what was that, while the other, with a smirk, shot back, did you really expect it? He lets out a frustrated groan, realizing they messed up big time, wondering how they could have been so blind in that one critical moment. But a deeper truth hits hard, a testament to his sheer grit, even when the dragon princess had him pinned, he'd still find a way to fight back. From his spot on the castle wall, he just mutters. Predicted this crazy turn of events. Way out in the distance, nestled in those hills, an ominous, glowing structure just sits there, its purple light pulsing like a heartbeat. The landscape just stretches on forever, showing off the massive mountains around that mysterious building. A silent witness to how huge this world is and all the secrets it's hiding. And just like that, as if answering that distant threat, a massive surge of purple energy explodes from his hand, glowing runes swirling around his fingers like crazy. That vibrant magic just keeps getting stronger, promising an absolutely insane display of power. Chaos erupts as a man screams, demanding all personnel inside the wall move calmly and gunners evacuate now. But a keen, green eye snaps open, witnessing an insane surge of purple energy, crackling with untold power. From his outstretched hand, glowing runes ignite, as that same vibrant purple energy explodes, swirling with ominous intensity. That energy then coalesces into a monstrous, shadowy figure, its form vaguely humanoid but radiating pure, malevolent power. Its glowing purple eyes lock onto an unseen target, as the entity fully manifests, a terrifying harbinger of destruction. Benlyra clenches his hand, the purple energy still pulsing, confirming he can feel its presence clearly. He looks up, his gaze drawn to the sky, where streaks of purple lightning are heading directly towards them. To truly eliminate them, the enemy intends to destroy the wall, and if it falls, an endless tide of undead infantry will flood inside, their glowing eyes a chilling promise of annihilation. If that happens, it won't be a simple war, their world will be completely lost, a massacre on an unimaginable scale. He's just trying to chill, but someone's already complaining about the noise, totally messing up their focus. Then, out of nowhere, the other guy freaks out, totally shocked to see him. With a cool purple glow, he just casually drops that he already got the lowdown from Theo, like it's no big deal. He keeps talking, totally chill, calling the whole mess pretty ridiculous. Then, his hand flashes, pulling out some crazy glowing card. And bam! It instantly starts glowing with this insane, ethereal light, powering up. Then, with a massive, explosive burst, that stored energy just detonates. His hand still blazing with purple power, he snarls, "What in the world are you even trying to do, you bony freak?" The wraith of Changtap village is totally wrecked, its ghostly form shattered and glowing, but those evil purple eyes still burn, taking the hit. Even after taking that hit, the wraith of Changtap village isn't backing down. It thrusts out a monstrous, shadowy hand, its voice booming a challenge, "Answer me."